Chapter 231, Send this Shuer to outer space. In the inner world, there was a scene of a vegetable greenhouse. In the center was a plant-filled light that emitted a bright and gentle light, illuminating the three surrounding pitch-black small worlds. The three small worlds were covered in green grass and verdant vegetation. They were only 20 cubic meters of space, and there were even shelves set up for the emerald green vines to climb up, bloom, and bear fruit. Goo-goo-goo. On the grass, there were many croaking final chickens, jumping all over the mountains and fields. They were very active. Suji had specially set up a 1 cubic meter storage room in each of the three farms, which contained soy sauce, salt, and mineral water. A series of condiments for the kitchen. Inside my body, there's such a scene of a flower and fruit farm. I've realized a self-sufficient rural ecological environment. In the future, I don't need to go out to buy rice anymore. I can provide for the food and drink of this foodie in my orchard. Suji looked at Achilles, who was eating a bowl of dog food next to him. This was a convergence creature bird, one of the strongest combat forces he had high hopes for in the future. It's just that while I'm cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious art, Menmei is still secretly planning reform. There are still few days before Daiki can evolve. Why don't I use this time to start the next open beta? After all, Daiki's new world is about to open up and they need a new species. I'll see how talented this wave of people are. Suji sat in his chair, planning the future of the 2 sandbags. He suddenly waved his hand, and a final chicken appeared out of thin air. Goo-goo-goo-goo. Suji nimbly turned his head and pulled out the feathers. A flame circulated in his hand and was slightly cooked. At this moment, on a 30 square meter sandbox, a group of players were evolving creatures. They were also looking at the creator sitting in a chair in the distance, observing him at all times, afraid that there would be hidden missions. The creator had been kind recently. He didn't catch the final chicken, but created the final chicken out of thin air with a flick of his hand. Heavens! The racer of Mount Harana is finally saved. Within a group of 30 square meters, there were miniature mountains and rivers. A group of strange-looking hunting species stood in groups of 2 or 3 in a pile of plants. They were constantly whispering and shouting. I need some cumin. Suji ignored them. Every time he ate something, he would make a fuss about nothing. He sat on the chair and reached out his hand. Hwalala! In the inner space, a bottle of cumin was opened. The powder turned into silk ribbons, and they floated out like sparks and fluorescent lights, covering the roasted final chicken. Wow! What kind of magic was this? It was so beautiful. Like stars, they fell on the final chicken like magical girls. It looks like the final chicken is even more delicious. A dish that can glow? I want to learn. The group of people were heartbroken and envious. He was too handsome. Suji was already used to it. He took a bite of the final chicken and was very satisfied. He took a light bite and the juice spilled everywhere. It was extremely delicious. He felt that he was still better at enjoying life. But the next second, he looked at the plate of sand and his face froze instantly. Ha ha ha, Moo doesn't speak magic restaurant, officially opened. It's coming, it's coming. The god of creation's favorite food, the final chicken. There are all kinds of flavors, and it only costs 500 sand coins per serving in the Magus community. All of a sudden, a strangely shaped human-shaped plant set up a small wooden shed on the side of the road and set up a barbecue stall. Behind him, live chickens were tied up and clucking. Although the racer of Mount Harana had not been around recently, everyone was very considerate to help him breed the species that he had left behind. They cherished it very much and did not let it go extinct. Hwalala! In the wooden shed, the red charcoal fire roasted the entire stone stove red. A final chicken was rotating on the charcoal fire, roasting until it was red. It sizzled and emitted the fragrance of meat. It was a top-grade delicious roast chicken that looked crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. A big shot has evolved into seasoning. Everyone was stunned. Although the final chicken's deliciousness was amazing and had become a regular delicacy for the various mutated zergs in the sandbox during their evolution, and every player would raise it to eat, what they ate was the original flavor. There was no seasoning, so they lived like primitive people. He's a ruthless man. I've been working so hard to become bald just to evolve into seasoning and improve my life. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads and look at him with admiration. I'll have one. A pink octopus passed by. What flavor do you want? There's numbing, garlic, yogurt, soy sauce, stinky tofu. The human-shaped plant did not expect to have guests so soon. I'll give you a spicy final chicken. I'll transfer the money to you in the wizard community. The octopus said. All right, a spicy one. Please wait a moment. The plant calmly lowered its head and pulled out black roots from the ground. It slowly used its hand to tear off a piece of old foot skin. Rib. He tore the chicken into pieces and scattered the pieces of the skin on the chicken. A spicy and fresh aroma immediately filled his nose, whetting his appetite. The octopus was speechless. His face instantly darkened. What are you doing? You're tearing off the calluses from such a serious foot layer by layer and even sprinkling them on it. Are you a pervert? This is my seasoning. The spiciness is evolved from horseradish. It's naturally buried under the soil to maintain the best taste. My feet are prickled with horseradish, the plant said innocently, pointing at its feet. He pointed at his twisted spiral arm that looked like garlic. My hand smells like garlic. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at his vine afro. It smells like soy sauce. Everyone looked at him and was shocked. Was this a plant that had all its 5 flavors knocked over? Octopus felt a headache coming on. He looked at this weird chef and the spicy roast chicken. He didn't know if he should take a bite. Suddenly, he said, this spiciness seems to have the aroma of malt. You're an expert. The human-shaped plant seemed to have met a soulmate. Its eyes brightened and it explained, this is a spicy flavor I created myself. It's similar to the taste of mustard and chili, mixed with the aroma of malt and peanut. I'm sure you'll like it. It's indeed too fragrant. I can't hold it in anymore. I don't care if the seasoning is my feet or not. When the octopus heard that and smelled the fragrance, it couldn't hold back. In reality, this person was a big eater. He couldn't resist the smell. It was too tempting. He immediately took a bite and was moved to tears after just one bite. Delicious. It's really too delicious. It was both fragrant and spicy, and he felt as if his entire body was floating. It was as if he was in a fairyland. There was a rich fragrance of wheat within the numbing spiciness, and it even felt as if it had surpassed the existing species of chili. It was simply a treasure among seasonings. This vegetable player can evolve into such a delicious spicy flavor. He definitely knows how to eat. Instantly, his impression of this vegetable-type player changed. This is too good. He immediately swallowed it in big gulps, no longer caring about the spiciness coming from there. It was really delicious to the extreme. At that moment, the tree beside him could not help but ask him, who was gulping down the food, with eyes full of innocence, "Big brother, this is the first time an outsider is eating it. Can you give me an evaluation? Was it good? Is my leg hot enough to burn your eyes?" The octopus was halfway through its meal when it slowly took out a chicken bone from its mouth. It looked at him with a red face. The onlookers also widened their eyes and felt extremely annoyed. They could already imagine the inner struggle and anger of the person involved. It was too tragic. However, the octopus was indeed an old foodie. It tasted the taste in an instant and was completely fascinated. It couldn't help but eat again. After eating, it still wanted more and said, "Big brother, give me another one with a spicy flavor. Put in more chili." Everyone saw that this was also a ruthless person. She didn't care about anything for food. All right. The humanoid plant's limbs became agile, and it quickly tore off the skin on its feet. "It seems like my feet aren't strong enough. This match will make you choke on your eyes." The pink octopus was speechless. Can we not mention this? However, when everyone saw the two of them entertaining themselves, the delicious aroma wafted through the air of the greenhouse. They could not help but swallow their saliva when they smelled the alluring smell of roast chicken in the air. They went up to them one after another. "Brother, you're a ruthless man. I admit defeat. Give me a serving of minced garlic. You're good. Give me some mustard." However, no one added any numbing or spicy flavor. Which of the players present wasn't a smart one? This person was too sinister and vicious. He was afraid that he would be addicted like this octopus player and sink under his feet, unable to escape. Instantly, everyone was entranced by the delectable taste. They took big gulps. It was too delicious. Every kind of seasoning had a unique and excellent taste. They kept trying other flavors and felt that it was completely satisfying. In that case, Big Brother, I'll have a stinky tofu flavor, someone suddenly said. All right, please wait for a moment. The plant spoke. Wait. Suddenly, the man stopped him. First, tell me where your stinky tofu smell is. The plant pointed to the back of its body obediently. There's a tree hole here. I'll use it as a fermentation room. There are microorganisms in this sand table world too. I'll put things in it to ferment. It's very delicious. I guarantee that you won't stop eating it after eating it once. Everyone was confused. Fermentation? Could it be methane fermentation? You're called Mew Mew and you don't speak, but you're going to choke me to death when you speak? That person was stunned and instantly shut up. He felt that he would have a psychological shadow from eating stinky tofu in the future. He hurriedly said, Big Brother, I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop after eating it once. I don't dare to try it. I'll have a serving of the garlic flavor. Su Ji was also stunned. He hadn't seen the small sandbox for a long time, and such a talented player had actually appeared. This person released poison in public, and his ability was terrifyingly strong. He could actually make people addicted to eating his foot skin. It was a sandbox evolution game, and yet another person had managed to come up with something new. He had actually evolved himself into a seasoning. Su Ji felt that it was very scary, but he did not dare to try it out, for fear that he would also sink into it. However, when it comes to food, I want to create a small world for food. My body is a very good environment. After all, if all the worlds in the universe are combat systems, it won't be colorful at all. It's better to have some small worlds. Su Ji suddenly spoke up. Intelligent subbrain, this creature has endless potential. Why didn't you tell me that an extraordinary species comparable to the phoenix had appeared? The intelligent subbrain replied, this creature, the Seven Wonders treasure tree, has average potential. Nonsense, he clearly had endless potential. Su Ji felt that the intelligence of this intelligent subbrain was beyond redemption. Fortunately, he had taken a look. Otherwise, such a peerless genius would have been covered in dust in an instant. Indeed, horses that traveled 1,000 miles were common, but Boeli was rare. In the future, he would have to look at more evolution sandbags to avoid missing some species with potential. He understood more and more that the subbrain was too stupid and was not omnipotent. In the next second, Su Ji made an announcement himself. Notice, congratulations to player Moo Doesn't Speak, who has evolved into the Seven Wonders treasure tree. It possesses great potential and has been rewarded with an achievement. This was a brother who choked people to death, and his feet were stinging the eyes. You actually obtained an achievement. Oh my god! This kind of cheap person with a mouth full of dirty words can actually do it. There's a scheme, there's definitely a scheme. The entire sandbox was shocked. I can do it too. Even the person himself was surprised. He was originally a species that could not evolve into a powerful one. He could only evolve into a seasoning species without any combat power. He did not expect that happiness would come so suddenly. Su Ji, on the other hand, was very calm. He had investigated the identity of this person in real life and found that he was a special chef. For the sake of his food, he had put in a lot of effort to learn evolution. He had gone bald to evolve this species. His love for food made Su Ji feel like they were like-minded, and he admired this kind of talent very much. He's a genius chef. Cooking is as exaggerated as poisoning, and he even brought his own seasoning. If we send him in to study food for hundreds of years, what will happen? Even Su Ji himself was looking forward to it. He felt that he could secretly open a back door for him. He could not let such a talent be covered in dust. Should I send him to the sorcerer world or to the ancient primordial world? Western or Chinese? The food culture of the two worlds is relatively rough. We might be able to come up with many new recipes. Su Ji knew that no matter how delicious the food was, without a chef to study recipes and cook it for himself, the original taste of the ingredients would not be able to be brought out. Now, he had a few farms in his internal space. Although the food was naturally delicious, it was just a waste of natural food. Now, he could place his hopes on him and let him develop a new style of food. In the sandbox, at this moment, Moo Doesn't Speak also shouted excitedly, Great Creator, I want to treat you to spicy final chicken. To express my gratitude. I'm so happy. If I can go to the universe, I'll definitely eat him up. Slice them all and make them into delicacies. Su Ji's face gradually darkened. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded and started discussing. This Moo doesn't speak was a well-known superfoodie. Although he didn't have any evolutionary abilities and had evolved into a heaven-defying extraordinary species, he was famous for being able to cause trouble and was the most jumping person in the crowd. Previously, when the phoenix had an audience with the god of creation, he was the one who sneaked up to grab the phoenix's feathers. He was also the one who expressed his intention to ambush the god of creation, and he was the one who took the opportunity to tear off the skin of the phoenix's feet. According to everyone's speculations, this guy's goal was obviously to try what it tasted like. Even if he was a god, he would still want to eat it for them to see. Su Ji was speechless. He was also stunned for a moment. He heard the people talking about his actions and past records in the distance. Looking at the cheering humanoid plant, he was very happy. He turned around and shook his head immediately. Forget it. It's better to send such a Xiu to outer space and let him talk about life ideals with Daiki. Chapter 232, the fifth closed beta. The internet was filled with cheers. Previously, everyone thought that extraordinary species must have strong combat power. For example, although the final chicken was delicious, its poisonous combat power was terrifying. Another example was the tall tree of the cute girl, which had condensed a dao fruit and was already an extremely terrifying creature. Even slimes could become engines, War Alchemy Creations the floating fortress, which had beaten Medusa in the past. It looks like we've been misled by the extraordinary species. A species with extraordinary potential refers to the top creatures in various fields, as long as they have strong potential. To think that we thought we needed combat power? Crying. If I don't need to fight, I can also make a gourmet creature. Everyone will say it's good after eating it. With this, you can enter the other world, happy. And 10 rose coins for one. It's delicious and has 8 times the protein of beef, funny. Countless people began to make a ruckus. Their voices were filled with pleasant surprise. Everyone felt that a brand new path had been laid out in front of them. The universe? I'm coming. Look at your grandpa's godly power. Although they were all very happy, they did not expect that although it was a cooking plant, it was far superior to its own kind, outstanding to the extreme, with all kinds of flavors, and delicious to the extreme. Su Ji looked at the screening method of the intelligent subbrain, which he had agreed with before. Now, as his vision gradually deepened, he knew that he had embarked on a completely different path from the Zerg hatchery of the past. The other party was a violent army, using battles to sustain battles. They were a fighting race that was as terrifying as locusts invading. They only needed to use their combat power and soldier types. They didn't want any species that had no combat power. They entered the battle with light gear and formed an army. But I can't do this. I'm the world creation sect. If I don't have any space for diversity, how can I create the heavens and worlds? Su Ji blinked. He felt that his combat power could not be too pure. It was also based on the foundation of diverse civilizations. There was no other color at all. Pure violence and blood would definitely not last long. It's time to update the sandbox. Su Ji adjusted the review standards of the intelligent subbrain in the future and dealt with some miscellaneous matters. In the next second, a new notification came from the entire Spore Evolution sandbox. Spore Evolution Closed Beta version 0.5 has been officially updated. Another 30 beta tester slots will be opened. The maximum number of online players will be 240. 2. The internal test will still be in the form of biological papers. 3. The end elimination system will still be implemented. In this 5th beta, the last 80 players out of the 210 closed beta players will be eliminated. The specific number of players to be eliminated is 4. The wizard community will be expanded by 500 people to 1,000 people soon. 5. Open up a new hidden dungeon food world in the wizard community. Every week, the players who meditated the longest and ranked top in the PvP arena would be qualified to enter and travel for a week. Ascetic cultivation and food are more compatible. The first 2 updates were still fine, but the following 2 new updates were completely exciting and lively. The number of characters in the wizard community has doubled. I'm afraid that the number of people who can go online like this is getting more and more terrifying. It might become the second leisure community and completely defeat all the current social media platforms. Furthermore, a new world, the gourmet world? What's the meaning of this? It seemed to be a very special place, and many people were discussing it. The forum refreshed more than 10 pages, discussing the details of the update announcement. They were looking forward to the next update. The world of food, of course, is to enter my stomach and start your journey of food. Su Ji sipped his tea and said in a soft voice, in the future, my stomach will be the embryonic form of a small world of gourmet food. This was a world of gourmet food. There were no fancy and powerful sorcery or Dao techniques, only delicious food that had been reproduced to the peak. A food world full of fantasy and rare ingredients, with all kinds of food hunters, cooking and walking on the path of food cultivation. Su Ji continued to imagine. As for the Rubik's Cube creature, it was time for the sorcerer community to start a new expansion. Because the previous god realm had not been opened up, there was no mature path, so he did not dare to let it cultivate too quickly. But now that it had been opened up, it would double again, and it would be fine if it slowly brewed. The next day, the sun was shining brightly in the orchard. Su Ji returned from a spin in the sky. The new closed beta had begun. Only 10 minutes had passed, but the official back-end mailbox of the Spore Evolution Game Forum had received countless papers. It was simply too much to handle. At this moment, the price of a slot in the market had already been speculated to 1 million yuan, and there was a demand but no supply. Some rich people even said in private that they could name a price as long as there was a slot. This time, everyone put in a lot of effort for the thesis and took out their accumulated results. But recently, Su Ji had seen a survey report on the soaring stock prices of several domestic hair care and shampoo companies. Many professionals had begun to analyze that this might be the influence of the time-transcending phenomenal Spore Evolution game. To protect my hair, countless experts expressed their opinions. As usual, he began to observe the talents of this batch. Evolution of slime, lightning slime, with reference to the electric eel, on the evolution of biological generators. Su Ji looked at the long speech and the evolutionary route he had designed, but he became relatively calm. The last one who said he wanted to make lightning birds, there's no trace of him yet. However, this player's evolution path was very specific, and he could be put into try. After all, no one could guarantee absolute success. As long as he had the potential to write a thesis and a certain degree of feasibility, it was enough. Green food production line, edible mushrooms, effectively solving the famine problem. Su Ji kept flipping through the pages, and soon, he saw a very special paper marked by the intelligent subbrain. On the evolution and progress of life in the form of a system. If there are transmigrators in the universe, how can there be no system? I can evolve into a system life form. Su Ji almost vomited blood. Where the hell did this talent come from? The players had evolved into delicacies, but someone had immediately turned himself into seasoning. All the other players wanted to become transmigrators and leave the world, but you started to turn yourself into a system? Her brain circuit was strange. This wasn't even the most beautiful part. The theory seemed feasible. Otherwise, the subbrain would not have been placed in his hands. While he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he couldn't help but exclaim that these players were really good at causing trouble. The so-called system, I understand it as some kind of mechanical AI life, equivalent to the artificial intelligence on the processor, providing data assistance. This is the creature I want to evolve. Simply put, it could be understood as a computer installed on an artificial body, equivalent to the Android mobile phone in human society, or the computer Windows system. In simpler terms, it was equivalent to a modern person carrying a mobile phone with them. In that case, let me talk about the possibility of the evolution of the system, the evolution of silicon-based life. As we all know, as carbon-based life forms, we have always been discussing whether or not silicon-based life forms exist in the universe. Modern computer chips, circuit boards, and storage devices were all made of silicon, which was born to store large amounts of information. For example, computers, artificial intelligence, mechanical creatures, and when intelligence is born in the future, they might be a different type of silicon-based life form that we humans can create. Nature is magical. Time allows unintelligent mice to type on the keyboard and write Gort's poems in a way that makes up nonsense. It also allows our pile of meat and carbon-water mixture to arrange in a strange way and form unicellular cells. After hundreds of millions of years, wisdom is born and it continues to evolve. Every cell in our body is more complicated than any sophisticated instrument made by mankind today. In that case, could it be possible that in nature, copper and aluminum happened to be attached to a stone with a large amount of silicon, and then arranged in a random way to form a simple computer with intelligence? This was the possibility of the origin of silicon-based life in the universe. Up to this point, I believe that all the game designers can understand the concept of my paper. Su Ji quickly nodded to show that he understood. Even though he didn't fully understand. As expected of a big shot. He continued reading. It continued to write. Then, can we create it now? Pure silicon-based life forms are likely to be made up of sand, crystals, and glass, which contain a lot of silicon. Since unicellular organisms start off as carbon-based life forms, it is naturally impossible for them to evolve into silicon-based life forms. The initial structure of life is different. However, in our flesh and blood, the spores evolve into a kind of hard-shelled creature. When they devour sand, they can possess a large amount of silicon elements. Most of their bodies are made of bony silicon elemental slabs, and on the surface, there are a lot of patterns like a shell, which form a natural circuit board. It was similar to a biological subbrain, forming a kind of pseudo-silicon-based life form. This was the system. As long as I, a system creature, can attach myself to a creature, I can provide it with a data panel. Su Ji broke out in a cold sweat. This big shot was simply overpowered. While everyone else was researching on evolved creatures, he had already crossed the era and started researching silicon-based life forms, evolving into a system biological population. It was simply too coquettish. In Su Ji's mind, an image had already begun to form. A living being with a chip circuit board was whispering to another circuit board, "Big brother, how's your host?" We parasitized them and secretly developed. We gave them all kinds of missions and took the opportunity to increase our strength. Have we been discovered? No, I didn't. I call myself the Golden Pupil System, but he wants to see beautiful women all day. Can't he just gamble on stones and open an Imperial Green? He's making money, so he's buying some good stuff. Only then can I cultivate and become stronger. My side is even more miserable, okay. I'm just a problematic youth. I call myself the strongest cultivation system, but that guy doesn't cultivate all day. I've clearly broken through just because I lack a bit of resources recently, and I've been stuck for a long time. Should I send him a mission that will definitely kill him and trick him into carrying it out? Secretly kill this host and change to another one. I'm also a bastard. I'm hot-blooded all day, fighting monsters and challenging people of a higher level. Recently, I even participated in the Inter-Academy competition and made a big splash. Why don't we issue a mission and let our hosts kill each other? A bunch of systems formed a group chat and whispered to each other. They all complained about the scamming host they usually met. You guys are fine. As the attribute modifier, I'm the one with the real pressure. My host is a muscular brother who would burst his clothes at any moment and even shamelessly call himself a genius. I was born to save the world, and I didn't rely on the system to get to where I am today. I don't even dare to speak normally, and I don't even dare to cultivate, for fear that it will find out that I have consciousness and beat me to death. Trembling. Chapter 233, The True Origin of the Subbrain. As Su Ji thought about it, he suddenly felt a little stunned. Why does it feel a little like me? He felt his scalp go numb as he slowly spoke to the intelligent subbrain, about the system? What do you think? Another species that has transcended the era. It's equivalent to an intelligent subbrain like me. A mechanical voice was heard. This looks too exaggerated. Is it really possible? Su Ji still asked tentatively. At this moment, the intelligent subbrain replied robotically. In the vast universe, there are a large number of life forms, energy life forms, ion life forms, and even the legendary and terrifying karma law quantum life forms. The largest species are naturally carbon-based life forms and silicon-based life forms, which occupy 99% of the population. After all, carbon and silicon are extremely common elements in nature. We call silicon-based life forms mechanical life forms. They are different from flesh and blood life forms. Their biggest feature is that they have a terrifying amount of computing power, just like the artificial intelligence you guys call artificial intelligence. Su Ji understood that humans were also carbon-based life forms, but the insect race was one of the top carbon-based life forms. Of course, Su Ji also understood at this time that the Zergs were able to evolve all life based on their existing life structure. There were many limitations in other aspects and they were not omnipotent. He was indifferent to this. There was no invincible life in the world. This was the true reality. The intelligent sub-brain continued to speak in a mechanical voice, the system life form inside. This has long been applied to the Zerg hatchery. The battle sub-brain is the standard equipment of every high-level soldier in our technological side. And I was the battle auxiliary sub-brain of the Zerg Queen back then. Strictly speaking, I'm also a pseudo-silicon-based life form. This player's paper is the path to creating life like us. However, our technology side uses the life factory to manufacture it, while this player uses the biological evolution of the supernatural side to manufacture it. Moreover, as a parasitic supernatural life form, it can cultivate on its own. It is completely different from our pure support effect and has taken a completely different path from us. Su Ji was stunned. The existence of the sub-brain of the Zerg had always been a blur to him, but now it was clear. It turned out that in the past, almost every high-level race in the Zerg race would be equipped with a sub-brain of the Zerg. This thought instantly made sense, and was even inevitable. In our modern society, everyone has a cell phone. It would be strange if the Queen's technological side did not have an intelligent sub-brain. The insect nest mind's voice rang out again. Of course, the previous generation of the wise Queen of the Zerg was a universe overlord who had crossed countless years. As the intelligent sub-brain of the Queen of the Zerg, strictly speaking, I am an ultimate hero of the Zerg. Su Ji was breaking out in a cold sweat. The Zerg spores evolved into new races, and every race could give birth to an Zerg hero. The intelligent sub-brain in front of him was the Zerg hero of the Zerg sub-brain. So you're an ultimate 5-gene Zerg hero? Su Ji was shocked. So the real SSR was right next to him? I was the only non-combat Zerg hero back then. I was used as an intelligent sub-brain. Yes. A mechanical voice sounded. The Zerg Queen in the later stages had abandoned the body of the Zerg Queen that it had originally reproduced. It was unwilling to be a reproduction machine like the Ant Queen. I fused with its original nest body and became the control console, equipped with various talents to rule the entire race. So, you've become a ruthless tool for reproduction? It was really tragic. Su Ji was silent for a moment before he tried to pull out the nest's sub-brain's genetic chain. 1 spore deployment. 2 ultra-fast calculation. 3 adjustment of cell division speed. 4 cross-dimension domination of the Zerg. 5 Zerg genetic lock. Su Ji looked at the ultimate level Zerg sub-brain in a daze. It was the core authority of the Queen of the Zerg nest back then. At this time, it had gathered all the ruling level talents of the Zerg race. Every genetic talent could be said to be heaven-defying, comparable to the rebirth of a phoenix. Not to mention the spore deployment talent, infinite possibilities was the strongest ability of the Zerg. Super-fast calculations were naturally the basic ability of the intelligent sub-brain. The adjustment of the cell division speed, needless to say, was heaven-defying. Cross-dimension Zerg control, able to communicate with subordinates regardless of distance. This was the Zerg Empress's greatest trump card when it came to commanding troops from countless planets and conquering the starry skies. It was also because of this ability that Su Ji was able to communicate with Emperor Qi, who was far away in the sky. The Zerg gene lock had all sorts of restrictions. It was written in their genes, leaving a hidden death hole. They were not allowed to betray the organization and could be killed at any time. It was just like how they could not leave the range of the sandbox in the orchard. It was as if they were blocked. This was the ability of the genetic constraint. It was only at this moment that Su Ji completely understood the true origin of the Zerg sub-brain. It was born from the last Zerg Empress, who evolved into a parasitic race called the intelligent sub-brain. As the battle assistance of the Zerg, every high-level Zerg was equipped with an auxiliary sub-brain, which was equivalent to a combat pet. It could carry some genetic talents that they did not want to carry but were necessary, such as detection, calculation, remote communication. He was not afraid of betrayal. The Zerg Empresses were extremely cunning and ambitious characters. This sub-brain race had their emotions and thoughts ruthlessly wiped away. They were not allowed to develop intelligence and had no joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. This was a simple computer. No wonder he's so stupid. The sub-brain's intelligence is trash. Su Ji took a deep breath. He felt that the Zergs had been very cold back then, and he suddenly felt relieved. The Zergs clearly have the most advanced technological abilities, but they have to create an ordinary computer similar to Earth's technology. No wonder the functions are so simple. They can only hack into the internet and eavesdrop on the conversations of the major research institutes. Clearly, even the most advanced civilization was afraid of betrayal. Su Ji could understand that. After all, it was best to control one's core lifeline. It would be best if one did not have any intelligence. It would be best if one had the simplest computer. As powerful as the Zerg, they did not dare to entrust their technological civilization to supercomputers. They did not allow the birth of intelligence. Instead, they used their own evolved flesh and brain to deduce, even if the progress was relatively slow. The insectan nest mind is just an emotionless machine, tool, and computer. Its 5 insectoid talents are very heaven-defying, but I have no intention of keeping them with me. I'll just let it continue producing spores. Su Ji had the same thoughts as the previous Zerg queen. Come to think of it, the queen mother of the hive had given up on its reproductive function back then, so why did he want to integrate? Even if he had integrated the gene of spore deployment, where would the spores be deployed? I'm a man. As for the previous big shot, who was so powerful, he had died. Su Ji did not intend to know what kind of world he had entered or what kind of extraordinary civilization he had come into contact with. What did it say before its death to get him to take revenge? It didn't exist. I'll farm obediently, develop myself wretchedly, and come out again when I've defeated the world. Then, do you want to proceed with the deduction of this creature? A mechanical voice was heard. Let this player in and pay attention to him. Su Ji felt that it was worth a try. Although that was the core technology of the science and technology side, the supernatural side could also learn from it, okay? Furthermore, they are AI and we are biological AI. This year's batch is also full of talents, very good. As usual, this thesis submission time is only 24 hours. We'll confirm the quota tomorrow morning and let the next batch of closed beta players in to start the open beta. Su Ji gnawed on the final chicken and looked over at planet Daiki. The quality is still okay this time. The new species is already in the process of being born, and it's been more than 2 days on this planet. The conditions should be more or less right now, right? Chapter 234, The Ancient Star Tree. In the pitch-black universe, the stars were shining. A sphere was flying forward at a rapid speed. Within the white atmosphere, life was continuously multiplying in the ocean as it rapidly evolved. Hwalala! A gust of hot wind blew. The surface of this planet that was exposed in the universe became extremely strange. The terrible radiation in the universe was not isolated, resulting in an extremely harsh environment. In the ocean, there were still lush plants that floated and swam, a scene full of vitality. However, there were only plants in the ocean and no marine animals. According to common sense, after the appearance of marine plants, some of them would gradually evolve into marine animals, but they did not. It seemed that it was difficult for animals to survive under this radiation. After a few days, although there were still no animals, the plants grew more and more prosperous. Gradually, a small purple flower the size of a 3-leaf clover began to grow tenaciously from the ocean. It gradually grew and took root in the earth. They began to withstand the intense cosmic radiation, and even absorbed cosmic radiation, treating it as sunlight and growing. Even plants have appeared on land, but there are still no animals. Is this a world without animals? Dichi could not help but ask from the depths of the earth. 1 hour. 2 hours. At a visible speed, these plants continued to grow taller and taller, towering into the clouds and piercing straight into the sky. They began to absorb all kinds of radiation from the universe and turned it into energy, producing fruits. From the reproduction of roots of small grass plants to the reproduction of fruits of trees? Dichi was shocked. The birth and evolution of life was the most beautiful process in the world. It contained the ultimate beauty of all the unparalleled mysteries of life. But there are still no animals. When will they appear? It's also possible that the environment in the ultimate is too harsh, and the starlight that's emitted everywhere is a type of poison, so there won't be any animals. He called the cosmic radiation the starlight. Dichi continued to watch. After a long time, these plants reached their peak, and the entire planet was covered by giant trees that reached into the clouds. From a distance, it was full of life and was extremely lush. It was a vast ocean of trees. The plants started to divide into two colors, purple and red. In order to obtain more nutrients and sunlight, the dark red umbrella-shaped plants kept on expanding in size. They were like broccoli that stood tall on the ground. They were so huge that they covered the sky and the sun, so that they could absorb more nutrients. The original purple plants were only 1/3 of their height, and their positions were severely blocked. They sank into darkness and could not get sunlight or star radiation, gradually becoming extinct. After some time, and when they were on the verge of extinction, the purple plants also began to mutate. Boom! A giant purple tree began to transform. Like an ancient war tree, it rose from the ground and began to walk slowly, causing the earth to hum and shake. Yes! The animals had not appeared before because of the strong radiation. It was also the dark red plants in the sky that blocked and absorbed the radiation. Under such a low radiation environment, the blood and flesh of the witches began to awaken, and they began to evolve, turning into the first group of animals that could move. Or rather, it was a half-animal, half-plant life form. This world was extremely freakish. At this very moment, the first animal had just begun to be born, and it was even transformed from the plants on land. Boom! 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 The ancient war trees were huge, but they moved extremely slowly. As half-plant life forms, they began to develop their own hazy consciousness. They pulled up small red giant trees and actually began to put them into their bloody mouths to chew. They began to become herbivorous animals, just like pandas gnawing on bamboo. After they finished eating, they continued to take root on the ground. They were so lazy that they could not move. They turned into trees again and continued to absorb the nutrients from the earth. In the following days, spring arrived. Since they had no natural enemies, the number of purple ancient war trees continued to increase, and they fed on the red plants. They gnawed on their huge towering trunks like parasites, causing them to collapse. The red plants were used in a frenzy, and they gradually became fewer and fewer, eventually becoming extinct. This is time. As time flies, no life is an eternal protagonist, unless they live behind the scenes. Dichi couldn't help but exclaim, who can tell the future when it's a moment of success or failure? In order to fight for the sunlight and cosmic rays, the red plant defeated the purple plant and grew in size, occupying the sunlight. It looked like a victory, but the purple plant's failure was a blessing in disguise because it lost its starlight. Without the poisonous rays, it took the opportunity to become the first animals and began to feed on plants. Just when Dichi thought that the purple ancient war tree was about to win, a loud sound rang out. In the midst of mass extinction, the red plants were surprisingly able to survive. For the continuation of their race, they also began to mutate and fight back. It was one of the red plants. It towered into the clouds, and the fruit it bore could not reproduce. In human terms, it was a defective product that was infertile and could not produce offspring. However, a small space began to appear in the center of its fruit. If the purple plants and ancient war trees had inherited the terrifying flesh and blood of the wizard ancestor, their regenerative abilities and combat power were terrifying. As for the red plants, they had inherited the internal space properties of the wizard ancestor. These red plants began to make use of their greatest advantage: their towering bodies, lush leaves, and the ability to absorb sunlight and cosmic rays. They gathered the large amount of energy generated by photosynthesis in the spaces of the fruits, constantly thickening the spatial energy in the fruits. In the space, a seed was slowly floating. Hwalala! The seed seemed to have come to life. This is primordial spirit? This tree had given birth to primordial spirits in its fruits, or rather, demon. Dichi clearly understood that the birth of a monster and the opening of its sentience could only be achieved by absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon in a space with rich energy. And the internal space of these celestial fruits just happened to meet the conditions to turn their seed embryo into a demon. Those ancient violet trees that can move are too powerful, so they're called ancient war trees. These ancient red trees that are giving birth to life are called the ancient life tree. I'd like to see what kind of life it's breeding. Demons are extremely rare in the primordial world. After all, the conditions for their birth are too harsh. They have to be cultivated in the highly concentrated inner space of the strong, which is why they are so rare. The human clan, the Wu clan, and the ancient clan all had their heyday, but the demon clan never rose. But now, they are being produced in batches here. Will this become the demon realm? Dichi couldn't help but be shocked. Hwalala. A few more years passed, and a dark red fruit covered in mysterious patterns fell to the ground. Immediately after, a slender human figure gradually walked out from the fruit. It was an extremely beautiful woman with white skin, features of a tree, sharp ears, and exquisite facial features. It was as if she was the favorite of the heavens. These living beings possessed the bloodline of the celestial emperor, which made them perfect and powerful. Hwalala. As the first fruit that absorbed the starlight and sunlight fell to the ground, the second fruit quickly fell to the ground as well. One after another, women slowly walked out. They began to rest on the trees and build tree houses. In order to protect the trees and species that gave birth to them from being eaten, they began to pick up stones and spears and began to charge at the huge and slow ancient war trees. Wuva! Wuva! They roared with all their might and smeared mud on their faces, turning it into lines. They raised their spears and charged forward. A scene of light fell on their faces, as if a new era had begun. Boom! NBSP, the ancient war trees had aged faces, as if they were 100 years old. They pulled up a purple tree and used it as a giant black stick, waving it at the small fleas on the ground. As expected of a demon. It has the strength of a fourth-rank demon at birth. While Dichi was still in shock, another war between the purple and red tree factions had begun. Chapter 235, The World of the Ancient Tree. This was a brutal battle. There were no words, only the angry syllables of instinct. Both sides, who had just been born, did not have much intelligence. They were entangled and fighting like wild beasts because they had an instinct called survival. When the battle reached a certain level, both sides began to calm down and reproduce. They knew that the other party was a tough nut to crack and would cause great casualties, so they instinctively stopped invading the other party's territory. It was just like how lions would not hunt for bison unless they had no other choice. They each went to bully other plants without intelligence. Interesting, this is too interesting. Dichi was full of admiration as he sat by and watched the fire. The birth of the ancient tree of life was not only because I fused the body of the ancestor of sorcery into it. I once threw in the creation wood, god-slaying saber, thunder hammer, lightning whip, and other powerful creatures. The ancient life tree was so huge that it had broken through the limit of its size because it had absorbed the spiral structure of the creation wood's small vines, allowing it to grow infinitely. Its fruits are just like the Deo fruits of the creation wood. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he naturally had to figure out the others and secretly obtain their bodies. Now, he also took the opportunity to throw them in. He wanted to see if he could find a similar powerful creature. At this very moment, there were 3 ancient trees of life that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. With the tree sprites protecting them, they were the overlords of this planet after losing their natural enemies. They were constantly growing taller and expanding their crowns in order to absorb more sunlight. As for the giant purple and red trees, if they couldn't transform into the ancient life tree or ancient war tree, they could only sink into the darkness and be covered by the shade. Their living space was rapidly squeezed and their numbers were rapidly decreasing. Gradually, a large number of plants that had survived the mass extinction transformed into ancient trees. And NBSP, at this time, more than 5,000 giant war trees were constantly moving on the ground, causing the earth to rumble. There were also 11 ancient trees of life that were extremely magnificent. They were of different colors and forms: black, red, blue, white, and even the spirits that they gave birth to were different. They were vast and boundless, covering the entire land, and their crowns covered the entire sky of planet Aquamarine. From a distance, it looked like a huge ball with colorful circular mushrooms growing on it. It was quite charming. It's too big. It's like a pillar that supports the heavens in the primordial world, or 11 giant umbrellas that hold up the sky of the entire planet. The tree's crown had already reached the top of the atmosphere, reaching the limit of this world's height. If I didn't go any further, it would be a vacuum environment without any air. I had no doubt that it would continue to grow. I even feel that if I remove my protective Tao technique, perhaps the crown alone can block the impact of the small meteorites and stars in space. Of course, that was just a saying. The most important use of a protective Tao technique was to protect the air on the planet from leaking out. Perhaps, this is the true blue sky. Dichi silently sensed the outside world. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a blue sky. The swaying green leaves are like beautiful clouds. It would be great if Siyun was here. This planet was a fantasy and magnificent planet of life. Even the ocean was shrouded in the shade of huge trees. The whole land was left with only the sunlight shining through the trees, which was very beautiful. The water source has been drained by these plants, and I've been forced to look for a lot of water over the past few days. However, only 30% of the surface area is left with seawater, and it can no longer be called planet aquamarine. Dichi shook his head. The plan could not keep up with the changes. However, he soon discovered that after the 11 ancient life trees covered the sky and absorbed the power of the stars, they were like a huge protective umbrella. The toxic radiation began to weaken completely, and animals began to appear. On the ground, there was no star power. The purple and red plants that had absorbed the star power had either gone extinct or degenerated into ordinary plants that only needed sunlight. They were struggling to survive with the sparse sunlight that leaked through the shade of the trees. This is an ancient mythological era. Before the appearance of animals, there was a war between the giant trees. The violet tree and the redwood tree factions that relied on absorbing the power of the stars went extinct, leaving behind only over 5,000 ancient war trees and 11 ancient life trees that monopolized the entire power of the stars. This era can be called the War of the Tree World. The history of this planet's evolution had completely begun at this time. Even though most of it had been isolated and there was still a weak amount of radiation, it was gradually enough for animals to reproduce. The biological explosion had begun. One by one, land and sea animals began to appear. Some lizard-like life forms had inherited the life force of the wizard ancestor and were extremely tenacious. They absorbed the genes of the thunder hammer and soared in the sky under the ancient tree of life, but they could still let out terrifying roars. All kinds of strange animals appeared, which was amazing. After more than 100 years, the terrifying speed of the land's evolution gradually slowed down, returning to the speed of the primordial world. As expected, according to the words of the Lord Deist, the creation era began to stop after 200 to 300 years. The miracles of life disappeared, and then all the living creatures in the world gradually gained wisdom. I also gained wisdom after that. Although Dichi didn't know that living beings couldn't think under the effect of 10,000 times the normal speed, he could guess it through observation. Next, these beast-like fairies and ancient trees began to develop their own civilization and intelligence. Dichi observed indifferently, however, I don't know why, but there are always female demons. Without men, they can't reproduce with each other and can only rely on the ancient life tree to reproduce. What a strange life form! Very quickly, 2 major tree tribe civilizations appeared on the trees. They gradually began to communicate with each other. The 9 ancient trees of life had even begun to rope in the major ancient trees of war, turning from enemies to friends. They each established their own camps and seemed to be about to start fighting among themselves. The birth of wisdom would lead to the birth of killing beyond the instinct of living things. At that moment, Suji raised his eyebrows. After reading about what had happened to Daiki over the past few days, he found it rather bizarre. However, we should let the player Mumu doesn't speak in. After all, he has already arrived at the world passage and is waiting for us. It can't be a lie that he said he would send him to outer space to meet Dichi. Suji muttered to himself. This strange plant was leading its group and was very excited. It shouted at the players beside it, "Brothers, I'm going to the other world. Don't think about my feet." With that, he led his group and strode into the world passageway. It was pitch black all of a sudden. As he walked in the darkness, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I wonder how long we'll have to walk?" Suji's eyes widened. On the planet on that side, using the gene bank to control spores to reproduce into a player population, and then transmitting consciousness to the body on that side, is that really possible? A mechanical voice came from the insectoid. When players log in now, only a part of their soul and consciousness will be transmitted by me to control the body of a hive to become stronger. A part of their soul and consciousness is not material and can be transformed into some kind of information data. I can act as a network and allow them to communicate across dimensions, allowing them to be transmitted over remotely. The intelligent sub-brain spoke again. However, there can only be one king in a tribe. After his death, what he used to control was just an ordinary species that had just reproduced from the genetic bank. He does not have the king's power to control the tribe. There were gains and losses, so there was no other way. After all, with the king's body here, he could only create an ordinary body over there and secretly swap it for the crown prince. However, that would mean that there would not be a group of creatures that could reproduce by themselves going to the other world. Without a king leading a group of people or an individual player, they basically had no advantage. They might cause a ruckus. They won't have any cannon fodder or underlings. After all, the possibility of death is too high once they enter. This was especially so for slimes, De Shui Gaoshu, and the others who relied on the stacking of their races to gain an advantage. Once they went over, they would basically be dead. A slime or a vine would die at any time. Su Ji was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. If that's the case, I can come up with a new way to compensate for it. When the power of the group is gone, we can walk the path of our own individuals. As long as we build an altar of heroes and protect our base camp, we can be resurrected infinitely. However, after we die, all our cultivation will return to zero, and we'll have to start cultivating again. After all, it was just a temporary body. If it died, there was nothing wrong with creating another temporary body for him. Su Ji's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This way, I can harvest energy infinitely, and they can cultivate without limit. They will be killed, then cultivate again, and then killed again. Take a celestial emperor as an example. After he dies, I can only obtain the energy of one celestial emperor, but he will continue to cultivate and become celestial emperor again. When he dies again, I will be able to obtain lot of the energy of the celestial emperor. Furthermore, they're good at making themselves bald and cultivating. The Zerg subbrain was speechless. Is this how you compensate me? Was this compensation? Its simple mind couldn't understand. Wasn't this a plot? The intelligent subbrain could not help but say in a mechanical voice, in order to design this spore evolution game, I've seen some of the online games in this world. After the player dies, they will only lose a level, but not return to zero. Using a heavenly emperor as an example, it's like going from the maximum level of 100 to instantly return to level 0. This is the real world, not an online game. If you die, you're really dead. The dead can't be resurrected, so you can only let him change to a body of the same race. Start over. Su Ji was speechless. He felt that the intelligence of the intelligent subbrain was indeed low. This was a pretty good idea. He could just treat it as a world rule unique to that world. In the past, his race would not have the power of a group, and he would only be left with his own body. However, he could be resurrected. Of course, the altar of heroes also required a large amount of energy to provide a single resurrection. After all, although the spores did not consume much energy to reproduce a body, Su Ji still needed it. Without energy, resurrection is forbidden. One must know that Daiki's side was exploring outer space. As the bridgehead of a planet, they were in great need of cannon fodder experts as they were traveling in spaceships and collecting various resources. This group of people was very suitable. As for the headache, Dichi, the mastermind behind the scenes, should worry about it. Su Ji felt that it had nothing to do with him anyway. A large amount of energy could be recycled for free. He simply gave his idea a like. It should be known that the energy of ordinary life was extremely scarce. Only the life of the strong could provide a huge amount of energy. As for how the strong could produce it, perhaps this was the best way to produce it. At this time, in the world of the ancient tree, birds sang and flowers bloomed. In the sky, the vast blue sky shone down with specks of sunlight, creating a beautiful scene. In an unknown corner of the tree, a spore gradually multiplied and turned into a small tree. One of the players slowly opened his eyes. How did I end up here in the blink of an eye? Did I pass through the world passage? Chapter 236, Hardcore Sprite. Wasn't I in the world tunnel? How did I arrive at my destination in the blink of an eye? He widened his eyes and felt that someone might have taken away some of his time. But it had indeed appeared here. A message came into his ears. Warning, please fully integrate your identity as a native of this world. Any information that is not of this world will be erased. It's so beautiful. This is the primordial world? Mumu didn't say anything but started to exclaim in admiration as she looked at the green surroundings. However, when it looked up, it saw a terrifying scene. The sky was covered with green leaves, like a green curtain. The sun shone through the semi-transparent green leaves and sprinkled on the ground. It was beautiful, like a fairy tale. The sky made of leaves is full of sunlight. It's an unbelievable rule. This is an alternate world. A whole new world, it's so wonderful, a world in the sky. Moo roared, overjoyed. He was intoxicated. He wasn't trying to be a king. As a chef who liked to travel and enjoy the scenery, he was sighing at the beautiful scenery of this foreign world. As expected of the universe. Every world had its own unique laws. The Magus world's sky looked the most ordinary, while the primordial world's sky had the ancient gods of the sun and moon, and the gods toured the sky. And here, it was simply made up of a single leaf. He suddenly had an urgent feeling to go out and brag to the netizens. He told himself that his heart was in turmoil and that he was ecstatic, but he suppressed it. He clearly understood that one day in the mortal world was equivalent to 100 years in the sky. Once he went out, the entire race might be wiped out in an instant. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to find all kinds of delicious food here and bring the unique dishes of our Huaxia to the other world. Let them understand the profoundness of dishes. Creatures from the other world, I'm looking forward to your meat. As he thought about it, he turned his head to look at the group of people that had followed him. There was nothing left. A cool breeze blew past. Prompt, the rules of this world are unique. An altar of heroes can be built to revive itself. A strange architectural blueprint gradually appeared in his mind, causing him to be confused. Hero altar? This was. Isn't it the resurrection point? Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly on the spot and stomped on the ground. I like the rules of this world. This is the real online game. This hardcore game has suddenly given out a benefit and a resurrection point. It's simply too awesome. He wanted to build a resurrection point on the spot, but as he read on, his face froze. After resurrection, my level will return to 0? And it requires a large amount of energy. The higher the level when it was alive, the more energy it needs. His face stiffened. This spore evolution game was really hardcore, making people love and hate it. The racial characteristics of this world had been removed, and it had become individual power with resurrection points. This had both advantages and disadvantages for the players. Those players who needed the power of the group were a fatal flaw. But for him, what was the use of the group? Bringing a group of cooking trees to a dinner party for the enemy? Resurrection was the most powerful. However, the initial stage was really difficult. This is a brand new world among the myriad of worlds. I was the first to arrive, so I had to explore it. No one could help me. Find a way to hide and collect enough energy for one resurrection. He looked at the towering ancient trees around him. This was an unknown, lush, and primitive environment. He immediately dug a hole along the tree hole. Don't underestimate me as a chef. As an Ash-level player of Minecraft, I must cut the tree on the first day. After that, we'll start building houses and leave a resurrection point. He began his journey in the other world as a chef. This Moo didn't say anything and pushed himself to the limit. He dug frantically and even began to hollow out the trees. He hid in a small hole and used it as a watchtower to constantly observe the outside world. Know your enemy and know your friend, and you will never be defeated. A few days later, after checking that there was no dangerous environment outside, they began to secretly attack some small animals and made a small altar out of their flesh and blood. Only then did they feel slightly relieved. I'm an ordinary creature without a rank, so I don't need much energy to resurrect. I've been busy for more than 10 days, and I finally have enough energy for one round. Hwalala. He was hunting small animals that looked like hares. Suddenly, a huge black lizard with wings made of flesh and blood similar to that of the wizard ancestor spread its wings and flew in the sky. It let out a huge roar and emitted a powerful pressure as it soared under the green sky. Oh my god! Moo didn't say anything. She lifted the small animal's corpse and looked up in shock. What a big black dragon! Boom! 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 A few days later, he found an ancient war tree, and he passed by it while stepping on its rough body. Dragons and moving ancient trees are all terrifying transcendent life forms. One day, I'll have a taste of your taste. He began to shiver. There was a grey animal skin bag hanging on the branch, so he could only bend down and secretly cross the forest. He kept digging holes and slept in the open at night, moving toward the trunk of the huge leaf in the sky. What a wonderful Western fantasy world! I want to see what the giant miracle tree that uses its leaves to create the sky is. He spent another 10 days. From afar, he saw a huge tree that covered the sky. At the roots of the tree, there was a group of beautiful elves. They were wearing green clothes and grass skirts. They were living and hunting. I've finally met a living person, and it's actually a pretty and cute elf big sister. He was so excited that he put down his luggage and began to dig a hole to observe from a distance. This is the life I want. I want to travel in search of delicious food, to be a chef who travels the world, to witness the local customs and various great extraordinary lives. After spending a few more days, he sneaked a glance at a cute little elf girl in a grass skirt. He felt that she was super cute, innocent, and especially liked to play alone in the nearby forest. She even jumped and jumped when she walked, and was very easy to deceive. It's her. This little elf girl was so cute and innocent that she was very gullible. As an otaku, I'm good at developing love games. It's not difficult for me to secretly capture the heart of an innocent little sister. To capture a girl's heart, I must first capture her stomach. Besides, I'm a super chef, an invincible foodie. Hwalala. On this day, he secretly roasted a small animal until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He waited silently on the path that the little elf girl had to take. Ta ta ta! It smells so good! The little elf mumbled to herself in a complex elven language. She sniffed the fragrance and looked around. It's delicious! Little sister, do you want to have a bite? He tried to communicate with her, but they couldn't speak the same language. He could only cooperate with his actions and hand her a piece. Little Ant took a bite and looked at him with a face full of desire. This strange little treant seemed a little wretched. It's useful. Moo Moo was overjoyed. She quickly tore off pieces of her footskin and gave them to her. Little girl, try something more delicious. Let's see if it's good enough. The little girl took it and ate it with an innocent face. Woo. In an instant, she choked on the food, and her tears flowed wildly. She raised her head and cried. She felt that it was too spicy, and her clear eyes cried madly. However, after eating it, she felt that it had a strange taste and had an endless aftertaste. The little girl had never eaten such food before. The elves seemed to have a natural liking for this plant seasoning. Soon, they looked at him longingly, blinking their eyes. Ha ha ha, come and taste the stinky tofu flavor that I've painstakingly brewed. He immediately became proud. As a chef, the happiest thing was to receive affirmation from customers. After a while, when they were almost done eating, Mew Mew gave her all the 7 flavors of seasonings he had on his body. Little Aunt Liang's eyes were bright, as if she had not had enough. She still looked at him innocently, as if waiting for more food. Moo Moo rubbed her hands and looked at the little girl. She felt that she had successfully captured the little girl's heart and was about to say something. The next second. Plop! He was quickly beaten to death. The little girl dropped the stick and dismembered him with a happy expression. As if she was eating snacks, she tore off a tree arm, chewed on it, and ran away. She spoke in a foreign language that she could not understand at all. Sister, sister! There's good food here. Moo Moo was speechless. The little loli grabbed his feet and swung him like a kite on a withered tree branch. The intense pain and dizziness filled his mind, but he instinctively gave a professional chef's evaluation of his customer. She ate 7 flavors, and she liked to eat arms as soon as she came. So she likes garlic flavor. This elf's taste is quite strong. Chapter 237, A Chef Must Also Work Hard. And then he died. When he came back to his senses, he had already reappeared in the hero altar. Fortunately, I spent half a month and obtained a lot of energy to resurrect. I don't believe that I can't defeat this elf Lady Liang. In the following half a year. In order to prove his cooking skills, he kept collecting resurrection energy and seduced the little loli with all his heart. He kept studying the delicious ingredients of this foreign world, waiting for her to pass by and using all kinds of tricks. And then, he had experienced more than 30 fancy deaths. However, he gradually began to be able to communicate with the little girl, gain her trust, and try to learn their language. The little girl also began to stop killing him, often coming to find food and play with him. From there, he learned the elven language and understood the civilization of this world. This little ant was called Xylan, and she lived in the ancient tree of life called the Ancient Tree of Night. Tree elves like them liked to appear at night. Elves had long lifespans, just like trees. They would only become adults in their 80s, and they had a lifespan of more than 300 years. She was still a minor and was only in her 50s. Tree elves like them were few in number and their reproductive abilities were low. Each of their clansmen was extremely precious and they could only rely on the fruits of the ancient tree of life to reproduce. And NBSP, moreover, this western ancient tree world had the towering miracle tree of life, the powerful ancient tree of war, the giant dragon, the deep-sea nine-headed snake, and all sorts of terrifying giant beasts. The customs of the other world are really simple. I've died more than 30 times, and my strategy score is finally almost full. One day, after playing with the little girl, he returned to his residence. According to the information on the power system obtained from the internet, the power system in this world is very high. Adult sprites possess the standard of a 4th-rank spirit beast, as if they are a natural demon. He returned to his room and began to prepare the ingredients for Celine's next meal. However, a group of beautiful adult elves suddenly rushed in. This is where the strange ancient tree is located. I've finally found it. She seduced our Xylan in secret. Furthermore, she seems to have the ability to resurrect continuously. She's also very delicious. Yes, this creature seems to be able to cook delicious food. Xylan once secretly brought it back, and I've tried it once. It's countless times more delicious than the meat we cook with fire. Kakat. He was quickly locked up, and a group of night elf ladies surrounded her and sized her up. He lay on the bed and looked at the group of beautiful elves with exquisite faces. For some reason, he felt a little happy. Sisters, please be gentle, I'm afraid of pain, he laughed, but his smile gradually became perverted. This was because the group of young ladies had picked up knives and began to dissect him. Heavens! Who can save me? After half a month, he suddenly stabilized and was released. He began to become a member of the elf tribe and received very high treatment. He became the ancient wood chef of the night elf tribe and conquered the entire tribe with food, cooking for them. Furthermore, he didn't need to prepare the altar's energy himself. The powerful elves had already prepared countless resurrection energy for him. Whoosh! The flames evaporated into smoke, and a delicious aroma floated into the air. At this moment, in the tribe of hundreds of elves, there was a feast of food, a bonfire, and dinner. A strangely shaped little treant was cooking food for them. The cute young ladies around them were all looking forward to it. Their eyes were burning, and some even swallowed their saliva. All right, this is the cake that I've made using tree starch and plants that are similar to yeast. You'll definitely be fascinated by its delicious taste. Also, today's main course is roast meat and roast fish. His expression became calm. Amazing! The surrounding people immediately cheered and jumped for joy. A group of young ladies quickly took a wooden bowl and put the food in it. They quickly swarmed forward and dismembered Mumu. The arm is mine. Hair, I want hair. I want his feet. Although the smell is so spicy that I'm tearing up, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm addicted. Shualala. A group of elves swarmed forward, and after he finished cooking, he was quickly torn into pieces and smeared on his food as if it had become a sacred ritual. Delicious. The spicy flavor is the best. Nonsense, it's obviously garlic. It's too delicious. Some people liked spicy food, some liked garlic, and there were all kinds of flavors. Not far away, a new tree of 7 wonders slowly walked out of the hero altar. Looking at the elven crowd cheering for him, the tree of 7 wonders would sacrifice itself to the dish every day. The little girl Xylan was holding a piece of cake, which was covered with sauce. Her red lips were covered with sauce, making her look innocent and cute. She walked over with an apologetic face and said, I didn't expect my sisters to follow me. I wanted to eat you all by myself. Are we still friends? Mumu laughed awkwardly and touched the little girl's head. It's okay. It's not your fault. Xylan was excited and her eyes were filled with hope. Then can I be the first to eat you? Mumu was speechless. Yes, I can. Mumu replied. She quickly adapted to the life of being eaten. He suddenly felt that such a day was very happy. He had a group of pure and beautiful elven ladies accompanying him every day. They affirmed his food, and he only needed to study food and cooking. They would prepare all kinds of ingredients for him and then look at him eagerly. That kind of feeling of being needed was even more satisfying than when he was a chef in a special venue. I've always been a chef who pursues good food. It doesn't matter if I become stronger. Becoming a member of this tribe and constantly researching good food is a very happy thing. He gradually let go of the thought of becoming stronger. 2 years had passed. His cooking skills were getting better and better, and he would occasionally feed the ancient war trees. The Night Elf tribe was the weakest of the 11 ancient trees. They only had 300 elves and 17 ancient war trees. The strongest Feather Elf tribe had more than 1,100 elves and 70 ancient war trees. They even enslaved a green dragon. It had been peaceful before. The stronger elf tribes were far away from them, and the neighboring elf tribes were not much stronger than them, although they were strong. However, with the unique food of the night elves, its reputation gradually spread and attracted a lot of attention. What are they eating? What an alluring aroma! If I can eat it, then. Food and lust were the instinctive pursuits of all living creatures. Some people could even pay a lot of prices for food, including war. The wind elf next door began to hate the simple and bland food, which was difficult to swallow. Plunder them. A small-scale war broke out. There were casualties in the tribe. The elf ladies who usually chatted amicably were brought back and gradually died in front of their eyes with serious injuries. As a chef, Moo began to treat their wounds. Chili and garlic could kill bacteria and do simple wound treatment. The ancient war trees and more than 10 clansmen of Sister Mizia have all been captured. After 3 days, a piece of news came, and panic began to spread in the elf tribe. Mizia was the mature older sister who was very dignified among them. She was also a close older sister that Moo often chatted with. What will happen to them? Moo's voice trembled. They were killed under the ancient tree of life and became the nutrients for the next generation of wind elves. The ancient tree of war had already defected to the enemy and became their ancient tree cluster. We treat them the same way. The ancient war trees were equivalent to mercenaries. They would follow the tribe that provided them with food and domesticated them. Most of the time, they would not die and would wander between the major elf tribes. Why don't you hand me over? Moo's eyes widened. It was the first time she had seen true death. It was a living intelligent life, with its voice and appearance. A few days ago, it was still laughing and talking. In reality, he was just a chef. Although he had killed chickens, ducks, fish, and pigs before and would not be soft-hearted, those were living people. For the first time, he realized the cruelty of life. This was not a game. This was a living alternate world, a real second life. How can we hand you over? You're the treasure of our tribe. You can make weapons, heal people, and provide delicious food. Without you, we can go back to our simple lives. Without delicious food, we're no different from dead. The elves around them shook their heads. Furthermore, there will be wars every once in a while. You're just the cause of the wars. After saying that, they picked up iron spears, iron bows, and arrows. They also brought the ancient war trees and started the war. You helped us develop our civilization. These weapons are of great help to us. They are stronger than us, but they may not be able to defeat us. Another piece of news came from the front line. Another ancient war tree had been captured. Moreover, misfortunes never come alone. It was said that the wind elves next door began to feel the pressure and chose to join forces with the water elves to completely eradicate the night elves. They wanted to obtain the secret of the night elves' iron weapons and how they made food delicious. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Just hand me over. In the room, Moo was trembling. Although he had a vicious mouth and was full of obscenities, as a chef, he had some achievements in the evolution of species. He knew nothing about other things such as war, cultivation, and becoming stronger. It's no use. The elf beside him suddenly spoke and walked out. This is a war. There's no reason. Moo was silent for a moment. She could only cook for the elves in the tribe, but she couldn't do anything, even though she had long treated the 300 elves as her family. He stood on the treehouse and looked down at the elf tribe below. They were in danger, and he suddenly fell silent. He silently went offline and decided that he could only go out and ask for help. In fact, if he wanted to get rid of this slave life and not cook for this tribe, he could have gone out and asked for help a long time ago, but he quite liked this kind of life. He had no choice but to seek help from the internet outside. Back then, Alchemy Emperor had also asked for help in the same way, but he had the capital to resist, so everyone could help him. But what about him? It was the weakest delicious plant with extremely weak combat power. How could a chef participate in a war between high elves with an average combat power of tier 4? This was almost impossible, but he still hoped that the omnipotent netizens could help him think of a way. Soon, a post was posted. Post asking for help from another world. How can a chef solve the crisis of the extermination of an elf tribe? Reward of 50,000 sand coins. Chapter 238, Becoming Stronger. In the wizard community, the officials later used meditation coins as a substitute for currency, but the players were still used to calling it sand coins. The entire forum was in an uproar. The cute girl begged, 50,000 sand coins. You stinky chef, you've been running a restaurant in our world of the evolutionary sandbox for so long, and how much of our people's hard-earned money have you exploited? Shocked. It's the hard-earned money of countless final chickens. How could this not make money? Previously, it sold us 200 sand coins when it had no seasoning and was wrapped in plant juice. Now that it has evolved into a seasoning species, it can be sold for 500 sand coins with just a little seasoning. This kind of black-hearted peddler has even achieved great things. Heartbroken. Countless people were angry. This 50,000 yuan was definitely a rich man. Even those who meditated and moved bricks in the wizard community were not that rich. This man was too black-hearted. Wait, you said the elf tribe. What's going on? Someone suddenly said. Moo didn't speak. Cough, cough, cough. I'm a chef. I've entered a new world and was hired by a night elf tribe with a high salary. The treatment is very good. As a result, there has been a war between the elf tribes recently, and our tribe is on the verge of extinction. The ancient trees of war have fallen one by one, and the ancient tree of life is also in danger. I would like to ask everyone if I can be a chef and think of a way to help an elf tribe. Following that, he explained the information to everyone. The structure of the living world inside was shocking to everyone. Was this another brand new world? Furthermore, the population could not survive there, but could they build an altar of heroes? The crowd was in a heated discussion. Big Sister Elf. It's so beautiful. A group of people looked at the screenshots. They were like goddesses in the dimensional wall. They were beautiful and more perfect than any celebrity in real life. They were like soul-stirring treasures, perfect and flawless. Everyone was instantly filled with jealousy. This chef was actually surrounded by a group of beautiful girls in the middle of a flower field. It was simply the envy of others. Which of the other species didn't end up in a miserable state the moment they entered? Slime, creation wood, thunder hammer. It was normal for everyone to be miserable. After all, everyone was a potential species with great potential. However, once they entered, they were extremely weak. Before they could even develop, they would be treated as treasures and fought for. It was inevitable that they would be enslaved. But this person? The moment he entered, he didn't suffer any pain and reached the peak of his life. He was even hired by the elf tribe as a chef. Kill this heretic. Countless people were heartbroken. Moo didn't speak. Big bosses, please spare me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Do you have the heart to let such young ladies die? Trembling. Menmei was idle and slept inside. She often came out to wander around, and now she came out to join in the fun. The cute girl evolved into a dragon. I don't believe it. It would make sense if it was another world, but you're the only one in this world. There's no tribe with seasonings, so where do you get the seasonings for them? You're the only seasoning. Moo stiffened, her face as bitter as a bitter gourd. It seemed that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she could only release a screenshot. Shua. It was a group of happy young ladies tearing apart a strangely shaped tree and pouring it on their delicious meat. Everyone was speechless. It's hard not to tear it down, we were too much, admit our mistakes. Ha 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 ha. My stomach is hurting so much, why do you want to kill me? You're the disadvantage of not bringing a group. You can't reproduce, so you can only serve the food yourself. After cooking, you have to jump on it and be the seasoning. It turns out that you've also been treated as a treasure. You've been kept in captivity and sacrificed yourself for the little sister to eat. You've sacrificed your life. It's clear how deep your love is, funny. Everyone's faces were red with excitement. You deserve this, you black market merchant. However, after a while, he thought of the important matter. Beauty is justice. Those young ladies who lived by Mumu's side had been laughing and talking with her for so long, how could he let them die? However, just like what was said, he was a chef of a tribe, a seasoning species. He was physically weak and had no potential at all. How could he intervene in the war between those fourth-rank elves? A clever housewife cannot cook without rice. I can't think of a way. You're thinking so much, you weakling, there's nothing you can do. If you can't even fight back when you're torn into seasoning, how are you going to help them defeat their strong enemy? Obediently endure and flee. Before you run, roar, the river flows 30 years east and 30 years west, don't bully a young man just because he's poor. Impossible. We are players, how can we not have a way? What about Menmei, do you have a way? The cute girl evolved into a dragon and said, ah. I have no clue either. Maybe those red-named players have it, but they've been in closed-door training recently and I can't contact them at all, spread hands. Everyone was discussing and was at their wits' end. This was the first time a foreign world had called for help. They had encountered difficulties that they couldn't solve. You're just a rotten wood seasoning. How can you change the situation in a short time? You're not even a stage 1 creature. Even if you start from the beginning, you'll need time. Now, a great disaster was imminent. Ahem, the racer of Mount Harana said, perhaps I have an idea. Another well-known player appeared. Everyone was shocked. This big shot had been recuperating ever since he came out of the sorcerer world, adjusting the time difference and rarely appearing on the internet. There was no need to explain how powerful this big shot was. He drove extremely fast and was extremely cunning. He had previously killed a few red-named players by himself, set up a trap to kill them, and turned the tables around on Thulhu's evil god. He even had a backup plan to scare his little brain off the mountain after his death. That was how Xiao Neohua came down the mountain and spent his last days with Linda. The lovers finally got married. The scene at that time was still vivid in his mind. Calculation without exception, does seeing. Perhaps he really has a way. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. This big shot's intelligence was extremely high, and his schemes were terrifying. He might really have some kind of plan. Mumu didn't speak but was very excited. Big brother, you're amazing. What can you do? Mumu thanks you on behalf of all the elf ladies. The racer of Mount Harana coughed. Don't act cute in front of me. I heard that someone opened a barbecue shop while I was not in the sandbox and killed hundreds or thousands of final chickens. He kept barbecuing them and even advertised that it was the god of creation's favorite food, saying that he could eat it if he turned his head around. Is he trying to make a profit? Everyone's expression turned strange. It's over. The car on Mount Harana is so fast, and it's so vengeful. Chef Mew Mew made a fortune with the final chicken. Now, they're here. This is the moment they've been waiting for. Mumu didn't say anything and looked bitter. She knew what the big boss said. Whatever he wanted her to do, she had to accept it. After all, she had a favor to ask of him. Mumu didn't speak. Big brother, I was wrong, trembling, kowtowing, ... The racer of Mount Harana, don't worry. Don't you guys know my character? I'm a magnanimous person, so I won't haggle with you or ask you for any compensation. I'll give you an idea for free that can instantly turn the tide of the battle. Everyone was stunned. The person behind the computer was the real person? The racer of Mount Harana coughed. I've been resting for so long. I've already gone through an ancient world, so I've had enough rest. I'm very interested in this world of ancient trees, and I'm finally back. From today onwards, I'll be entering the sandbox again to derive a new species that belongs to me. Please take care of me. As for this matter, I'll write an evaluation plan of ancient tree world as a way to show my return. Give me 10 minutes. Everyone's expression instantly became clear. This big shot had rested for so long, and now he had finally announced the return of the king? Reviews. This was the habit of the racer of Mount Harana. This big boss loved to write reviews. The first public beta review was written by him, which introduced the strategy for the Spore Evolution sandbox to everyone. Later, he wrote a hot comment, "Our world is the universe. It revealed the truth of the sorcerer world and the identity of the giant sitting on the chair in the courtyard eating fruit. He was the legendary creator god, the only existence that transcended dimensions, time and space, and cause and effect. After disappearing for so long, everyone honestly missed the days of the evaluation. Moo did not speak. Wait. Big brother, the time outside is not right. Many days have passed inside, and there is a war going on inside. The situation is probably getting worse. They might have already reached the vicinity of the tribe of the ancient tree of night. The racer of Mount Harana said, "Don't worry. You don't have much time to begin with. Since I said I have a plan, I'm sure I don't care about the time. I'll let you turn the tables in an instant, and the success rate of my plan will be 80%. You'll instantly possess at least tier 5 strength, and you'll become an elf hero. You'll be resurrected on the hero altar, and you'll enter the battlefield to lead the night elves to turn the tables." What? Let this chef become the hero of the elf race? Was this a joke? Everyone was so shocked that they were in disbelief. One had to know that this black-hearted little chef was not even an ordinary life form at level 1. How could he reach level 5 in an instant? This was impossible. It was too illogical. Moreover, Moo did not speak. She was not like them, the experienced players who had been through a world and had cultivation experience. They could not cultivate to a very high level in a short time. Even if it was an experienced player, it was impossible to start from zero and break through to tier 5 in just a few days. That was impossible. Furthermore, this world did not have a cultivation system, so he could not become stronger. Even the elves were born at the 4th rank. If he did not advance, how could he advance to the 5th rank? However, the person who spoke was the racer of Mount Harana. This big shot had previously faced the Thulhu evil god who could not be defeated. At that time, everyone had been in despair. Ermin, Medusa, Circe. He still used all kinds of incredible ways to lobby Medusa and reach an agreement, using her as an ally to form an alliance. He then created a divine method through crowdfunding and defeated the evil god of Thulhu. But this time, seeing from the wondrous divination sect didn't enter that world at all? This is too exaggerated. He can find a way just by listening in from outside. I, Zhuge Kongming, can't think of what he's going to do even if I'm still alive. He's going to make a newbie player, a seasoning, instantly reach tier 5, become an elf hero, and save the tribe. The crowd was in a heated discussion as they waited. Their faces were full of anticipation. They wanted to see what the big boss was going to do to turn the tide of the situation around. That was simply too high. After about 8 minutes, a post was posted. New World Review, Mew Mew's Counter-Attack Plan, you can become stronger in female clothes. Hello, everyone. I'm the racer of Mount Harana. It's been a long time since we last met. Don't doubt me, my car is still as fast as ever. I just saw a post on the internet that caused a huge sensation in the forum and became a hot topic. A new unknown world had been opened. It was full of ancient trees, and many players called it the world of ancient trees. I've also briefly looked at the description. It's a very wonderful new world, and many things are still unknown. So, I'm going to ride on the wave of popularity now. According to my personal opinion, I'll write my review of the new world and my imagination for the future. Everyone, please follow me. Chapter 239, A Shocking and Brilliant Scheme. When everyone saw this familiar style and broken sentences, they immediately confirmed that this was the real person, because his personality and characteristics were clear. The review post was as detailed as ever. It introduced a lot of content to everyone. No wonder it took 10 minutes. I've been doing reviews since the game's first closed beta. I'm considered one of the oldest founding members. I took a long break in between, and when I came back, I realized that I'm already in the 5th beta. Tomorrow morning, the latest batch of 5th beta newbies will come in. I'll come in tomorrow and start from scratch with the newbies to evolve a new species. You'll see me tomorrow. We're comrades again. Alright, I'll end my personal matters here. I've had a lot of thoughts, so let's talk about serious matters. Although I did not participate in the last primordial world, I have been paying attention to it. I would occasionally appear. Everyone has seen my figure. In reality, the primordial world was a strange world that could not be measured with common sense. If we had never been to the primordial world, would we have thought that the sun and moon of a world would have such a structure? I have to say, the scariness of the universe is indeed colorful, so I still blow it up. Those who didn't understand would think that this was just a game, but those who understood would understand that this was a second life in the truest sense. No matter how many secrets there were, they would have to figure them out themselves. In his opinion, the rules of the third world, the world of the ancient tree, were also very special. We were going to help Moo doesn't speak turn the tide of the war with a weak chef. First of all, we needed to understand the characteristics of that world. After hearing the description, I noticed two things that were worth paying attention to. First, the hero altar. Under the rules of that world, the players who died were not dead, but could be reborn. This was very novel and very feasible. The second point was the 11 miraculous ancient life trees. I observed the life structure of elves and ancient trees. According to Moo's explanation, it should be similar to the breeding of demons in the ancient world. The internal space of those fruits accumulated energy, causing the seeds in the fruits to develop intelligence. So, the question was, where did the energy come from? When plants and animals become demons and gain intelligence, they need incomparably dense and massive energy. I thought about it for a moment. The 11 ancient life trees have a very special form. They cover the sky and the sun as if they have intentionally evolved to form a huge canopy to compete with each other for the sky territory. They cover the entire sky and form such a strange scene of leaves in the sky. The ancient life tree had already proven that the energy of this world came from the sky. The 11 ancient life trees had monopolized most of the energy in this world. They had even divided a portion of the energy to construct their own defense system. They had condensed the energy in the fruits to produce demons and formed their own tree guards. This was the origin of the elves. Then, he analyzed the miracle ancient tree of life. Why did it only produce women? No man? From an evolutionary point of view, it was correct to only have one gender. It's because the ancient tree of life doesn't allow the elves to reproduce by themselves. If they don't rely on the ancient tree to give birth to themselves, they'll be out of control. Everyone felt that this wave of analysis was very reasonable. In that case, the secret of this world is definitely not limited to this. There must be some kind of extremely terrifying high-energy environment at the top of the sky. It is endless and is likely to be the source of cultivation for this world. After all, the cultivation system of every world in the universe was different. The Magus world cultivated one's own spiritual force without the help of external objects. The primordial world absorbed the Joss flames of living beings and the soul aura they emitted. Little by little, they would form an ocean for cultivation. What about the ancient wood world? What was the scene beyond the sky covered by the leaves of the ancient tree? Was it providing an endless supply of eternal energy? Sun and moon? Or the gods? An energy pool? Some kind of energy life form? Or something even more terrifying? This was enough to make people yearn for it. This was also the reason why I wanted to explore it. To be honest, I had already left behind low-level interests and no goal of conquering the world. As a wizard, I only wanted to pursue the truth, travel around the world, absorb their civilization, and constantly make myself knowledgeable. Now that I've recovered, I'm very interested in this ancient tree world. I want to enter and see the truth of that world. As expected of the great star of the Flawless Plan sect. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat as they listened to the analysis posts. From the introduction of Moo Doesn't Speak, this big shot was able to analyze a lot of information. Even the ancient life tree had become transparent in his eyes. Suji's expression was a little strange as well. The racer of Mount Harana is still as ferocious as ever since he left the sorcerer world. As soon as he came up to analyze the structure of the world, he guessed that the sky covered by the trees must be the source of energy for this world. However, no matter how powerful his analysis ability is, he can't guess that the sky outside the leaves of the ancient tree world is space, the vast universe of stars. However, at this moment, the forum was still as lively as ever. Everyone looked at the next message from the racer of Mount Harana. Alright, out of the personal habits of the Magus world, I started off by analyzing the structure of this world's ancient tree and the power system. To solve a difficult problem and turn the tables, I have to know myself and the enemy before I can think of a way. I've analyzed step by step from the above, from the ancient midnight tree and the elven life structure, I've found the way to make Moo instantly become a rank 5 powerhouse. Have you guys thought of it? A sure win method? Everyone looked at each other and felt that their IQ was not enough. Did the higher UPS not analyze the ancient life tree and the world's structure? However, there were still many people who left comments. Some people said that it might be to let Mumu concoct a poison that would turn into a dark dish that could kill level 5 creatures and kill those elves. This way, as a weak chef, he could completely reverse the situation. Some people guessed that he had thought of a way to make this ancient tree of eternal life uproot from the ground and turn it into an ancient tree of war that could move and kill the elves of other tribes with a single palm. However, this was quickly rejected by the crowd. The eternal tree of life blocked out a large part of the sky, and it was even larger than the creation tree. It would be strange if it could move. Many conjectures had been made, but no one had been able to answer them correctly. How could a wood chef from the elf tribe become a peerless master in an instant, possessing the terrifying power of a level 5? No one had expected this. In everyone's eyes, it was still a hopeless situation. As for the racer of Mount Harana, not only was he not invincible, but he also had more than a few chances of winning. He had a 100% chance of winning, and he even said that he had an 80% chance of winning. It seemed like he was being too modest. Alright, time is of the essence, so I won't play riddles. Let's start. We'll start announcing the answers. Didn't I just say that there are two suspicious points? Was it on the hero altar and the ancient life tree's structure? Then, of course, he had to find the answer from these two questions and simply explain the process. If Mumu doesn't speak, you can commit suicide and set the resurrection point of the hero altar in a fruit of life. You can be reborn from the fruit of life and steal this huge energy elf embryo to grow in the fruit of life. Then, will you be reborn as an elf? Everyone was shocked. Why didn't I think of this before? He had clearly analyzed for us just now that sprites were essentially demons. Tree demon. In that case, could he let Mumu be reborn in a spirit fruit, absorb its energy, and become a tree spirit? It was a plant to begin with. Naturally, he could become a tree demon. It was impossible for others to be reborn and turn into an embryonic seed, but it was the only possibility. This was because he had his own rebirth altar. One had to know that an elf was born with the strength of a 3rd rank, and an adult would have the strength of a 4th rank. If he was reborn in such a way, he would already have the ability to change the situation. This was an extremely bold and imaginative idea. The difficult problem that everyone had been thinking about was solved. This moment of comfort was even more satisfying than drinking a can of cold beer under the hot sun. Mighty Big Brother! This kid is terrifying. In the entire acting world, he's an existence as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns. The crowd burst into an uproar and was very enthusiastic. As expected of the famous racer of Mount Harana. Knowledge really changed the world. In this hardcore game, as long as the Baldi learned from it, it would be fine. There were no miracles that knowledge and learning could not create. He continued to write. You're only at rank 3 when you're born, so it's naturally not enough. You need more energy from the life fruit. This requires you to communicate with that ancient midnight tree and have it gather the energy of 7 or 8 fruits of life into one fruit of life. As for you, you were reborn from the hero altar. As a seed of the 7 wonders treasure tree, you were reborn in that extremely high energy fruit of life. The tree of 7 wonders had the bloodline of a night elf. What kind of elf form would it turn into after becoming a demon? That's an unknown realm. I don't understand, but you must be a woman. A female elf. It couldn't be a man. As for why? It's the ancient life tree. I've already analyzed it. Everyone was speechless. Their eyes immediately widened, and their expressions changed. So all the analysis of the world's structure was just a foreshadowing for us to understand it now? They sat in front of their computers and looked at the forum, their eyes full of disbelief. The twists and turns, the foreshadowing of the wonderful prologue, everyone was shocked. And this big shot wasn't someone who didn't hold grudges, was he just waiting here? To make Mumu silent and turn into a woman? Everyone finally realized that the elves were all women. The big boss said that he would become the hero of the elves, so didn't he become a girl? Instantly, it was confirmed that it was the racer of Mount Harana. As vengeful as ever, he was digging a hole here to bury someone. With such a high level of scheming and planning, it was as if he was digging a hole for someone to die from. It was no wonder that a few red names had been killed by him. Chapter 240, I'll finally draw my sword. Cross-dressing makes you stronger. This scary term instantly appeared in everyone's minds. No wonder the post was called this way. It turned out that they had already prepared for this. 6666. Terrifying. Who would dare to provoke this big shot in the future? They could dig and not bury. There's no room for discussion when you're screwed. Instantly, everyone silently praised the racer of Mount Harana. This was revenge for all of them. In the entire sandbox of Spore Evolution, there was no one who had superb culinary skills. There was only Moo Doesn't Speak who knew both evolution and cooking. Usually, this guy opened a shop in the sandbox and monopolized it. Who knew how many people's hard-earned money he had squeezed out? Now, he had finally defeated Nero Joe. Immediately, countless people started to post posts to celebrate. They even started to persuade Moo in various ways, asking him to accept his fate. A river god appeared on the surface of the river bridge. Young man, is this the crimson pleated skirt you've lost? Or was it this gothic lowly costume? He didn't need to work hard, he didn't need to struggle, he just needed to dress up as a female and become an elf hero. To become the queen of the elves. Advertisement, I don't need to practice hard. Cross-dressing makes me stronger easily. A man sat dejectedly in the ruins. Once upon a time, I was immersed in suffering, and I also cried bitterly. My loved ones died in front of me, my loved ones fell in the rain of blood, smoke filled the air, and blood stained my body. I was powerless, I was weak. In the end, I resolutely raised my weapon, stood up, and donned a sexy female outfit. I took large strides and bathed in the golden sunlight as I walked towards the battlefield. Advertisement, I don't need to practice hard. Cross-dressing makes me stronger easily. A bunch of advertisements appeared. Everyone was stunned. These people's advertisements clearly didn't have any screenshots or images, only text descriptions, but the visual sense was so strong. How did they do it? It was a pity that these talents did not go to the advertising industry. Detestable. Looking at this advertisement, it felt like something strange was awakening in my body. Gritting teeth. Don't. He had a bottom line. Shy. You don't want it? You'll want it sooner or later, serious face. Moo's face was instantly covered in tears and she was heartbroken. Were these animals speaking in human language? He felt that these animals were too shameless and knew how to hit a person when he was down. All I did was become a black market chef once and monopolize all of you. I'll secretly squeeze you dry of your wealth. The racer of Mount Harana, those above, you guys are too much. We're just seriously discussing how to turn the tables. Why are you guys acting so recklessly and crushing their confidence? Moo didn't say anything, but this was indeed the only way. Go and communicate with the ancient tree of night. It won't wait for death obediently. Tell it that you can save it. Take 7 fruits of life and gather your energy on 1 fruit of life. Then, set the hero altar's rebirth formation in the fruit. You will be reborn in it. Mew took deep breath and was somewhat touched. I started from scratch. Even if I cultivate hard for decades, I may not be able to reach level 5. This is the only way for me to become stronger in an instant. As long as become. After all, ordinary elves were born as grade 3, and they would only be grade 4 when they reached adulthood. As for himself, he had gathered 7 fruits of life, so he would probably be at the 4th rank when he was born, and when he reached adulthood, he would be at the 5th rank. Furthermore, the hero altar's special characteristic was extremely terrifying. It could allow one to instantly mature into an adult, ignoring the years of growth after one was born. When he was reborn from the altar, he grew rapidly from a seed and turned into an adult 7 Wonders treasure tree. That was why he was dismembered. This is the only feasible way. Even though he was unwilling to do so, the voices, smiles, and laughter of Xylan and the other elves kept appearing in his mind. At most, I'll just commit suicide after I succeed and become a tree of 7 wonders again. I won't be addicted to that kind of power. He had already made his decision. They were going to war to protect him while he hid behind the tribe. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana sent another message. It was worth it to wait for 10 minutes, right? Hurry up and go back. Have the power to protect everything you want. We will always help you. Remember to send us your beautiful photos and we'll give you some advice in case there are any negative consequences. After getting the answer, Mew Mew ignored the group of animals and hurriedly returned to the ancient tree world. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the mortal world with green trees. It was very elegant and quiet. He quickly ran out. A long time had passed in the world of ancient trees, and the war outside had completely broken out. Even though the night elves had the advantage in weapons, they were still at an extreme disadvantage, and they were at the final moment of extinction. Moo Moo hesitated. Even though he was now a plant and could not tell if he was male or female, in his heart, he still thought of himself as a proud male tree gentleman. Furthermore, he had used this tree as a seasoning to deliberately erase the living creature's sense of pain, which was why he had been able to calmly accept his previous death. After transforming into a demon or a human-shaped spirit, one would be able to feel pain. That death would make him feel extremely painful. If we lose, what will happen? He walked around and found Xylan. The battle was very urgent, and they had even reached the territory of the ancient Tree of Night. They were about to reach the core area of the Dark Night tribe. Even Selene and the other immature Stage 3 elves were about to be sent to the battlefield. If they were sent to the battlefield, they might die. Xylan can't die. He looked at the little fairy with a deep fear in his heart. Selene said, if we lose, all the elves will be killed, and our mother, the Tree of Life, will be enslaved. The energy absorbed by our mother will be taken back to their ancient tree to produce fruits of life. Selene explained. It was said that the distant Feather Elf tribe did this. They enslaved an ancient elven tree of life to collect energy for them, so their population was several times that of ordinary tribes. I understand. It seems like I have to do it. He stood up and strode through the tribe. He turned his head to look at the great eternal tree of life. It was lush and green, and it pierced straight into the sky. He gently walked on the trunk and touched its rough, mottled, old green bark, which seemed to contain endless vicissitudes of life. The greatest and ancient life in the world. The night elves that protect you are about to be defeated, and you are about to be plundered by the other ancient trees. At your level, you must be unwilling to do so, right? Hwalala. The dense leaves in the sky swayed slightly, and the speckled sunlight turned into fine light spots that flickered on the ground. It was a beautiful sight. After a long time, an ancient elven voice seemed to come from the sky. The strange ancient tree of rebirth that's between the ancient tree of war and the ancient tree of life. Your arrival caused the destruction of my tribe, and I'm about to be enslaved and lose my freedom. It's impossible for me to give birth to a guard elf of my own, and I can only be slaughtered. Destruction is also an opportunity, isn't it? He faced the ancient ultimate life form from an unknown distance away. His heart trembled, but he tried to remain calm. I can become a unique elf under your command. You are not an elf. The ancient voice replied. I can become an elf. I'll become one of your subordinates. Mew Mew said, as long as you give me the energy of 7 fruits of life and gather it on 1 fruit of life, I will be able to enter it and become a powerful and unique spirit that can change the situation of the battle. The aged voice was silent for a moment. That's impossible. In the fruit of life, only the initial form of life, which is the seed, can form sprites. You're not even a seed, so how can you enter the fruit? What if I can become a seed? He spoke again. The ancient tree of darkness was completely silent. It instantly thought of life, as if it was stunned by this idea. Chapter 241. On the other side, after a certain someone left in a hurry, the forum was still very lively. The racer of Mount Harana continued, as long as he becomes a woman, he can't harm the cute and charming elf big sisters. When I go in, those elf big sisters will all be mine, when the time comes, even she will be mine. Funny face. Screenshots. Screenshots. The racer of Mount Harana flicked his wrist and released a few screenshots of the beautiful elf ladies from before. They were so beautiful that they seemed to be out of this world. The netizens present were all stunned. This her seemed to be very intelligent. As expected of the star of the all-seeing plan sect. Not only did he dig a hole and turn it around step by step, but he also had a hidden card up his sleeve. He had even calculated this step. 1 embroidery needle, who's driving? I want to get off the car, this isn't the way to the kindergarten. Menmei begged, ha 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 ha, as expected of the old driver of Mount Akina. I've already secretly welded the door shut. No one can get out of the car today. He's laughing madly. JPG. Haruko loves learning, could this be the hot-blooded friendship between men? Funny face. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon. Moo has been selling the final chickens all day to make money. I don't know how many chickens I've sold, but now it's the opposite. After being treated as a chicken, I'm starting to pay for it with meat. It's very reasonable, funny, dot. Hwalala. A cool breeze blew past, and the emerald green mottled tree trunk pierced straight into the sky. The 17 life fruits hanging at the highest point contained an endless amount of plant energy. Right now, there were only about 300 night elves. These 17 fruits were new elves that had been nurtured for nearly 100 years and were about to be born on this land. Even the ancient tree of life would feel heartache if 7 of them were to be taken away at once. However, it was not as if it had never understood that this strange plant life form could really be reborn in a strange form, and become a seed again. Hwalala. A terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down on his body. A strange ancient tree of rebirth. Do you know how much I have to pay for this? Moo's entire body almost fell to the ground, and she said with great difficulty, you can only choose this, or else we'll all die. Moreover, I'll become your guardian spirit, and you won't lose anything. You might even obtain a special and powerful spirit and join the tribe. We don't have much time left. The sky was silent for a long time. Suddenly, a reply came, and then there was no more life. Moo instantly revealed a look of surprise. I succeeded. That's right. This is a crisis for the night elves, and my only chance to rise up. I took the opportunity to extort it, and it was forced to agree. According to his guess, the maximum power an elf could withstand was at the 4th rank, so it was difficult to create something stronger. However, he believed in the potential of his species. It had 7 flavors, and although it had no combat power, it had taken a lot of effort to evolve. Its life form was extremely complex, and it was difficult to match 7 flavors. At an extremely high level of life, it had more potential than this tree seed and could bear more power. Moreover, the ancient life tree had no other choice. It could only try to turn him into a seed once again in the ancient life tree so that he could be nurtured and reborn. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he immediately returned to the warehouse and committed suicide. Once. 2 times. 3 times. He began to resurrect again and again, until the huge resurrecting energy left by the elf tribe was exhausted. He knew that he would not be in this form for a short period of time in the future, so he tried to save as much seasoning as possible. The warehouse was filled with the corpses of the 7 wonders treasure tree's humanoid plants. It was like a warehouse of firewood. Screenshots. Screenshots. Goodbye, my youth. He broke into a run and quickly ran in the direction of the dark eternal tree of life. After the war is over, I'll commit suicide and be reborn from the ordinary hero altar. I'll turn back into the tree of 7 wonders and remove my female elf form. Ta ta ta. Along with the sound of his footsteps, the bright sunlight shone on his strange and domineering crab-like steps. Hwalala. Soon after, with the help of the ancient life tree, he pondered and studied together. He successfully set the resurrection point inside a life fruit that had condensed the energy of 7 fruits. Then, he committed suicide on the spot. In the rebirth altar. In a small, white space with dense energy, a seed began to grow rapidly. It was no longer in the form of the 7 wonders treasure tree. It seemed to have fused with the bloodline of the elf and the 7 wonders treasure tree to become a new life. To make an analogy, this state was like a plough that had been grafted onto an apple tree and was absorbing the nutrients of the apple tree itself to grow. Hwalala. The fruit fell to the ground. A little baby quickly walked out, and a slender human figure was gradually nurtured and grown. She had a delicate and beautiful face and a graceful body, and she was extremely different from the other elves. She was a type 4 divine warrior the moment she was born, and was still growing rapidly, quickly turning into a beautiful woman. Just like usual, I almost instantly became an adult. She silently sensed her own ability. She already had the strength of a 5th-rank demon, as if she was born a very powerful demon. My 7 plant tastes have evolved and turned into various physical abilities. The spiciness has become a killing spiciness. It's probably far beyond any chili on Earth and can kill living creatures. It's extremely useful on the battlefield and can kill a large area. The pepper spray was made of chili water. When sprayed on the skin, it would cause red spots. If sprayed on the eyes, it could send people to the hospital, and that was at the level of not being too spicy. Some devil chilies with millions of degrees of spiciness could even kill people, let alone the stronger one in front of him. My stinky tofu has fermented and become a poisonous fungus that coexists with me. It can smear poison on weapons and cause a person to be infected and die quickly. It must be known that the fermented fungi were both highly toxic and non-toxic. Before the ancient war, soldiers were often required to smear their own feces on their weapons to achieve infection and let the wound rot to death. This situation was similar. The minced garlic has the ability to kill bacteria, which is even more obvious now. It also has the vitality of plants, so when applied on the wound, it will not rot, and it can even be the only antidote for the stinky tofu-like poison. She calculated her ability to become a demon one by one, put on her clothes, and strode out. She suddenly stopped and looked down at the pool beside her. The sun shone into the water, reflecting her slender shadow. She had a head of jade green hair, fair skin, a determined face, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. What an interesting and powerful elf! She actually has so many abilities. The ancient tree of life in the sky was also amazed by this strange and unique elf. She far surpassed ordinary elves, and perhaps she really did have the qualifications to become a hero of the elven race. Finally, a distant and ancient voice slowly sounded. As the mother of the ancient tree, I named the birth of every new elf. I named you Ymir. In the elven language, Ymir meant guardian, or guardian. It was in line with the current situation of the night elf tribe, which needed a powerful elven hero to protect and save them. You carry the mission of our night elf tribe. You carry poison and move stealthily in the dark night and shadows like an assassin. You will write a hymn for the future of our night elf tribe. Your title will be... The voice paused. Song of Shadow. Go and change the entire situation, our night elf hero, Ymir Song of Shadow. Countless years later, the later generations opened the book in the library and saw the beginning of this historical moment in the chronicles of the Ymir High Elves. However, it was a very simple description. Year 131 of the gods' creation era, the night elf tribe was invaded. The legendary elf hero, Ymir, was born on the hero altar. Chapter 242, The War Between the Elves. Ymir put on a tight-fitting female one-piece dress that the elves had woven out of vines, and put on a green leaf cloak. I have to scrape some of the skin off my feet. She sat on a small bench in the forest tribe, and the beautiful girl instantly turned into a foot-scratching man. She lifted a foot with both hands, bent down, and sniffed it with her snow-white nose. Damn! This foot was completely useless, it was really painful to the eyes. This is my own resistance. If others smell it, what will they do? She picked up a small knife and gently scraped the skin off her foot. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. She gritted her teeth in pain and let out a clear and melodious sound. As expected, after I transformed, I felt pain. Previously, I had a special ability to eliminate pain and kept scraping my own species as seasoning. In the end, I'm suffering now. If I had known that it would hurt. I don't think I'm a seasoning anymore. Hwalala. A layer of skin and even a layer of flesh was gently hung off his foot. There was not much, but the concentration was extremely high. Then, he smeared his own pepper poison on the leaf cloak. When necessary, he would shoot out the leaves of the cloak and spray the deadly negative powder of this pepper into the air. It was enough to blind or even completely lose his combat power. Chilly, it's indeed a beautiful girl's pepper spray. Mumu ridiculed in her heart. He then used his hand, which had been regenerated with the energy of garlic, to gently touch his feet to disinfect them. He found that the effect was extremely good, and the wounds were healing quickly. As expected, garlic in the natural world is a common plant used for disinfection and sterilization. Now that I've become a demon, it's almost a qualitative change. However, using it to recover my strength requires a lot of physical energy. This is a pair of hands of spring, stroking and healing all things. She was pleasantly surprised that her talent was so terrifying. She chose to wear a pair of black, exquisite animal skin gloves to avoid touching anything. She murmured, I can only seal the huge king's power in my hands. The chili on my feet, the garlic on my hands, and now, the stinky tofu on my head. She began to stroke her hair. Yes, after turning into a human, the fermented nest of stinky tofu changed. It fused with the smell of soy sauce and actually transferred to my hair, becoming a poison. After all, soy sauce and stinky tofu were both fermented by microorganisms. When they gathered together, they became a terrifying poison. His hair had become the nest of those highly toxic microorganisms. She knew that she didn't know swordsmanship or saber techniques, so she found a round wheel the size of a basin and the size of an iron tire as her weapon. She could hurt the enemy with a casual swing without considering the angle at all. It was very convenient, and the main killing power was the poison in her hair. It could easily kill a person with a scratch on the skin. Chilly water, highly toxic, and men's fighting equipment. I've already prepared everything and am armed to the teeth. She stood up and looked at the elf girl who had dressed up and was fully armed. She was wearing a dark green cloak and holding a ring weapon in her hand. She was slim and elegant, with beautiful skin and a hot figure. She had an elegant temperament that was as cold as ice, and she was so beautiful that people couldn't help but pity her. You're so beautiful, but it's a pity you're a man. She did not have the perverted interest of self-admiration, so she found another half mask and put it on. The tough bark mask that was like a metal rooster, pretending that she was a man and began to deceive herself. As a man who had changed his gender and started a second life as a woman, he felt that it might be more novel and interesting. Furthermore, there was no such thing as gender in this world. There was only one gender, and there was no distinction between male and female. He had become a local in this ancient tree world, but his previous views on life had still seriously affected him. It's time to go to the battlefield. Mumu turned her head to look at an ancient tree in the dark night and strode forward. Looking up at the high sky of green, bright golden, mottled leaves, he warned himself again. Time is merciless. It will always polish the edges and corners of people and turn them into what they used to hate. After this war is over, I will return to my teenage years. Just after Mumu left, the air suddenly stopped. The midnight ancient tree looked at the back of the strange elf. It then looked at its other life fruit, where a seed of the 7 Wonders treasure tree was slowly growing. It's really a wonderful life form. It can resurrect continuously. I secretly killed its soul when it turned into a seed and began to grow. I didn't expect it to be reborn again in the altar, and another seed was formed and kept growing. As long as there is enough energy, it can be reborn. The dark night ancient tree continued to study it, secretly probing its characteristics, wanting to obtain its terrifying ability to revive. Now, I can only secretly transfer the seed that wiped out its consciousness the moment it was born into a life fruit to see if it could grow. Who knew that it would turn back into an ordinary plant life form and can't grow quickly? The consciousness of the midnight ancient tree was looking at the seed of the 7 Wonders treasure tree in the other fruit of life. Its speed can only be compared to that of an ordinary elf. It will take countless years to form an embryo and 80 years to reach adulthood. It kept mumbling. As one of the 11 oldest existences in this world, its wisdom was beyond doubt. I hope that this unique sprite that I secretly copied will also bring me a different kind of surprise. 11 giant ancient trees covered the entire planet. A terrifying war was taking place on a certain green land. Kill! Beautiful elf girls in grass skirts were holding wooden spears, stones, and wooden bows. The elves on both sides were fighting. Some of the elves had dark green marks drawn on their faces with tree sap and mud, like barbarian warriors. It was a symbol of contribution, strength, and the number of opponents killed. The night elf elder sister from before, Mizia, had 5 stripes on her face, which meant that she was a powerful existence who had killed 5 elves of the same level. She had rich combat skills and was skilled in using a spear. The death of this master was a huge blow to the entire night elf race. Even though the elves of this era had an affinity with nature and trees, they were still too primitive and primitive. They were full of barbarism. From how they tore apart wood's bodies to use as seasoning, it was enough to see their tribal lifestyle. They had yet to escape from the wild beasts. For the glory of the tribe. For the elven ancient tree of life. Our mother. Plunder them. Bring their corpses back to the ancient tree and use them as nutrients to give birth to new clansmen. Countless beautiful elves were roaring and fighting with their weapons. The earth trembled, and ancient war trees that were incomparably huge and ancient were being used as mercenaries to take root in the distant earth. They slowly lifted up large grey stones and threw them at the enemy elves. Thump! Rocks the size of millstones instantly and accurately hit an elf. That elf vomited large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying. He fell to the ground and no longer had any life. There was nothing fancy about it. The way they fought was extremely brutal. It was a collision of weapons and flesh, just like ancient tribal wars. Although they were all at the 4th rank, only their physical fitness had reached that level. They did not have any cultivation system, so they could only wait for adulthood when they were born and maintain this strength forever until they died of old age. At this moment, under the pincer attack of the wind and water elves, the night elves were completely defeated. A group of night elves gathered in a forest and used it as a cover, using the advantage of being familiar with the terrain to resist. In the end, they gathered together. They were covered in wounds, and blood was flowing out from them. Let's retreat. No, if we retreat any further, it'll be our tribe. The newborn elves are only at rank 3. They can't hold on much longer. Many of them have died. They are the hope of our tribe. Voices could be heard from all around. Every realm was a threshold that led to a qualitative change. They naturally used it to differentiate the level and degree of danger of some life forms. For example, the giant dragon was a level 5 life form that could slaughter a large number of tier 4 adult elves. They're crazy. Why would they join forces? The elves have never joined forces before. After all, how are the two tribes going to split the ancient tree that they have occupied? One of the elves with them was called Minnie. She had a slender and hot figure, and she was charming and mature. There were 3 dark green lines on her face, and she also looked nervous. If this trend continued, their mother, the ancient tree of night, would become the second ancient elven tree to be defeated and enslaved. In the end, it was because their food was too alluring and the secret of forging iron weapons made people envious. Let's go first. Minnie had no choice but to speak. There was no way out now, and they would die even if they stayed here. They could only return to the night elf tribe and put up a final resistance. But the next second, a hair-raising voice was heard. Not good, the wind elves have surrounded us from behind and cut off our retreat. We've been surrounded by 2 major elf tribes in the forest. When this news came, it made everyone feel completely hopeless. If they were all annihilated here, then the night elf tribe would have no hope at all. Who's there? What kind of monster is this? Suddenly, the elves who had surrounded them shouted. What's happening outside? The surrounding night elves shuddered and looked out of the forest, instantly shocked. What a beautiful night elf! Who is this? An agile dark green figure, beautiful and elegant, was like an elegant song of the night. It was stealthily moving with the strange and light characteristics of the night elves, and it quickly shuttled through the elves like a ghost. Chapter 243, The Elven Hero's Pressure. Who is that? A group of night elves hiding in the forest and standing on the trees couldn't help but speak. That terrifying aura seemed to belong to a tier 5 sprite. However, a tier 5 sprite had never appeared in this world before. No matter how much energy it nurtured, it could only be a tier 4 sprite. This was the limit of sprites. He's wearing a mask, but that hair color and pupils, he's definitely a night elf. But our tribe doesn't have such a powerful night elf. An elf shouted excitedly. Many elves looked into the distance in a daze, their minds blank. But no matter what, they were saved now, and they instantly felt like they had escaped death. The little elf girls like Xylan couldn't help but shout. That night elf is so beautiful. The more powerful an elf is, the more beautiful she is. I've never seen such a beautiful creature. The group of underaged elves were very excited, feeling that their savior had arrived. This was an idol hero that everyone worshipped, who had descended from the sky to save them. However, the few adult elves beside him had grave expressions. Minnie suddenly opened her mouth and shattered their hopes. Even if she's at the 5th rank, she can't win. After all, a 4th rank elf could kill her. In order to save us, she lost her life. There was no combat system in this world. Everyone was just fighting. The abilities of a rank 5 creature were countless times stronger than a rank 4. If they were surrounded, they would still be crushed to death. Of course, tier 5 dragons are an exception. It's said that dragons have the talent of Dragon Roar, a terrifying area of effect sonic attack, and strong mental power. With pressure, it can defeat the tier 4 sprites that surround it in a large area, and it's not afraid of being surrounded. I wonder how the legendary, most powerful feather elf tribe on the other side of this world managed to tame a dragon, Minnie said. All the elves' faces turned pale. That's right. Giant dragons had a dragon's might, while elves like them were very ordinary and relied on brute force and weapons to injure others. No matter how powerful they were at tier 5, they would not have any special abilities and would be crushed to death. However, the next second, blade formation whirlwind. The beautiful figure moved quickly through the grass and let out a clear shout. With a wave of his cloak, the terrifying green leaves spread out and turned into green flowers that filled the sky. The chili powder had a strong air diffusion ability. In an instant, the surrounding elves wailed and were blinded, and more than 20 elves fell. In the end, Moo didn't dare to kill them. She didn't use her poisonous ring weapon to finish them off and let them wail on the ground. Knowing the terrifying spiciness, it was impossible for them to stand up and recover their combat strength in a short time. Ta ta ta! She took off her cloak, revealing her long, white legs, and once again advanced quickly through the forest and grass. Her movements were as fast as a ghost's shadow. An elf woman wearing black animal skin gloves and holding a ring weapon looked valiant and heroic. What was even stranger was that when she stepped on the grass, the flowers and grass withered and turned yellow, and were burnt black. A black trail was left on the ground, and it was so silent that it made people's hearts tremble. Quickly kill her! Among the wind elves, a mature and charming elf's expression darkened. Her face was painted with 7 bars, symbolizing her strength. Her cloak has been used up. The elves around him rushed forward and quickly surrounded him. They shouted loudly and softly to cheer themselves on. Night Elf, you're dead! Ta ta ta! Yumia's body was slender, and she revealed an extremely beautiful smile. Her smile was soul-stirring, and her every movement had an intoxicating temperament. She ran quickly, turning into an after-image on the grass. You are all too naive. I am called the Night Elf hero by the ancient Tree of Life Song of Shadow, the Night Elf assassin who walks in the darkness and death, my entire body, they're all weapons. Hwalala! Facing the elves coming from all directions, she suddenly jumped up and used her powerful physical attributes to turn around. Her hands were on the ground, and her white and slender feet turned into a whirlwind, spinning rapidly. This was one of the moves in breakdance, and it was called Thomas Spun. Although he had never learned breakdance before and had only seen it, his current physical fitness was enough for him to perform this action. At this moment, his entire body turned into a whirlwind, and his white and slender toes quickly spiraled, cutting through the noses of the elves who were surrounding him. Boom! An indescribable spiciness pounced over. The scent wafted into the elves' noses through the air. In an instant, tears, snot, and tears gushed down, and their faces turned red. All of the elves lowered their heads and covered their noses and faces, screaming in pain. What is this? My eyes are so hot. I'm going blind. The smell of onions was enough to make one unable to open their eyes, let alone the terrifying death chili. Countless female elves began to shriek and wail. The stinging, dry, and burning sensation made them want to find a water source to wash their swollen faces. This is... In the distance, the night elves were stunned. They looked at this extremely beautiful night elf who was like an elven war god and hero. She could actually burst out with a terrifying talent and ignore the encirclement. The enemies on her way didn't even need to touch her. They would instantly fall and be pushed away by her aura. This was... pressure? We night elves also have pressure. Oh my god! Could it be that we night elves can have the same pressure as a dragon when we reach tier 5? All the night elves were dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with unimaginable joy. I can't be wrong. That terrifying aura will cause one to collapse upon contact. It's the legendary dragon's pressure. Minnie was knowledgeable, but her eyes were still filled with disbelief. Her beautiful eyes widened. It turns out that us elves can also have the talent of coercion. This is something that has overturned the common sense of the entire night elf race for hundreds of years. After we reach tier 5, we can have the pressure of a dragon. That's too terrifying. We can smell that aura from far away. It makes people tremble and fear it. It's filled with the aura of death and it seems very familiar. No way. You said it was Mew Mew? It's indeed similar, but the smell is 10,000 times stronger. Moreover, Moo Moo isn't from our fairy clan. He's not even at rank 1, so how could he have reached rank 5 in an instant? That's a realm that no fairy has ever reached. The group of night elves started discussing, feeling that it was too outrageous. This mysterious night elf who descended from the sky was too powerful. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air and saved their race. It's Moo Moo, it's Moo Moo! Xylan suddenly shouted. She had spent a lot of time with him and was sure that he was the weakest treant chef in the tribe. She was more excited than anyone else. It's the taste. You don't even remember it. We've been eating it every day. Xylan stomped her feet anxiously. It's really him. The entire place was dead silent. All the elves were silent. Everyone trembled as they looked at the beautiful and mysterious night elf in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that she was the weak and funny plant chef in the tribe. Instantly, the elves stopped talking. They stood quietly in the forest and watched the terrifying battle. She's Mew Mew. Xylan clenched her fists tightly. Her palms were covered in sweat. But she did not notice it. Her mind was filled with complicated thoughts as she recalled the first time they met. Sister, sister, there's delicious food here. The scene of him grabbing a deformed little treant and running away, as well as the happy life in the night elf tribe after that. She's become so strong. Waves of pride and complex emotions kept growing. No one could imagine what kind of method and price the tiny treant chef had paid to grow to such a terrifying height in such a short time. He had become a powerful and mysterious night elf to save them from their desperate situation. Chapter 244, Great Victory and Planning. In the distance, a wind elf was also shocked. She looked at the night elf tribe that was about to be taken down, and then a terrifying night elf suddenly appeared and wantonly knocked down countless elven warriors. Unforgivable. She frowned, feeling that her opponent's combat skills were very unpolished, but the terrifying aura was frightening. It seems to be some kind of pressure, similar to that of a giant dragon. You will fall down instantly when you smell it, and you can't get close to her. The wind spirit raised her bow and slowly aimed into the distance, like an assassin in hiding, looking for the best time. After more than 10 seconds, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Shua! A barely audible sound of the wind accompanied the light as it flew into the distance. Mumu, who was running among the elves, suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body as if she was being stared at by something. However, it was too late. She could only quickly move her body to avoid being hit in her vital parts. Pfft! Her lower abdomen was instantly hit by an arrow. Pain, pain, pain. She instantly grimaced in pain, but despite her strong desire to live, she pulled the arrow out and fell to the ground. She took a deep breath. He was a tier 5, but he was almost killed by a tier 4. He was a transmigrator, but he had to be challenged by someone who was of a higher tier. She's heavily injured. Take this opportunity to kill her. The surrounding wind spirits and water spirits let out a low roar and were instantly overjoyed. I don't have enough combat experience, but I've already found your position. Do you think you can escape? Her legs swayed, forming a horizontal kick across the air. Due to the overly intense exercise, her entire body was covered in fine and dense fragrant sweat, and even her legs were sweating. Suddenly, the spicy smell became even stronger, and in an instant, the elves that were charging over fell down. Countless elves wailed and fell to the ground, covering their eyes and screaming in pain. You don't say. As a pepper evolved from a plant, I'm much more useful than most poisons. I can also produce it on my own, and the spiciness property causes its ability to spread to a very strong extent. I can feel the spiciness through my breath, eyes, and skin, and it can seep into my body through every pore. Ta ta ta! She quickly ran away, but slowly took off her black leather gloves, revealing her white palm. She bit her fingertip and smeared the blood on the red wound on her lower abdomen. Although touching the wound was effective, the fastest effect was still blood. I feel much better in an instant. She held her waist and ran all the way, but she was limping. What did she do this time? The wound stopped bleeding in an instant. The wind elf leader's expression changed drastically. He turned his head and wanted to escape, but how could he escape from a level 5 elf? Pucci! Mumu flew over and kicked the other party's face. The moment the foot landed on her pretty face, it left a red footprint that quickly turned dark red and black. Her face suddenly swelled up as if she had been stabbed by a hornet. She instantly wailed on the ground. My face, my face. In fact, her face was about to fester and disfigure, just like a person who had eaten fire and had her lips festering. If it wasn't a stage 4 creature, it would probably have died. Mumu turned around and left. One must know that some of the terrifying artificially cultivated chilies on Earth could reach a spiciness level of 1,000,000. Just touching those chilies was enough to make one's hand turn red and sting with a tingling and spicy sensation, just like touching onions or essential balm. Furthermore, this was the product of a level 5 tree spirit's nurturing, and it was a terrifying spiciness that far exceeded everything. Continue to flatten them. Moo Moo's feet had already bid farewell to the spicy realm of delicious food. They had turned into the most terrifying biochemical weapon poison as she strode away. However, she soon discovered that after defeating the leader of the Wind Elves, they were completely defeated. They were afraid of her terrifying and shocking aura and began to flee. In just a few hours, the war was over. You? Is it Mew Mew? Xylan walked over and couldn't help asking. Yes. Moo Moo smiled and turned to look at the wounded but still alive night elf ladies. I've already become a night elf, and I've been given the name of Emir by the night elf ancient tree of life. Let's go back and talk. That's great. Xylan wanted to get closer. However, she pinched her nose in an instant, and her fair little face turned red. She choked on the air and couldn't open her eyes. She took a few steps back and looked in front of her in horror. My eyes are burning. Your aura is as terrifying as a giant dragon. It's too powerful, we can't even get close to you. Moo Moo was stunned. He quickly covered his legs, not knowing how to restrain his aura. My leg energy is already starting to leak out. Am I not able to control it? The night elves stood far away and didn't dare to get close. They were both shocked and annoyed. They were shocked that the tree chef had suddenly become extremely powerful and saved the night elf tribe from the danger of extinction. Even if they got close, they would choke and fall to the ground, unable to open their eyes. They were also annoyed that they didn't know how to deal with this natural pressure. In the end, Minnie said, the legendary giant dragon's pressure comes from its head, but your pressure actually comes from your legs. It's impossible for me to control it, so I can only find a way to shield it. After she said that, she had the elves take off their shoes. They found a few pairs of leather boots with the best confidentiality and modified them on the spot into a pair of thick black leather boots that reached up to her thighs. She threw them to her from a distance. This should be able to shield you from the pressure of a powerful creature. Moo Moo hurriedly put it on, and the terrifying aura gradually stopped spreading. However, the residual smell still made everyone uncomfortable. This was already a terrifying poison produced by a type of plant. Too amazing. It turns out that wearing shoes can shield the terrifying aura emitted by my feet. The surrounding night elves were very excited and curious about this brand new pressure. After that, everyone cleaned up the battlefield and went back together. Right, I can help you guys heal. On the way, Moo Moo took off her gloves and touched the wounds of the elves to help them heal. This made the elves even more excited. His feet carried the terrifying aura of death, and his hands carried the aura of life. One hand was alive, and the other one was dead. It contained the two sides of a plant. This talent was too terrifying. Emir, Celine could not help but ask, your aura is so terrifying. How can I have such a terrifying aura like you? You can't open your eyes just by smelling it, and you can only wait to be slaughtered. The surrounding night elves also stared at her with bright eyes. They felt that it was an eye-opener. It turns out that the dragon's pressure comes from its head, while the night elves' pressure comes from their feet. You guys want to have legs like this too? Ymir laughed drily and replied, I'm a special elf, different from you ordinary elves. I have my own talent, which you can't learn for the time being. The elves around him were disappointed. That kind of terrifying pressure was an unbelievable power, and it was something that everyone wanted. When he returned to the night elf tribe, Moo Moo finally understood the cruelty of this world. Although he didn't kill a single elf, those captives were all killed by the other night elves and buried under the ancient elven tree, becoming nutrients. The entire tribe cheered. A complete victory. More than 70 of our people died, and we've captured more than 100 elves. Perhaps one corpse can't be completely transformed into an elf, but we can recover the number of more than 50 people. Let's celebrate and eat delicious food. Moo Moo stood there elegantly and transformed into a beautiful cook. She picked up a knife and began to cut the meat. She then took out the corpse of the Seven Wonders treasure tree. On the other hand, a faint voice was transmitted from the dark night ancient life tree as if it was repeating the words of the strange reincarnation tree, is this really the case? It's a crisis, but it's also an opportunity. The night elf tribe was extremely noisy. After 3 happy days of celebration, the night elves began to think about their future path. After all, they could still be destroyed if they were not careful. After this battle, the night elf tribe had become the public enemy. A few days later, Miu Miu also took the opportunity to come out. After a few rounds of teasing, she closed her eyes and posted a screenshot of her photo. Suddenly, the entire forum welcomed an extremely terrifying uproar. Chapter 245, Severe Psychological Trauma. A photo was posted on the forum. It was a tall and slender female elf. She wore an exquisite mask, held a ring-shaped weapon, and had a dark green cloak on her back. She wore a pair of exquisite black and purple striped gloves and a pair of thick high boots. She was so beautiful that she looked like she was born to live in a quiet and elegant fairyland in the forest. She was untainted by mud and was ethereal. Yungzi. You're so beautiful and sexy in women's clothing. You're indeed a tree fairy. Little Aunt Miu Miu, why don't you take off your mask and let us admire your magnificent beauty? It's definitely something that only appears once in 5,000 years in China. No. She's the most beautiful woman in the history of Earth. Countless people were shouting. After all, the black-hearted food merchant that they spent most of their time with on the evolution sandbox had turned into a girl. Everyone was ecstatic. They had finally gotten their revenge. He even used a mask to cover half of his face, giving off a mysterious feeling. When he became shy, everyone became more smug instead. Mumu didn't speak and said honestly, "It's fine if you want me to show my face. I'm a little shy, so I'll show everyone my legs." Screenshots. Screenshots. A few pictures of her long legs were sent out. They were fair, delicate, and perfectly round. They had the most perfect proportions in the world. I like it. After giving everyone the benefits, Mumu began to talk about business and told them what had happened inside. Then, countless people heard Mumu's detailed description of the various characteristics and talents of the tree elves he had become, as well as the battle process and the current situation of the night elf tribe. Everyone was stunned. Your seasoning talent actually evolved? To be fair, everyone would have guessed that he would become a demon, but they didn't expect that he would be so monstrous after becoming a demon. His legs were now in a terrible state? Was it emitting an invincible pressure? If he got close, his face would turn red from the spiciness, his respiratory tract would be choked by the spiciness, and he would not be able to open his eyes. If he touched his skin lightly, his entire body would fester. It was like a walking biological poison. Screenshots. Screenshots. Mumu didn't say anything and saw that everyone was in a daze. They didn't quite believe it, so she directly sent a picture. Then, screenshots of the amazing lethality of the kick and the wailing of countless elf ladies were released. Everyone was confused. Pfft, everyone almost vomited blood. Countless people were dumbfounded for a few seconds and instantly felt their balls hurt. They felt that they had been scammed. So it's a biological weapon. You're actually trying to kill me. I'm in so much pain. I'm a leg maniac. My throat suddenly feels so hot, and my 3 views have been severely impacted. I want to kill JGG. Some of the big bosses who liked beautiful legs suddenly felt a deep resentment in their hearts. Just a moment ago, they had a happy expression of admiration on their faces. The huge contrast made them feel as if their minds had been struck by lightning. They were heartbroken and felt that they had been murdered. He had twisted his hobby. Mumu doesn't speak, this bastard, he's too cheap. This black-hearted merchant was as black-hearted as ever. He usually didn't speak, but once he did, he would choke people to death. Even if he sold spiritual benefits as a merchant, he would secretly pollute your mind. But Mumu didn't say anything. She laughed happily and posted again, "I'll continue to explain the battle process in detail." He continued to silently send everyone the pictures of the previous battle. They were extremely detailed, so that everyone would have a more terrifying impression of the biological weapon. Screenshots. In the image, countless elf ladies were swept by her legs. They choked and had snot flowing out of their noses. Their eyes were so swollen that they couldn't open them. They were in all kinds of miserable states as if they were being tortured. Your sister, are you done? Isn't this too wicked? Especially some people who had just happily set it as their phone wallpaper and were ready to lick it, now they even wanted to blow up their phones. However, he still pretended to be serious and sent screenshots to everyone. Everyone was holding back and couldn't find a reason to refute. After all, this was the most formal process. At most, these people were mentally contaminated. As for the octopus player, he was even more heartbroken. After eating the skin of his feet, he felt more and more regretful. Heavens! Is this the foot skin I ate before? The chubby man was soaking his feet in ginger and phoenix feet. It tasted spicy and he was reminiscing about the unique spicy taste he had eaten back then. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his hands trembled as he moved the mouse, looking at the screenshots. My heavens! In the picture, the place where he walked past was barren, and a group of elf ladies fell to the ground one after another. They covered their eyes and noses and screamed in pain from the spiciness of the feet. The most miserable one was the wind elf who touched his face with his feet. He was directly burned by the foot chi and his face was disfigured. Blarg! A foot chi expert is so terrifying. He threw away the chicken feet, got up from the computer, went straight to the toilet, and vomited like crazy. This was enough of a shock to all the male players. The racer of Mount Harana, come, come, come. Where are the long-legged and head-scratching maniacs? Please start your performance. Her feet were stinging her eyes, and her head was poisonous. I'm a big shot in women's clothing, specialized in dealing with all kinds of male perverts like you. Funny face. Everyone vomited blood again. You're the real male pervert. Don't pretend that you're fine. You've probably been hurt more than anyone else, and you've probably gone crazy, right? The other passers-by who were not involved and did not care about their legs were suddenly stunned. They laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Moo was a ruthless person and was not to be trifled with. As expected of the black market merchant who could choke to death with his cheap mouth. He began to take revenge silently. Big Boss Mew 666. Godlike operation. Soon, a group of women and poets who were not interested in legs began to write poems to praise Moo's unparalleled legs. A black-hearted peddler and swordsman was walking on the road, facing the enemies of the whole country and being surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, but she was not afraid at all. So what if she was the enemy of the whole world? When the wine enters one's body, 70% of it turns into marsh gas, and the remaining 30% turns into foot chi. When one takes off his long boots, a pair of fair and beautiful legs fall into the mortal world, and all living beings fall for them. With a dance of the long legs, a white ray of light will illuminate the world. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? I have hot-blooded aspirations. My head is poisonous, and I can shatter mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. I have a pair of beautiful legs that have been locked up by long boots for a long time. Now, the dust is all gone, and the light shines through the 10,000 flowers of green mountains. Haruko loves learning, I dress up as a woman every day. I don't understand what you men like at all. Anyway, this is my second life, which is equivalent to my next life. Why don't I experience the life of a woman? Colorful, but this foot is really painful to the eyes, scary. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, hehe, that's the environment of that world. There are no men, only female elves. If you go in and want to take human form, you'll eventually become a beautiful elf like this. This is the rule of that world. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, young men. Serious face. Moo didn't say anything but was surprised. This group of animals was so excited that they didn't expect a few female players to speak up for him. But the next second, a bitter thought flashed through his mind. They're defending me, don't tell me they think I'm on their side? Will it be the same if we go in? At this moment, everyone's smiles gradually stiffened. When they thought of this, they suddenly felt more and more critical damage. Immediately, someone expressed that they would rather die than submit and was determined not to transform into a human form. They wanted to become a wooden beauty. Meng Mei continued, is it true that you would rather die than submit? Now, if you want to enter the ancient tree world, there are two paths in front of you. The first is to become an animal with evolutionary potential, and the second is to become a plant. As for evolved plants, they were very much in line with the ancient tree world's laws. Plant life forms had unimaginable advantages. It could transform into a plant or a seed with the help of reincarnation and undergo a life transformation inside, turning into the human form of an elf. The stronger the plant, the stronger the innate talent of the transformed elf. As long as one dressed in female clothing, they could instantly reach stage 5. To be honest, if I didn't have the opportunity of being a primordial chaos saint, I would want to enter the ancient tree world and see what kind of heaven-defying talent it is for my creation wood species to transform into a demon and become an elf, picking nose. The cute girl instantly cleared up their thoughts. This was the rule of that world. Animals had no advantage and could only start from scratch. However, if one evolved a plant, they could sneak into the elves and transform into a tier 5 elven hero. Furthermore, the entire ancient wood world only had female elves as a humanoid species. After entering, if one wanted to transform into a human, they could only do so as a female elf. After all, the rules of transformation in the ancient wood world and the primordial world were different. In the ancient desolate world, to take human form, one only needed to live in the sea of consciousness and possess a human body. The ancient wood world transformed into a human form, but there was no other human male life form to possess. There was also no sea of consciousness for you to possess, so you could only take the path of the ancient life tree to transform. The racer of Mount Harana was speechless. Haruko loves learning, unless you're an animal or a plant for the rest of your life. You'll lose a lot of fun if you have strange forms. But once you transform, you'll be able to enjoy the peak of your life and instantly possess great strength. Can you refuse? Smells good warning.jpg. A few female players expressed one after another that the people who entered this world would basically become elves. They were mocking Mumu here, so it would be their turn in the future. Mumu didn't say anything. She immediately understood the logic behind it and smiled. I see. That was indeed the case. Now, you're laughing at me, mocking me, and insulting me. In the future, it'll be your turn. You've come in. If you want to transform, you can only transform into elves. As for those who can't even enter, after all, even if you become a woman, it's a brand new second life. He understood everything in an instant, and the rejection he felt decreased. He sat in front of the computer and calmed down. He even took a sip of tea and comforted himself. After playing this hardcore game for so long and losing half of my hair, I only managed to come up with a seasoning species. I didn't expect to achieve such an achievement. In the end, the species I came in with was so weak that I was madly beaten up, but now I only have to act cute? Just by posting a picture of a woman's outfit, the netizens will grant all their requests. I'm so high. He silently touched his hairline and was secretly pleased with himself. He felt that it was one of the wisest decisions in his life to go outside and ask for help from netizens. And he had even ruthlessly tricked them. Thus, he started to ask serious questions about what he should do next. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon. Now, let's welcome the beautiful elf, Mount Akina's car god who wants to be a lesbian. Please open your speech. The racer of Mount Harana coughed. According to the pictures and descriptions you sent, we analyzed your situation. Your legs are amazing, and you are probably the strongest single creature in that world. Perhaps only the giant dragons can fight you. Your development should be like this: attack the nearby wind and water elf tribes, and even attack the nearby light elf tribes. The night elf tribe was connected to 3 other wind, water, and light elf tribes. Previously, the wind and water elves had invaded, while the light elf tribe had stood by and watched. The racer of Mount Harana, there are no grudges between the light elves, but we must conquer the tribes that are connected to us to prevent any future trouble. These tribes are all barbaric and primitive, and they are not civilized or orderly. If we want to unify them, before we can bring civilization and order to them, we must first bring barbarism and war. The big boss was indeed the big boss, he said it in a fresh and refined way. In order to bring peace, they had to first use nuclear strikes. The racer of Mount Harana said, we only need them to become our subsidiary tribe. The tribute we're asking for isn't that high. It's just 30% of the ancient tree of life's energy. We'll then be in charge of protecting them. In the past, you were trying to make ironware, iron pots, shovels, and other kitchen utensils. In those 2 years, you've already made iron. You can use your strength to make poisoned iron weapons. Of course, you can't apply chili water on the weapons. I guess they can't stand the smell themselves, so they can only apply diluted poison. Also, I suggest that you mass-produce health potions on your hands to heal your wounds. As for keeping the potions of life, I would suggest that we use an ancient war tree instead of being a trebuchet at the front lines. Instead, it would be used as logistics and take care of the elves' potions and weapons. It would be used as an elven shop. Also, it would be in charge of keeping records of books and documents. It would be called, the Ancient Tree of Knowledge, I guess. Everyone was stunned for a moment. It was a very well-planned plan. The racer of Mount Harana continued, then, there's the problem of the cultivation system. How do I become stronger? We've been out for too short a time, and we can't help you. You can only research your own cultivation system. After all, you're a top student. But since you've started a war, I suggest that we squeeze the Night Elf Ancient Tree of Life again so that it won't produce the fruit of life anymore. We'll give this energy to you as war resources and mana potions to replenish your energy and strength. This way, you'll have health potions to heal your wounds and mana potions to recover your strength. Everyone exclaimed. As for starting a war, the racer of Mount Harana continued, I personally think we should start with the Water Spirit tribe. Everyone was confused. Wasn't the biggest enemy the Wind Spirit? Instead of looking for the enemy, they went to the Water Spirit first. The racer of Mount Harana, you guys don't understand. Look at the terrain. The Wind Spirits live on trees that are more than 10 meters tall, while the Water Spirits live on an island. They are very good at diving and swimming. It seems like the Water Spirits on the island are easy to defend and hard to attack, but that's not the case. Living on an island is their fatal weakness. As long as Mumu puts her feet into the water, all the water spirits that enter the water will die. Chapter 246, I Have a Dream. In the ancient tree world, the entire planet was covered with 11 ancient trees that reached into the sky. They were like 11 heavenly pillars that supported the heavens and the earth. Down below, there were many ancient trees that were strange purple, red, and dark green. They were ancient and unsophisticated. Although they were not 100th as tall as the ancient tree of eternal life, they were still lush and green. In the Night Elf tribe, Mumu slowly opened her eyes. After this experience, she had completely let go of the knot in her heart and was no longer too conflicted about becoming a woman. After all, he understood that it was caused by the rules of this world. If he wanted to transform, he would have to go through the ancient tree of life and become a female elf. This was a form of monopoly. This was the tacit understanding between the 11 ancient trees of life. Although they were fighting to kill each other, they would never allow male elves to appear. If they allowed these elves to reproduce on their own, their tree guards would be out of control. This way, the elves would not have to protect their mother. I organized my thoughts. The ancient life tree has monopolized the entire era. It may seem like the elves are free, but it's still the ancient life trees that are playing chess. Mumu instantly understood, and her heart was filled with greater agitation and anticipation. He suddenly thought of the innate ancient gods of the primordial world, who had monopolized the entire era. As long as he was a night elf, he had to protect the ancient tree of the night elves like the other elves and develop it. He suddenly spoke, my ultimate goal is to find a way to deceive the elf ancient tree of life when I'm reborn at a certain altar and become a male elf hero. Then, I'll be the only man in the entire world, and I'll do whatever I want. I'll also become a chef who stands aloof from worldly affairs and travel around the world. I must become a man. If I become a man, I can breed a whole new race in this world. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Perhaps it was not a loss to be humiliated by the female elf. Now, he was enduring the hardship to achieve the ultimate dream of any man. Although he had an alluring figure, he could not stop his great dream of returning to his male form and then cooking and tasting all the delicacies. And to do this, he had to overthrow the absolute rule of the 11 ancient elven trees. Soon after, he buried this wild wish in his heart and began to communicate with the ancient life tree. Battle the other ancient elven trees? Good. The ancient life tree had no reason to reject him anymore. In fact, it could not ask for more. The ancient tree of life of the night elves no longer produced fruits of life from the harvested elven corpses. Instead, it was used as an energy reserve for the tribe. And what should he use to store this energy? Ancient stone wells were gradually built in the tribe. The ancient tree of life used its roots to connect to the bottom of the well and continuously transmitted energy from a distance, turning it into a well. The well water was rich in energy and would be used to start the elven war. Energy well. A beautiful and elegant woman in a dark green cloak stood on the elf tribe and looked up at the sky. This ancient germinal organization will eventually become an ancient epic of this world. How will the future generations record me? He thought of the ancient poems from the wizard world and the primordial world. The heroic legends and the hymn of courage had opened the curtains of the era, and countless later generations were singing praises of him. Now, he was becoming a part of the history of the distant mythological era. That kind of profound sense of vicissitudes made people feel a little emotional. She suddenly said, "What is in the sky? I've asked the ancient tree of life, but it didn't tell me anything. It only said that it's not something I should know." In the sky above the mottled sunlight, it was a mysterious and yearning unknown world. Is it the moon? The sun? A star? Yumiya mumbled to herself before finally calming down. Then, the energy source of this well is from the sky. Let's call it the moon well. Moon well, this name also symbolized his dream of looking up to the sky. Whether it was a reflection of the moon in the well, it would depend on the future. She began to brew the poison-dipped potion to make the poison-dipped weapon. The night elves had the natural ability to move quickly like ghosts and could see in the dark. From this day on, they completely transformed into assassins in the dark, and every member of the night elf race was the most outstanding night killer. She got the water from the moon well and made it into an energy potion to recover her energy. She started to use her hands to brew the health potion and make the healing potion. Finally, he turned an ancient war tree into a shop in the tribe, selling 3 potions and various weapons, becoming the ancient tree of knowledge of the night elf tribe. A civilization couldn't do without historians. No matter whether history was right or wrong, it had to be referenced by the descendants of one's own race in order to walk a broader path. Any advancement and success of civilization was built on the foundation of their predecessors. A civilization without a past was equivalent to having no future. In the end, she made the 3rd potion, the explosive potion, which was made from her own foot skin. However, it was very dangerous as it would not only hurt the enemy but also herself. Once it was opened, it would release an extremely strong and terrifying aura. Under normal circumstances, she would not give it to elves. That's too terrifying. Ymir's elven aura can be made into potions? This is a terrifying ability that the pressure of a giant dragon doesn't possess. After hearing this news, many night elves became even more jealous of the perfect and forbidden foot of God. Half a month later, they set out to attack the water fairy tribe. They cut down trees and built a big boat. In the dark night, they sailed to the small island in the lake. This world was an artificial sun created by Dichi, rotating around the planet in his protective spell. Naturally, the world of ancient trees also had a concept of day and night. The wind spirit had an affinity with the wind, while the water spirit had an affinity with the water. On the other hand, the dark night was the home field of the night elves. They transformed into assassins and walked in the dark. The weapons that had been dipped in poison glowed with a cold light. The poison was deliberately diluted. It was not intended to kill people, but it was enough to make them fall to the ground instantly after their skin was cut, and they lost their combat ability. Water Fairy Gilna sat at the door and couldn't sleep as she recalled the terrifying night elf hero. The 5th step, how can the lives of us elves possibly reach the 5th step? Could it be that after we are born, we can use a certain method to increase our strength? She had gone to consult the great ancient tree of eternal life, but she had not received a reply. Even the most ancient existence did not know the truth. No. She stood up, finding it difficult to fall asleep. I have to ask the ancient life tree again about how we elves can break through to the 5th rank. She walked through the water spirit tribe in the dark, and the night was particularly quiet. Suddenly, a ghostly black figure floated out of a room and stabbed into her chest silently. Gilna turned to the side and quickly kicked the figure away. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Night elf. Bang. She suddenly pushed open the door and walked into the treehouse where the night elf had left. She found a water elf on the ground, and her mind went blank. Then, she felt fear and coldness that seeped into her bones. Enemy attack! An urgent scream broke the silence of the night. The dark night was the home field of the night elves, and now that they had lost a third of their water elves, the enemy's weapon was terrifying. As long as they were lightly cut, they would instantly fall. Such as the most terrifying assassin. Water Fairy fought back with her wooden weapon and spear, but it was a one-sided battle. If this continues, we'll all die. I can only run. We'll find a chance to counter-attack later. Gilna growled and retaliated madly. She led a group of her tribesmen and quickly dove into the water outside the island. The night elves looked at them quietly, but they didn't dare to enter the water. The water was the home of the water elves, and if they entered the lake and fought, they would only be seeking death. Soon, the group of water spirits was drenched, and their slender figures could be vaguely seen. They slowly swam like mermaids and gathered at the bottom of the water. They were even able to breathe freely like fish. This was a talent of the water elves, which had the power of a fish. Do you think our water spirit tribe is that easy to invade? Now, it's them who have been surrounded by us on the island and are trapped to death. Voices came one after another as they began to discuss how to counterattack. In the dark night, the sky was flickering with a dim, mottled light, and leaves were sticking to the firmament. A beautiful woman stood by the lake. The breeze blew on Yumia's clothes, causing them to flutter in the wind. Are we going to make a move? Xylan stood at the side and immediately decided to stay far away, afraid of being infected. Mumu laughed. You don't have to leave. Just stay by my side. As long as my legs are in the water, it won't spread to the air. Don't worry. After saying that, she sat on the edge of the lake and put her legs into the water. She slowly took off her shoes in the water. I'll wash my shoes while I'm at it. The seal is too strong. It hasn't been long, but the smell is already so strong. The seal was too strong. Her feet were sweating every day, and the spicy smell was fermenting madly in her high heels. She didn't dare to take off her shoes, and she had kept the amount of it here for so many days just for this moment. Hwalala! Her shoes were being washed slowly. She sat on a stone by the lake, washing her shoes while swinging her long, white legs, causing heavy ripples to spread out. What a beautiful picture of a fairy bathing her feet, like a fairy tale wonderland. Hwalala! The fish in the lake turned white and quickly floated on the surface of the water, forming a spectacular scene. She kept moving her feet in the lake, still thinking as a chef. These fish can be used as dinner for our celebration party after our victory. I'll go back and soak them in water to dilute them, and they'll become extremely delicious spicy and fragrant fish. I'll roast them directly and sprinkle some garlic on them. It'll be an excellent delicacy. The night elves will definitely love to eat them. What's happening? My eyes. Soon, Water Fairy felt something. She struggled and quickly floated to the surface. Tears and snot flowed down her face as she cried for help. She looked extremely miserable, as if she had been tortured. As expected. The mightiness of our night elf hero, Ymir, far surpasses that of dragon might. This pressure is too terrifying. The water has become Water Fairy's nightmare. At this moment, the night elves cheered loudly and drove the boat to fish up the water elves who were crying for help. Snot and tears flowed down their faces as they twitched like dead salted fish. Seeing this, she slowly put on her shoes. It feels so good. It's really different to wear clean shoes. They were sticky and covered in sweat. I didn't even dare to take them off when I slept. It seems like I have to find a place to wash my shoes more often in the future. Oh right, find a small basin and wash your shoes and feet regularly. The foot washing water can be stored in a bottle and used to make the intense explosion potion for the night elves. Let's go meet the leader of the water elves, Gilna. A moment later, she came to a water fairy beauty that had been fished up. Her body was twitching as she lay on the deck and looked up at the sky in confusion. Her face was filled with disbelief. If you submit to us, we won't kill you. We only need you to hand over 30% of your ancient tree's energy and we will protect your tribe. Gilna was stunned as she looked at the mysterious figure who was like a hero. No one could resist his pressure. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Do we have a choice? Bring them back to the tribe to heal. 3 days later, Gilna witnessed the power and order of the night elf tribe. Clothing weaving, iron forging, rules of order, delicious dishes, various potions, moon well, and a store that recorded history and sold goods, the ancient tree of knowledge. They called it civilization. What delicious food! She looked at the night elf hero who was fighting with the elves and cooking. She couldn't help but feel a sense of worship. Do you want to take a bath with me? I'll heal you. Ymir said. What is civilization? Gilna was taking a bath. She was wiping her back and using her hands to heal her wounds. Civilization is order. It is the most powerful force in the world. As Mumu spoke, she looked at Gilna's perfect figure and whispered, no wonder she's the most beautiful woman in Water Fairy. Their leader is gentle like water, smart, and strong. I like her a lot. This is love at first sight. She'll be my wife in the future. It's one of the top. He didn't have any interest in Xylan and treated her as a cute little sister. She wasn't the type he liked. After another half a month, they began to invade the Wind Elf tribe. The Wind Spirit tribe had already heard the news of the Water Spirit tribe's fall and was met with strong resistance. Use your bows and arrows, fire at once. Don't let them get close. They began to understand that no one was a match for that terrifying poison in close combat. Furthermore, once the Night Elf Ymir got close, that terrifying pressure would be released, making people feel hot all over and unable to open their eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Wind Elf tribe lived on trees and looked down from above. They shot arrows one after another, and it took more than a month of protracted battle to take them down. After all, even if the 5th rank Ymir were to make a move, it would be difficult for him to get close to the dense rain of arrows. He would be continuously injured, and her greatest pressure would not be of much use. After taking down the Wind Elves with great difficulty, he started heading towards the Light Elves tribe. But the Light Elves tribe had already made preparations. They had already started training the elven warriors. They gave up all the close-range combat and turned on the long-range archery mode. Now, every elf was a very powerful archer. This is destined to be a long war. I'm afraid it'll take more than a year to take down the Light Elves, Ymir said. She didn't think that these indigenous elves were stupid. They quickly realized that they couldn't fight in close combat in case they were intimidated by her pressure. After another year and a half, they finally conquered the Light Elf tribe. The Night Elf tribe became one of the most powerful tribes comparable to the Feather Elf tribe in one fell swoop. They even surpassed the Feather Elf tribe and ruled over 3 ancient trees of life. Immediately, the remaining ancient trees of life in the vicinity began to feel threatened and began to train archers, giving up on close combat. The Chronicles of the Umeå High Elves recorded. Year 132 of the Gods' Creation Era. The elves were good at close combat. The epic Night Elf hero, Ymir, appeared. From then on, the elves became long-range archers, good at riding and shooting. Even after countless years, there were still historians from various countries who studied and discussed this mysterious period of history. In the most ancient era of the elves were all skilled in close combat? Like to fight like a barbarian? They were all elegant elves. It's hard to imagine. It was only because of the appearance of Ymir that the entire course of history was changed. Some historians found it unbelievable. A night elf named Ymir had turned an elf race from a melee to a long-range fighter, heading to the other end of history. The elves of today have countless master archers and great wizards. They never get close to anyone, are extremely elegant, and are good at guerrilla tactics. It turns out that the terrifying pressure from back then has been passed down from generation to generation. Legend has it that the ancient elven king, Ymir, has a pressure that surpasses the might of a dragon. All of the elves were forced to use their bows and arrows. It was said that they could not be looked at, heard, or touched. It's too mysterious. If there's hope, I'd like to go back to the ancient times and experience that pressure for myself. SHH. The walls have ears. As the great elf king, the hero of the most ancient times, the great elven emperor who founded the Umeå High Elf Empire, she is still alive even after so many ancient times. This existence is the head warden, and it is said that the watchman has lived to this day. She is still in the 9 divine realms, imprisoning the ancient ancestor of our human race. She has once let down her existence, Ilfin Storm Rage. Everything in the present was in the past. It had long been buried in history and became a legend of the past. Chapter 247, Ymir, the God of Elves. History was moving forward. The Night Elf tribe led by Ymir grew stronger and stronger. She had allied with the Water, Light and Wind Elf tribes. The 4 tribes were called the Dark Night Alliance, and they had all kinds of strange potions. The remaining 7 tribes were in danger. Year 135 of the God Creation Era. The leader of the Feather Elves, Omega, had joined forces with the rest of the elves to form the 7 Great Elves, the Nature Alliance, to resist the invasion together. At this point, they had entered the era of alliances. Although the ancient war trees on both sides had the terrifying strength of a level 6 creature and could pull up huge ancient trees and use them as clubs to sweep them, they were as slow as snails and difficult to move. They could not outrun the elves and could only be used as long-range pitchers. The Dark Knight Alliance had the Tier 5 Night Elf hero, Ymir. The Nature Alliance had 5th rank Green Dragon troops. Both sides were equipped with the only agile level 5 troops. Logically speaking, the Nature's Alliance, which had 7 tribes, should have been able to crush the Dark Knight Alliance, which had 4 tribes. However, under Ymir's guidance, they had created various tactical miracles. Ambush, outflanking, and roundabout tactics, all kinds of amazing sword moves actually made the two sides evenly matched. Year 176 of the God Creation Era. The two sides had a fierce battle in the Fendos Mountains. Boom! 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 Giant ancient war trees were moved to the front lines and turned into terrifying pitchers, throwing boulders. The ground trembled and huge holes appeared. As for the elves of the Nature Alliance, none of them were close combat warriors. They were all hiding on the trees and barriers in the distance as archers. Even Ymir could not pass through the defense line and release his pressure on them. He would be beaten into a sieve. Whoosh! 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 Arrows were shot at the enemy from a distance. Ymir, the leader of the Feathers, Omega, was a man of great talent and strategy. Her talents were unquestionable. She had led the elven army to conquer an ancient tree, but now, she had encountered a strong enemy. As a result, they had no choice but to ally with the other tribes. Ymir. She seems to be omniscient and omnipotent. She has endless wisdom and can counterattack at any time. She's clearly a human, but she gives me the feeling that I'm facing an endless number of wise men. A leader's style of command had always been the same. It could be steady, unconventional, or adventurous. However, Yumiya was ever-changing, and it was hard to imagine what she would do next. Boom! Suddenly, the Night Elves' ancient war trees threw over strange wooden barrels. What's that? The elves of the Nature Alliance held their bows and arrows, looking up in a daze. Not good. The leader of the Feather Elves, Omega, was stunned for a few seconds. His expression changed, and he suddenly roared, "I'm afraid that they'll throw. It's Ymir's pressure. Ancient war tree. Crush it with a rock. We can't let it get close to our sky." Omega roared in rage. Boom! The ancient war trees slowly raised their boulders and threw them, shattering the wooden jars in the air. Boom! 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 One wooden barrel after another shattered in the air in the distance. However, he was still a beat too slow. A wooden can was only shattered when it approached the sky above the Nature Alliance. In an instant, a large amount of terrifying aura poured in. Whoosh! The aura formed a ripple-like pressure that spread out, instantly killing a large number of elves, who covered their eyes and noses and screamed in pain. The Green Dragon Jackson had a complicated look on his face as he continuously flew out. He choked on his food until tears madly flowed out, and he said with deep fear, "This pressure can actually be stored? It simply surpassed common sense. What a terrifying aura, it's far beyond the dragon's might. Even if I'm a giant dragon, I can't resist it. Retreat." Omega put on his mask and growled hysterically. On the other side, Yumiya was wearing a green cloak. She took a deep breath and said, "The leader of the Feather Elves, Omega, is really quick to react. I have a lot of knowledge about war that is beyond this era, but she noticed me and kept seeing through me. She is indeed a formidable person. If she had reacted a minute slower, they would have been wiped out." As for the Feather Elves, they're actually elves with white wings. They attack in the sky with bows and arrows, giving off a feeling similar to angels. It's too unbelievable. What was even more exaggerated was that they were different from the other elven clans. They actually lived on an ancient elven tree. The ancient elven tree was extremely tall. It pierced straight into the sky. Its trunk was very straight, like a pillar. Several thousand meters up, there were branches that could be used to build tree houses. That was why no other elfin could climb up to live there. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. The Feather Elves live in the sky above thousands of ancient trees, and no one can attack them. Only they can fly down and attack others. They also call their eternal elven ancient tree of life the Tree of Heaven. Moo was stunned. She suddenly felt like she was living in a distant prehistoric mythological era. Perhaps in the future, the Feather Elves would be known as an angel? I'm actually fighting an ancient angel? In this battle, the weaker Night Elves had once again created a miracle and turned defeat into victory. 3 days later, in the Night Elf tribe, Now that they've suffered great losses, even if they're much stronger than us, they won't dare to start a war with us in the short term. Yumiya stood beside the moon well and spoke to the elves of the various tribes. After all, the 7 elf tribes had too many people, and it would be difficult to resist. In order to solve this problem, I can only research a cultivation method. We can't compete in numbers, so we can only go through a qualitative change. She raised her eyebrows. And now, there's almost a lead. Year 236 of the God creation era. After a few decades, the 2 elf alliances had small skirmishes, and peace began. In the eyes of the Nature Alliance, even if the 7 tribes joined forces, Ymir could not do anything to them. As such, peace gradually descended, and peace began to settle. However, he didn't know that danger had arrived. I've finally succeeded. In the wooden room, he studied a large pile of handwriting, as if he had transformed into an elven scholar. The Magus world trains one's spiritual power, while the primordial world senses the heaven and earth's joss flames. I combined it and trained my spiritual power, sensing the energy in the sky. However, most of the energy had already been monopolized by the ancient life tree. Less than 1% of the energy could leak into this world. She had also discovered that if the energy was too toxic, it would kill the weak life forms. However, cultivating at such a low concentration was too slow. But we don't need to absorb it. There's a ready-made moon well and an ancient tree to provide us with filtered cultivation energy. On this day, Ymir announced, we're entering the era of cultivation. The cultivation system had been established. This was a day that was enough to be recorded in the history of the world. Countless mature 4th-rank sprites had enough energy and had been stuck in their realms for hundreds of years. After cultivating for less than a month, they broke through instantly and reached 5th rank. A new war broke out again. This was a one-sided battle. Countless Tier 5 elves rushed out, and with the help of various potions, the elves of other tribes were no match for them at all. The elf tribes fell one after another. The ancient tree of life that their tribes protected was controlled and enslaved. In the end, the Feather Elf Omega led the remaining elves of various races. The Feather Elves carried them one-on-one and flew into the sky, hiding in the sky and entering the tree of heaven. It's too high. No one can reach there. Xylan had already grown up and become Mumu's confidant. She said, how about we cut down this ancient spirit tree? This way, the remaining evil will have no place to hide. We can't. Ymir refused. After studying the energy leaking from the sky, she understood that the energy's concentration was too high, and it could poison all weak creatures. It was the 11 ancient life trees that used their tree crowns to isolate and protect the living beings on the entire land. Even though the ancient life tree had its own selfish motives, it was undoubtedly a win-win situation. If this ancient tree of life was cut down, it would be equivalent to the collapse of a builder tree that could support the sky and the earth. A large hole would appear in the sky, and the countless living creatures on that piece of land would begin to go extinct. Who would mend the sky then? The ancient life tree is the foundation of this world. It can't fall. It can only be enslaved. We can only let the remaining evildoers go for a short period of time. She had no other choice now. However, they could only reach Tier 6 before they could soar into the sky and fly to the Feather Elf tribe. Once they took off their shoes, they would be able to solve the last problem. 11 ancient elven trees, and 10 tribes have been unified by us. On this day, the Night Elf hero, Ymir, spoke in the Night Elf tribe, let's start building a kingdom. The entire tribe was in an uproar. Build a nation. Countless night elves and elves from different tribes cried tears of joy and hugged each other. They had heard Yumiya talk about the benefits of establishing a country countless times, and were full of yearning for that civilized world. It symbolized the end of the era of barbarian tribes during the ancient tree war, and the beginning of a new city-state epic. The chronicles of the Yumiya High Elves recorded. Ymir, establish the star system, conquer the 10 ancient elven tribes, and establish the High Elven Empire of Ymir. Time continued to pass. The invincible Night Elf tribe began to work on developing their civilization. They sent elven warriors to explore the borders of the world and discovered a terrifying fact. The exploration teams sent from opposite directions had actually gathered together. This world is round, and we're on the same planet? She was wearing a cloak and a golden crown as she sat on the throne. She was valiant and extremely charming. Hearing the minister's words, she was shocked. The third world is actually the environment of a planet? An environment similar to our Earth? Then, the 11 ancient life trees, the leaves that were covered by the canopy, were they acting as the ozone layer? It can resist the radiation and harmful substances in the universe. In the end, she decided to first develop civilization on this planet. Elf Emperor Yumiya began to create a perfect monetary system, unify the languages of various tribes, forge ironware, weave clothes, farm and plant, herd animals, and cultivate mounts. Each of these fields required a lifetime's worth of effort to research, but Yumiya was like an omniscient and omnipotent god, easily opening them up. She was omnipotent, and she was gradually worshipped, revered, respected, and deified by the large tribes. Some elf tribes even started to build a black stone statue of a god in the pool in the center of the town. It was a woman wearing a dark green cloak, black high boots, and an exquisite pair of striped gloves. She was holding a wheel of poison. Ymir had already been regarded as a living god and was given many titles, the god of elves, the guardian, and the song of shadow. As for the entire night elf tribe, the modified elven capital Silverrimon City was usually handled by Selene and Gilna. Emperor Yumiya was always in seclusion, opening up new paths. Every time he appeared, he would push forward a new civilization. Yumiya Empire, Year 7, March. Emperor Yumiya ran between the 10 ancient elven trees and finally reached an agreement. The ancient elven trees of eternal life controlled their leaves to cover the sky and form a magic net. There's no need to give up the 3 layers of energy that your tribe usually offers to the Elven Empire, Ymir said. Use these 3 layers of energy to form a magic net. This way, you won't suffer any losses. Instead, it will allow the elves in your tribe to cultivate. The birth of the magic net perfected the rules of this world. In the past, only the night elves were able to cultivate. They used the energy offered by the ancient elven trees to meet the conditions to build the moon well. Although the other elves had obtained the cultivation system, they had absorbed the thin star power that they had missed, and their progress was almost negligible. At this time, the construction of the magic net meant that all the major elven races on the earth would be able to sense it and use this energy to cultivate. Even the great dragons, the 9-headed hydra in the swamp, and all kinds of advanced intelligent life forms could start cultivating. So Emperor Yumiya has been designing the magic net in seclusion for the sake of the other elven tribes. He's actually given up a lot of energy to provide training for the elves of our major tribes. In the past, only the night elf tribe could cultivate. Now that we're allowed to cultivate, aren't you afraid that we'll rebel after cultivating? She's already the god of elves. No one will rebel. The elves of countless tribes were full of admiration and longing. Perhaps Ymir had never had any selfish motives. The reason he had started the war before was not to enslave them and plunder the energy of the ancient elven tree, but to bring them civilization. However, Ymir's actions had gradually aroused the displeasure of the ancient tree of night. Its night elf tribe had enslaved 9 ancient elven trees, which should have provided it with energy. But now, that energy had been taken away by itself. However, she eventually calmed down. Because Ymir had opened up a cultivation system, the various ancient spirit trees could also start cultivating to increase their strength. The ancient tree of life was a level 7 life form, while the ancient tree of war was a level 6 life form. Currently, they had only released 3 levels of their power, and they were absorbing the rest. However, it was too far away for a level 7 epic life to break through to God. Yumiya Empire, Year 21, July. In the quiet and elegant Elf King's palace. The arched roof was engraved with fine green vine carvings, and there were ancient murals on the walls. They were about the history of the night elves and the story of a night hero who led the rise of the tribe. Hwalala. The faint white sunlight shone through the window, making the place look peaceful and quiet. A beautiful elf with a golden crown on her head sat calmly on the throne. Her eyes were slightly closed, as if she was taking a nap. The great elven emperor. The omnipotent god of elves. Your Majesty Yummy. Elf Minister Minnie walked into the palace and stood on the carpet. Her eyes were filled with passion. A book was placed before him. This is the Elven Codex. It gives us power beyond the primitive world, and we no longer need to rely on physical power and physical combat. Sitting on the throne, Yumiya opened her eyes. Her figure was elegant and slender. She said indifferently, I've perfected it over the years. Today, I can announce it. Yes, Your Majesty Ymir. Minnie stood up, took the Elven Codex, and left. Magic was a cultivation system that Elf Emperor Yumia had been researching in recent years. It was said that one could use their own power without relying on physical attacks. It was a supernatural power that surpassed the bow and arrow. And now, it seemed to have been completely researched. Many suddenly stopped and turned to look longingly at the Elf King, Ymir. The great god of elves had led the Night Elf tribe out of their predicament, created miracles, and fought wars continuously, establishing order and civilization for the elves. She was leading a new era in the future. More than 100 years ago, when she was still the only leader of the Night Elf tribe, she was attacked by two tribes and was fighting for the survival of the tribe. Today, although she was close to dying of old age, she had personally witnessed the birth and growth of a legendary hero who stood at the top of the world. Creating a cultivation system, constructing the magic net, and drafting a code of law. What a great god! Many trembled as she left. It was a pity that he was about to die of old age and could no longer follow this great existence. I've left, the eternal Emperor Ymir, and I'm still leading the Night Elf tribe. No. The entire elven race will walk towards the next glorious civilization. She walked with small steps and gently touched the elven codex. Suddenly, she could not hold it in any more. Under the bright sunlight outside the corridor window, she started to breathe rapidly. She slowly opened the first page of the elven codex like a treasure. The golden light fell on the ink on the page, and the first sentence of the prologue was clearly written: "We elves belong to nature. We protect nature and transcend nature." Chapter 248, The Lost Paradise. This world is actually a planet. When the elven palace was empty, Ymir let out a long sigh. She had already been deified by the entire elven race. She sat on the elven throne as the omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipotent god of elves. Only she herself understood that she could only bring civilization to them by standing on the shoulders of giants. "I've finally reached the 6th step." She suddenly closed her eyes and muttered. Everyone thought that she was a talented and bold person. She had been studying agriculture, paper making, horse rearing, herding, and other fields in seclusion. She had brought a brilliant and incredible civilization to the entire Yumia High Elf Empire. He was the only one who knew that he had only been studying the cultivation system for the past 100 years. All he had done was create a law of nature. The rest of his time was spent on cultivation. Her body's aptitude was definitely top-notch. She was born as a level 5 great demon and was extremely talented. However, her comprehension and aptitude were very ordinary. She had only just broken through to the 6th rank after cultivating for so long. However, it's time to do my own things. As she sat on the throne, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Over the years, he had been studying the theory of evolution and improving the species he was most familiar with, the 7 Wonders treasure tree. He wanted to use the next rebirth altar to become a man. In the fruit of life, the seed of one's own species is nurtured. It is equivalent to another form of evolution. Unlike the long evolution of a species, it uses a huge amount of life energy to nourish the life form and achieve an instant transformation and evolution. This is the origin of demons. She closed her eyes slightly. However, due to the monopoly and control of the ancient tree of life, they only give birth to women. If I were to be born again, I'd have to find a way to change the concentration of the hormones. Perhaps I'd have to improve my species form and deceive the ancient tree of life before I can become a man. Over the years, the tree of 7 Wonders corpses that had been preserved in large quantities were no longer used for cooking. Instead, they were stored and studied. Even now, she was confident that she would be able to change the 7 Wonders treasure tree's life form and hormone structure in her next rebirth. She would become a male fairy and get rid of her foot chi. She would rather not have such a powerful talent. One would never know the pain of wearing shoes to sleep. If one's feet were covered in sweat and they couldn't put on slippers, they would suffocate Gilna to death. Just as he was thinking about it, Gilna slowly walked in from the side door of the palace. "Are you going to eat?" "I want to eat barbecued meat today, and Xylan is also waiting." She's already making a scene, saying that she's hungry. "All right, I'll go to the kitchen to prepare immediately." Looking at her, Yumiya suddenly smiled gently. "When this is over, I'm going to marry you." "What do you want to do?" "What is a wife?" Gilna asked curiously. "It's two people who like each other, living together," Ymir replied. Gilna's eyes flashed with confusion. "Then I'm your wife. We've been living together for hundreds of years, and we like each other a lot." This isn't a real relationship. Ymir replied, this world has been imprisoned. The elves have been cursed by the 11 most ancient existences. They are not allowed to have true love. I want to change it. Gilna was confused. Mumu looked at the girl she loved and just smiled. The magic of love. It's really something to look forward to. She sat on the throne and looked longingly into the distance. She seemed to see the fruit of life that had fallen from the sky and turned into a shooting star. A beautiful elf walked out and saved the Dark Knight tribe, leading the entire elf civilization. She was like a newborn baby, with a pure and sentimental smile. Just like what I said back then. Time is merciless, always sharpening edges and corners, turning people into the people I once hated. When this war is over, I will finally return to my youth. If it wasn't for Gilna, he might have gotten used to this body long ago. It was just that looking at the beautiful woman he liked day and night made his heart gradually firm up, and he wanted to realize this dream. If a person did not have bright dreams and pursuits, what was the point of living? His thoughts were simple. He wanted to marry her and spend the rest of his life cooking delicious food and traveling the mountains and rivers with her. Send out my order. We'll deal with the remaining feather elf, Omega. The next day, the Elven Emperor Ymir sat on the throne in the main hall of the Elven Palace. The Elven mages and ministers of the major Elven clans sat on both sides of him. It's time to start. My death this time will welcome a new life that belongs to me. Umia Empire, Year 37, January. Elf Emperor Ymir had reached the 6th step and was flying to the Tree of Heaven on his own. He was about to finish off the last remaining members of the Nature Alliance. And NBSP, in the sky, on a vast ancient tree, the branches of the tree carried the tribe's tree houses. Looking up, the sky was already extremely clear. It was a vast and spectacular scene. Each green leaf was the size of a lake, crystal clear and shining with a touching luster. It had the power to absorb the stars. The leaves are unimaginably huge. What a great life! No wonder people can see that the sky is made of fine leaves. She stepped in the air. She could have launched a sneak attack, but she came openly. It's Ymir. The entire feather elf tribe fell into panic and chaos when they saw that figure. A beautiful feather elf with pure white wings appeared. It was Omega, the formidable figure of the past who had also reached the 6th rank. As expected, he had secretly descended to the mortal world over the years, learned cultivation techniques, and then used the magic net to cultivate. Ymir, staring at this terrifying existence, Omega gritted his teeth and revealed his will to die. Boom! The two of them exchanged blows rapidly in the sky, moving further and further away. After half a day, Ymir's body was covered in blood and fell from the sky. The entire Elven Empire wailed at the sight of this. Elf Emperor Umia is dead. Countless people trembled and looked like they were about to collapse. No one had expected that such a powerful elf king would be defeated. Omega stood in the sky, looking at his hands in a daze. Ymir, what are you thinking? She knew very well that Ymir had not even used his aura or that terrifying weapon, the Wheel of Poison. His Majesty is dead. The entire High Elven Empire was in chaos. The entire Night Elf Empire was even more terrified, and the Night Ancient Tree of Life was also in a state of anxiety. It clearly understood that with the death of the Elven Emperor Ymir, the other Elven tribes might start to attack the royal family of the Elves, the Night Elves, and seize the royal power. Don't worry. Soon, Xylan came out to comfort everyone. Elf King Ymir has an undying body and can be reborn in the Elf altar. He has been able to do so for a long time. It'll be fine. The ancient Night Elf tree, in the sky. The altar of heroes was brewing again, and an inexplicable light flashed again. Ymir spoke to the ancient tree of Night Elves. This time, I've changed my life form, so I need more energy. I was born as a rank 6 life form, but our Elven Empire is enough to provide for this rebirth that requires a lot of energy. The fruit of life contained more than half of the Elven Empire's savings over the years. Gradually, life was being born and nurtured again. After an unknown period of time, life suddenly began to take shape. Hwalala! A human figure slowly appeared. The man's figure was tall and straight, and his body was covered in golden proportions. He had the beauty of a Greece statue. You! The Night Elf Ancient Tree of Life was instantly stunned. There had never been a male elf in this world. To the knowledge of countless elves, these creatures did not exist at all, so it had never taken any precautions against them. It did not expect that Ymir would turn himself into a male elf and escape its imprisonment. Ymir, the night elf's faint voice sounded. So, this is your goal? Ymir laughed. Suddenly, the voice of the ancient night elf tree slowly sounded. Come on, let's have a chat. Haven't you always wanted to know what's in the sky? He was stunned and flew up into the sky. Hwalala! A leaf was slowly lifted and a path was opened. He passed through the sky of leaves and came to the top of the sky. Under his feet was a huge circular green ball formed by leaves, as if he was stepping on the atmosphere of a planet. His feet stepped lightly on the overlapping green leaves, and the leaves rustled. Is this the sky that covers the entire planet? He stood on the green atmosphere in the sky of leaves and looked out into outer space. There was a translucent protective film outside that isolated the air and vacuum. The universe was pitch black, and the galaxy of stars was intoxicatingly vast. One could not help but feel small. Oh, Ymir, the one who stole the forbidden fruit of life. This patch of land made of green leaves is where we live. There's no war here. We usually chat with the 11 ancient trees here. We call it Elysium. The flying snakes slowly walked out and wrapped themselves around the leaves. There were a total of 11 branches, which seemed to be 11 ancient trees. They seemed to have appeared in front of him in this way. Although they were plundering each other, they did not have the intention to kill each other. They could even chat often on the top of the sky. To them, war, invasion, and enslavement were just a game of chess to control the elves under them. There were wins and losses, but in their long lives, they didn't care much about winning or losing, until their lives were truly threatened. Mumu looked at them. These were the 11 ancient great life forms. The eternal ancient trees of life opened their mouths one after another. Their voices rose and fell. We are your gods. You are the lives we created. We give you wisdom. In our long lives, we can tolerate everything. If you want to enslave our ancient life trees, we'll do as you wish. If you want to create the weave, we'll follow you. If you want to establish the Elven Empire, we'll help you. We are willing to see our children walk towards glory, and we want to see what kind of rotten flowers you'll bloom. In our long lives, Ymir, you might just be a splash in our lives, the reason why the ancient tree of life brags in front of us. You once ruled us, but this was just a flash, just like your life. If you can transform into a long-lived being like us, we'll sincerely welcome you to join us and become the 12th great being. We accept. We understand everything. In the long years, you can't imagine the upper limit of our tolerance. In the world we created, there is no gender or desire here. It is a land of bliss full of joy, happiness, and bliss. We've done you a favor, and you've done us a favor. We lived in peace, but the elves betrayed God. He had stolen the forbidden fruit. I want to have the most primitive greed and desire, I want to be independent. The voices came from far away, as if they were the strict rebukes of the mighty gods in the sky. Yumiya looked at them, and then turned to look at the green land of Elysium. The fruits of life condensed under the leaves. This was the first time she had seen these legendary fruits up close, and she couldn't help but marvel at their beauty. I stole the forbidden fruit so that I could be with Gilna. We love each other deeply. You guys can still be together now. A voice sounded. That's not what I really want, Ymir said, shaking his head. Ymir knew very well that the ancient tree of life could do nothing to him. Although they were rank 7 life forms, they were still unique plant life forms that contained powerful vitality. However, they had no combat power. They could only protect themselves by giving birth to sprites. It was like a powerful ant queen that had no combat power, but could reproduce a large number of ants to protect itself. This was a special life form. The ancient life tree in the surroundings was silent. He spoke again. You will regret stealing the forbidden fruit. Desire is the original sin of life, and the beginning of all other sins. As a woman, you've stepped into a forbidden zone. All women will suffer because of you. We'll give you one last chance. Kill yourself and turn back into Ymir, the god of elves, and rule the high elves' kingdom of Ymir again. We'll forget this day. Ymir shook his head and looked down at his young, muscular body. Suddenly, he strode away from the sky. Leaves piled up on the ground, and the vast land was in a green arc. A curse came from behind him. We will punish them with the pain of giving birth. We bleed every month. We experience the pain of a long life. We might even die because of it. And you, Ymir, the strongest elven king, you've used the tolerance of the ancient tree of life to betray us and your mother. You'll lose all your glory. You'll be reduced to a prisoner and locked up forever. Ymir shook his head, not afraid at all. She clearly understood that she had already won. No one could be born high and mighty. Just like the ancestors of sorcery from the ancient times, he had overthrown their absolute rule and achieved freedom similar to that of the primordial world. The freedom that belonged to post-celestial life forms. In the future, the elven race would no longer need to rely on others to breathe. They would be able to live independently. So what if they did not reproduce new elves? As long as they had themselves, they would be able to reproduce. Although it would be more difficult to reproduce for a country, they would still be able to do so. But I won't do that for Gilna. He revealed a gentle smile. These ancient life trees no longer have any chips to control me. Unless they completely shed all pretenses of cordiality, they will still obediently give birth to the next generation of elves and nurture the life fruit like before. From today onwards, I'm a man. I'll change my name to Ilfin. He thought for a moment, then added, Ilfin Storm Rage. He immediately smiled and landed in Silver Moon City with even more joy, heading towards the Elven King's palace. His heart was filled with joy, and he even wanted to tell Gilna this good news, share his joy with her, and tell her that the elves in this world were actually divided into men and women. However, the next second, he walked into the Elven Palace, and his expression gradually froze. This was because he saw another elf emperor Ymir, another guardian, the Song of Shadow, the god of elves. They were wearing her clothes and sitting calmly on the elven throne. She opened her mouth, and her voice and tone were exactly the same as when she said to herself, I am the Elf King, Ymir. Which tribe are you from? Chapter 249, Devil Transformation. Elf King Ymir? Mew Mew looked at her other self in a daze, her mind blank. Protect the Emperor. At this moment, a group of familiar elven ministers stood in front of Yumiya with wary expressions. Emperor Yumiya, we've just resurrected from the altar of heroes, and now a strange level 6 elf has come. I'm afraid she has bad intentions. I'm afraid they're the remnants of the feather elves, spies of Omega. One by one, the elf ministers he was once familiar with stood in front of him, looking at him with great vigilance, showing their determination to protect him with their lives. Moo Moo was silent for a moment and broke out in a cold sweat. His other self. It was probably a backup plan left behind by the ancient tree of the night elves. He instantly understood some key points. He was afraid that he had been killed by the shock when he was breeding a seed, leaving behind a seed. He was only reborn from the hero altar when he had the second seed. In the past few years, the ancient tree of night elves had secretly nurtured another Ymir, allowing her to cultivate and grow in the next 100 years. This Ymir had the exact same genes and appearance as him. He could be considered a clone of him. The ancient tree of the night elves has been on guard against me for a long time, he broke out in cold sweat again, and there was an indescribable shock in his heart. At this moment, Elf King Ymir, who was sitting high above, continued to look down at himself and asked again. I am the Elf King, Ymir. Which tribe are you from? Moo Moo stood in the hall silently, still trembling. We players are known as the Fourth Calamity, and we've run amok in several worlds. Back then, we overthrew the rule of Thulhu, the 13 innate ancient gods, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Who would have thought that in order to overthrow the ancient elven tree and fight for the freedom of the elven race, we would actually get screwed over and be set up? She had stolen all of her glory, the great achievement of building the entire empire. Elf of unknown origin, Ymir continued, our elven kingdom will detain you. If you resist, you will be executed on the spot. Once he surrendered, he would probably never be able to return. He turned around and left. You want to leave? Ymir's expression turned cold as he gave chase. King. The elf ministers behind him wanted to say something but stopped themselves, afraid that their elf king would be killed again. Don't worry, Ymir quickly gave chase. In a lush ancient forest. Ta ta ta. The two of them flew at high speed. Moo Moo did not choose to fly. Instead, she wanted to shake off Ymir, who was behind her, through the complicated terrain. Heavens! I'm going to die. Mew Mew's expression was miserable. Not only did I turn into a man, but I also replaced all my talents. Because that flaw was too big, I didn't expect that I would be hunted down by myself. Ta ta ta. Behind him, Ymir seemed to be an exact copy of himself. Carrying the wheel of poison, he quickly took off his shoes, revealing his fair legs as he walked on the grass. Hwalala. After stepping into the 6th rank, the might exuded by Ymir's legs became more and more astonishing. As he passed by patches of grass, large patches of green plants withered in an instant. It's so painful to the eyes. Moo watched in fear. Before this, the others didn't care about the fear they felt, but now that it was his turn, he finally realized how terrifying it was. Once she gets close to me, I'll lose my combat power instantly. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. It's so hot that I can't open my eyes, my nose can't breathe, and even my eardrums are going to be pierced. Only he knew the fear in her. From the 4 aspects of her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, she had completely sealed off her opponent's 5 senses. It was another form of indescribable fear. If he got close to her, he would die without a doubt. However, even though I've changed, I still have enough resistance, much better than other creatures. I can only try to resist it. He suddenly stopped. He knew that he couldn't continue to escape like this, so he could only face it head-on. He stopped and turned to look at the identical version of himself. He suddenly asked, "When were you born?" Yumiya looked at him, at her own body, and her feelings became complicated. "I was born at the same time as you, but I didn't grow up instantly. I was nurtured in the fruit of life for a long time, and then slowly grew up in the dark. I only became an adult after 80 years, and I've been cultivating until today." She hid in the dark and slowly grew up, watching this original body that was exactly the same as her grow with her own eyes. She continued to rule the elf tribes and finally established the great elf dynasty. When he was young, he looked forward to and worshipped this god of elves. This was the great existence that had created all kinds of miracles, opened up all kinds of brilliant civilizations, created cultivation systems, and created the magic net, the Song of Shadow Ymir. There were no elves, and no longer worshipped this great elven emperor. She had also been hiding in the dark, watching the gentle Ymir take care of Gilna and Selene, cooking all kinds of strange food for them, laughing with them, and looking forward to replacing them at all times. It was not until today that she heard the words of the Dark Knight Ancient Life Tree. "Ymir has betrayed our great elven race. I'll hold him back while you take over the entire elven dynasty." This sentence subverted her entire life. "I don't want to replace you." Ymir was silent as he looked at the completely different male elf in front of him. "Go back. Maybe I can plead for you." Looking at the beautiful face that she had once been so familiar with, Moo smiled. She knew that she could no longer go back. There was no way out after breaking up. The elven race cannot be the slaves of the mother tree. These elves are cursed perfect lives. They cannot have love. I want freedom that belongs to living beings. From today onwards, my name is Ilfin. It seems like we can't go back to those days. Yumiya forced a smile. Her heart ached, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. She knew that the dream she had once dreamed of was slowly shattering. Since the great god of elves, Ymir, has betrayed us elves and tarnished the glory of the Guardian and the Song of Shadows, then I shall replace Ymir and become Ymir, the elven emperor, and continue her glory. Yumiya, no, I should call you Ilfin. I won't allow your life to be tainted. Please die here. You've been resisting your legs and didn't know how terrifying they were, nor did you develop their uses. This Ymir took a deep breath. Burning. Hwala. She used the simplest burning spell, which actually enveloped her legs. With the high temperature, her delicate, round, and beautiful legs quickly began to sweat. She jumped into the air and swung her legs. Dense fragrant sweat was thrown out, and the entire forest was suddenly covered in a layer of grey film. This is the true release of a domain. Hwala. A large number of life forms and plants were enveloped by the spicy smell and quickly withered, forming an unbelievable death force field. Even the other powerful rank 5 and rank 6 life forms could not open their eyes at this moment. In the next second, she transformed into an assassin in the shadows and attacked. She was as fast as lightning and ruthlessly swept her foot towards his head. From far away, I can smell the terrifying sweat-drenched legs and the even more terrifying aura they are emitting. We'll use sweat to spread it. It was the first time that Moo knew that her legs could be used like this, but she had already covered her eyes, ears, mouth and nose with a black eye mask that was soaked in water. She dodged and quickly grew taller, changing her body shape. "Don't underestimate me," Ifron muttered, "after all, we are different forms of the same life. Although your legs are terrifying, I lost this power, however, I still have quite a bit of resistance." Demon transformation. Caw caw caw. 2 demonic black goat horns grew from the top of his head, and 2 bat wings quickly extended from his back. The black nails on his legs gradually grew longer, turning into a pair of huge eagle claws. Whoosh! His entire body was covered in tiny flames. It was the spiciness that had changed its form, turning into a terrifying black flame with a low temperature. Although the spiciness was sacrificed, it was closer to the aura field and could be controlled, so there was no need to worry about hurting the people around him. Goat horns, bat wings, and bird claws. It looked very much like the true bodies of the ancestors of sorcery in strange shapes. This was indeed similar to the combat form of the true body of the wizard ancestor. The evolution of the 7 Wonders treasure tree was undoubtedly drawing him closer to the powerful physical body of the wizard ancestor. Chapter 250, The Mortal Who Lost Divinity. Ymir looked at the demon-like figure that was covered in flames. His face tightened. "You've really fallen. To protect the Song of Shadows and the honor of the Watchman, I must kill you." Her eagle-like eyes instantly focused on the demon's figure in front of her. Whoosh! A terrifying energy fluctuation flickered. Whoosh! The entire forest quickly withered and became deathly silent. 2 figures with terrifying auras were engaged in a frenzied battle. This time, Mu combined with the life structure of this world, which was similar to that of the wizard ancestors, and achieved a transformation. She had a combat form. Its poisonous hair, spicy leg, and hand of life had become his poisonous nails, low-temperature burning flames, and the recovery of life that had completely integrated into his body. "Yes. I've weakened my talent, become nimbler, and sacrificed a lot in order to let people get close to me. I'm not your match, no." Ilfin growled. "But no matter how strong you are, your legs and the wheel of poison are much less lethal to me." Ilfin growled, and both sides were quickly injured in the battle. However, the advantages and disadvantages of both sides were gradually showing. Although Ymir's hands could heal themselves, there were too many limitations. They were not as strong as Ilfin's body. Ymir was already getting more and more injuries. "But if we continue fighting, I'm afraid I'll die first." Mu's expression was grave. Although she had strong resistance, her spiciness was still too terrifying. It had already corroded his body and the poison had begun to spread in his body. He could only forcibly suppress the poison. "I must take the opportunity to leave. Otherwise, the poison will completely take effect." His body flashed as he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. "Escape? Ylfin, you dare!" Yumia's voice was filled with anger and shock. Her heart suddenly became anxious, and she suddenly picked up the wheel of poison and threw it into the air, but it hit empty air. A few days later, Irvin, who had returned to his normal elf form from his demon form, hid himself and recovered from his injuries. He then skillfully dressed up as a woman and walked through the elven capital, Silvery Moon. Due to his fair skin and the lack of gender discrimination in this world, no one doubted him. He walked around for a while and finally saw Gilna. Gilna was shocked. She also saw this strange elf who had provoked the elven Emperor Yumia in the elven palace and escaped from Emperor Yumia's pursuit. "You are Ymir?" Gilna couldn't help but ask, her eyes wide in fear. He immediately smiled. As expected, after living with him for 100 years and sharing the same bed, Gilna could instantly recognize him and the impostor. "Do you want to leave with me?" A hint of hesitation appeared on Ifron's cold and handsome face, and a faint sense of uneasiness reverberated in his heart. "However, we will face the arrest warrant of the entire elf race. We might have nowhere to hide." "Yes." Determination flashed in Gilna's eyes. "But Celine." Ifron thought for a moment. "She'll be fine. I've decided that she'll be the next elven queen. I've stopped managing the Empire's political affairs since countless years ago, and she's the one handling them. She's the true ruler of the Elven Empire. That Ymir won't do anything to her. He'll still let her be the next Elven Queen. She'll still protect the glory of the elves, and she'll only target me." Half a day later, news of Gilna's disappearance was discovered by the palace. Chase. Elf Emperor Yumaya sat on his throne and slowly opened his eyes. Year 38 of the Yumia Empire. Even though they tried their best to cover it up, a piece of shocking news still spread throughout the country. Gilna and the special dark elf Ilfin had betrayed and fled. The entire country was in chaos. Isn't Gilna a trusted aide of King Yumia? They're so loyal that they're even willing to die for His Majesty. How could they possibly leave with the other elves? It's said that if Ron is an elf wanted by 11 ancient elven trees. He betrayed our elven race and destroyed our peaceful paradise, bringing disaster, fear, and death to this world. Regardless of what was said outside, the two of them had already hidden in the dense forest. Let's get married. Mumu looked at the woman she loved and smiled. They held the wedding in an empty forest. History had turned to a new chapter, the Elysium chapter in the Saint calendar. Year 47 of the Yumia Empire. The traitors of the elves, Ilfin and Gilna, stole the forbidden fruits of the ancient god of life, Elysium. They lost their divinity and sank into sin and joy. They fell into the mortal world of desire and became barbaric and rude. God said that they had committed a sin that had to be redeemed for generations. It was called the original sin, which meant the original sin that they were born with. The ancient gods expelled them from the elf race, wanted them, and cursed their descendants. The men became greedy and violent, and the women suffered from the pain of childbirth. Mumu began the life she wanted to pursue. She abandoned her mission of raising the elves and began to travel around the entire planet, visiting every elven town. Mumu also put on her female clothes again, looking like two beautiful elven sisters. They traveled around, looking for good food, cooking, and then improving the food for Gilna to taste. They had been to the desert canyon and had seen the most beautiful desert sunrise. Under the lead of the sand elves, they had gone to find the legendary treasure, the footprints of the white treasure fruit tree. They took a boat to the ocean, injured the 9-headed snake, cut off one of its heads, and cooked the most delicious food. They went to find giant dragons and communicate with them. With their excellent cooking skills, they became their guests and enjoyed the unique food of the Dragon Ball. This honeymoon-like journey was very happy, and Gilna also began to get pregnant. As a 4th-rank life form, she had a strong body and did not feel much pain. She continued to travel around with a big belly. The curse of the ancient spirit tree might be fake, I didn't feel any pain during pregnancy, and I didn't bleed every month. I also didn't die from childbirth. Gilna laughed and touched her belly, feeling the twins in her stomach, 2 new lives. This was a life that didn't rely on the ancient spirit tree in this world. It belonged to the spirits themselves. Perhaps our elf tribe can truly stop relying on the ancient life tree in the future. We're free. She laughed. We might become a new race, a unique elven species. She laughed. Neither of them wanted to be enemies with the elves. They just wanted to live in seclusion and live the peaceful life they wanted. It was not a 10-month pregnancy. It took a full 9 years for Gilna to gradually give birth to a child. Or rather, what she gave birth to wasn't a human form, but 2 blood-drenched spheres, one white and one black. They had the structure of an elven fruit, but they were also different. They emitted a red and transparent glow, like a heart that kept expanding and contracting, beating like a life. Hee hee hee. Giggle. Gradually, the strange balls began to play with each other and began to gain intelligence. After a few days, they ate the outer layer of flesh and turned into 2 boys. The baby boy hatched from the white ball was similar to an elf, but there were some differences. If the elves were the perfect life form of the ancient tree of life, half plant, half animal, this baby seemed to be transforming into a biological creature. His sharp ears became round, and his appearance was no longer perfect. He gradually became ordinary. The other black ball hatched into a baby boy. He had sharp demon goat horns and long eyes. He even had wings on his back. He was still a perfect creature. 2 strange children, our offspring. Their strength is weakening. It's only at the 2nd rank when it's born, and it might only reach the 3rd rank when it's fully grown. Mumu was stunned. A child in an ordinary human form seems to have difficulty transforming into a demon. He's very weak when he turns into my combat form. The other child was born in the eternal demon battle form? Can't take on a human form. One was extremely strong while the other was extremely weak. It was as if he had inherited 2 of his life forms. Gilna suddenly looked at the demon baby and scolded him, "It's all your fault for using that demon transformation form. You must have gotten pregnant at that time." The two of them laughed and chatted happily as they held the two babies. They felt as if a new life had begun. Chapter 251, Are you kidding me? We're all straight men. The 61st year of the Umayyad Empire. Elven Emperor Ymir had once again opened up a new field by creating spatial rings. This was a precious secret magic tool that was created using the internal space of the fruit of life that bred elves. When Ylfin heard the news, he was sitting in the forest with Gilna, eating barbecue with his two children. She's very talented, and she's also working hard to maintain the reputation of Umayyad. Previously, the ancient tree of life didn't trust me, but now it completely trusts her, and even gave her the life fruit for research. The 67th year of the Umayyad Empire. Traces of Ifran were found in the ancient forest of Mil. Emperor Umayyad personally went there, and the entire land was flattened. Ifran fled with heavy injuries. Umayyad Empire, year 71. The ordinary child was named Arthur, and the demonic child was named Ruhr. As they grew up, the two of them even met the elven women they liked during their journey and married them. A few years passed. Arthur gave birth to 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. Ruhr gave birth to a demon boy. The clan was expanding, and the possibility of him being wanted was increasing. After a few moments of hesitation, he decided to split up the clan and let his 2 children live independently with their families. After all, you're all grown up now. I've already taught you the cooking techniques. You can go on a trip and do what you want to do. The 94th year of the Umayyad Empire. After a few years, the elves gradually discovered that other than them, 2 other human-shaped intelligent races had appeared on this land. They could actually abandon the breeding of the ancient elven tree and reproduce independently. They also had a unique male life. We have to follow the rules set by our ancestors. We can only be together if we are willing and truly in love. They warned their descendants. You're saying that we can have our own children? Can we try? There were even some beautiful elves who were very curious. They could actually give birth to life like the ancient tree of life? Some elves began to fall in love with them and gradually lived together, giving birth to many descendants. In the Elf King's palace. Those are the descendants of sinners. Elf Emperor Umayyad started to set up a prison and became the head warden himself. Any elves who are with these sinners and reproduce for them will be locked up in the prison. They were the traitors of the elf race. They had lost their divinity and were mixed with desire. These 2 evil clans must be arrested and put on the wanted list. After a short period of 100 years of peace, the Elven Empire was once again in war and turmoil. This time, it was even more terrifying than the war of unification between the elven tribes. The Tree Realm Prison was established. After the unification of the elves, the 400 or so ancient war trees had been resting and recuperating. The square prison in front of them, which was surrounded by 300 ancient war trees, did not allow anyone to escape. We have our own race and our dignity. The freedom of the human race. They dare to fight against the god who created the elves. The human great wizard Arthur led the human race to start a rebellion. As for the demon race, although they could reproduce on their own, their reproduction ability was as low as that of the elves. Right now, they only had a few dozen clansmen. Ruhr chose to give up on war, dig a cave, and hide deep underground. A few years passed. A large number of male sinners were captured. If it was the previous Elven War, the various ancient trees of life would be considered to be fighting among themselves, so they would naturally not be too concerned. However, right now, there was a threat to their lives, and it was very likely that their rule would be overthrown. They had to eliminate all men, and the world would belong to the elves. Spore Evolution Sandbox. All kinds of species were evolving on the miniature green mountains and rivers. Now, everyone was working hard and silently evolving their species, striving to catch this wave of world trains. However, the style was a little strange. Animals had become extremely rare, and many people were buried in transforming plants. There were almost no beasts in the entire sandbox. A bunch of plants multiplied, and the atmosphere was already extremely strange. Everyone had a tacit understanding. They overthrew their plant species one by one and re-evolved them. They were very desperate. A new player could not help but ask, which immediately caused a huge response. What? You're saying that I listened to the cute girl's words and began to evolve into a plant in order to obtain great power after entering the ancient tree world? That was impossible. I'm not the kind of person who has no principles. Cross-dressing makes you stronger? It doesn't exist. Ha ha ha. It was laughable. I'm a straight man of steel, okay. Young man. I have a wife. I'm already in my 30s, and my son is already in school. How will my son see me when I become a woman? I've been evolving plants all this time, and I don't know how long I've been evolving for. I can't just give up, can I? Countless big shots had expressed that they would never be bewitched by power and lose their principles. The racer of Mount Harana was transforming into a plant, taking root in the ground as it took the lead and warned the novices around it. Funny. I'm a veteran player, and I can easily recultivate to level 5 after spending 50 to 60 years of my life. How can I be so unprincipled? Isn't it just giving me a level and a heaven-defying talent? How could he be so easily attracted by the attractive salary and benefits offered by the ancient spirit trees? Become the elven heroes they hired? I'm not such a casual person. Everyone expressed that they were great men. How could he not resist the temptation? This group of shameless people. Su Ji was stunned. He felt that these people had become even more intelligent and wretched after they had gone bald. Furthermore, their skin was as thick as a city wall. Ordinary people would not be able to be as shameless as these idiots. Su Ji had not expected that the planet of the ancient tree world would be in such a frenzy. They had just started to develop, and the civilization had just left the embryonic form of the cultivation system. They had left the barbaric tribes and entered the era of city-states, and such a terrible thing had happened. Su Ji imagined the scene and said. At that time, under the ancient elven tree, a group of beautiful elves would come out to pick their feet and nose, shouting all day long that they wanted to defy the heavens. He believed that Dichi was also very confused. Hehe, if you anger the sun, Dichi, he might just kill you all. Su Ji chuckled, feeling that they would not be able to cause much trouble in the hands of Dichi. Suddenly, a player came out to report, breaking news. Mumu has already posted that a man is getting married. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Mumu was still so flirtatious. They hadn't even entered the bitter sea yet, but Mumu had already left the bitter sea and enjoyed the fruits of her life. They all gave up on evolving their species and planned to go out and take a look. At this time, the forum outside was also very excited. Screenshots. 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 The wedding photos were posted one by one, and countless people were envious. You've won the beauty just like that? Detestable. I finally understand why I don't have a girlfriend. It's because I didn't wear women's clothes, blend in with them, become friends, and then take the opportunity to win their hearts. I think I've found a way to get rid of being single. Happy. I'm afraid that after I become a woman, I'll start looking for a boyfriend. Funny. A group of animals were driving, but wedding photos still came one after another, making others envious. A beautiful water fairy beauty and a tall and handsome male elf were taking photos and wedding photos everywhere. He even transformed into his flaming demon true form and kissed the elf beauty. Western fantasy wedding photos were fed with dog food. Countless people were heartbroken, but Mumu had also endured the bitter days. After more than 100 years, she had finally changed from being a bitter sister to a lover. However, gradually, some people noticed that something was wrong. The wedding was not held in the Elven Palace, but in the deep mountains and forests. After Miu Miu sent the picture, she started to seriously explain the current situation. She had become a man, but had been tricked by the ancient spirit tree. Now, she had lost all her glory and was wandering the world. Everyone was instantly stunned. You've been using the air of your feet to smoke people all day, asking them if their feet were strong or smelly. Now it's finally your turn. It was a trap. Everyone felt that it was wonderful and laughed happily. Even a little like you would have such a day. Mumu didn't say anything and continued to post screenshots. All kinds of pictures of travel and food were turned into a photo of the scenery party, as well as a photo of her 2 children. Are you on the run or traveling? Your 2 children, one is like a human, the other is like a demon, you are simply an animal. If I give you a woman, you can create 2 races. I'm sour, lemons.jpg. Everyone immediately felt that something was wrong. Is there still any law? Shouldn't you become the target of the foot chi and then be suppressed? Mumu did not speak, ha ha ha. I'll explain it to everyone, my children and grandchildren are constantly reproducing, and they're already overwrought. I don't have any ambitions, but my 2 sons are quite ambitious, they want to lead their own race to rise. Everyone was silent, and their teeth ached. I gave you a woman, and you created 2 races. Then, you used the 2 races to fight against the elf race. You solved the security crisis and escaped? Moo didn't speak. The other party can't catch us anymore. Her feet are stinging my eyes, but it can't kill me. I'm a natural counter to her. Moo, won't speak, I'll make an oath here. Even if I were to fall to my death from a rock, get beaten to death by my wife, or die in a fancy way, I would never be caught and imprisoned by Emir. On the other hand, don't blame me for not warning you once you enter. If you want to cause trouble, there's an 80 to 90% chance that you'll be suffocated to death by Emir. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, experience the fear of being suffocated to death by the foot odor of a beautiful elf girl. This one will take his leave. I'm going to continue traveling the world with my wife and enjoy all kinds of delicacies. Are you kidding us? Everyone instantly felt a headache. The person involved in the relationship was not affected too much and had already become a man as she wished. Instead, she had left a mess for them. On the other hand, Moo had already walked to the end of the road. They had no other way out. It was impossible to use the same method to trick the ancient tree of life. They would definitely be on guard. So, they could only become female elves in the future. The racer of Mount Harana was especially infuriated. He was spinning in circles in front of his computer. He had wanted to use this method to turn himself into a man, but he did not expect that Moo would beat him to it. Also, that stinky feet of yours is so annoying to the eyes. Even if he were to completely transform into the legs of a real elf girl, who could stand it? No one could deal with Emir. He instantly wanted to follow the network cable and kill him. In the end, he took a deep breath and calmed his anger. He returned to the table and rearranged the dense book materials, studying them carefully. It seems that in order to deal with Emir, I have to evolve into a species that can become stronger by eating spicy food. Chapter 252, Fight the Landlord. The racer of Mount Harana's original species was almost complete, and now, he could only modify it a little and add more functions. I don't believe that I can't handle that spicy smell. Even if she were to put her foot in my mouth, I have to be able to say that it's really fragrant, and not cry and make Yumiya's jaw drop. He had set himself a ruthless target. Even though stuffing it into his mouth was just an exaggeration, he had to be determined. In fact, the Spore Evolution sandbox was about to enter the era of the big explosion of species. Up until now, most of the players who entered the previous Sorcerer World and Ancient World were top players and red-named players. The remaining 200 to 300 players, who were one level below them and lacked talent, had to work hard to make up for it. After enduring the hard work of 2 worlds, they were almost fully formed. Most of them had evolved into plants. The cute girl was just the first plant, and there were other players who were about to complete it later. The ancient tree world was simply tailor-made for plant players like them. They were excited that it was their turn to go in and have some fun. If it wasn't for the fact that they were being watched, they would have sung their own adapted green while they were evolving plants. It would be a lie to say that I'm not happy. After all, my brain is also made of meat. In order to not turn into liver cirrhosis, I'll dress up as a woman to become stronger. However, a certain someone had cruelly cut off their thoughts of secretly changing their hormones to become male elves when they turned into female elves. The ancient tree of life must have become vigilant. Was it true that they could only become female elves now? Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, Moo was still showing off, constantly sending screenshots and chatting with everyone. In fact, although I've become a man, I cut off your path to becoming men in the future and successfully got together with the girl I love. I travel every day and eat delicious food, but I'm not as happy as you think. It's happiness that you can't even imagine. Everyone's mood had originally calmed down, and they could still comfort people when they were silent. But the next sentence instantly made them choke to death. Everyone was burning with anger. It seems that you, this black-hearted profiteer, are deliberately saying all these dirty words to show off? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't even know what your last name is. In the next second, Moo spoke again to express her apology and comfort everyone. In fact, I was just bragging. The world is fair. There are gains and losses, an equivalent exchange. This is the truth of the sorcerer world, and I am no exception. While I obtained happiness, wealth, freedom, glory, and strength, I also lost many things. For example, worry, weakness, poverty, and now you're bald. An evil demon hunter had 2 fleshy wings and 2 black goat horns on his back. He was swinging his exuberant dark brown hair, and there was even a text attached to the picture. Using Piao, that's how confident I am. Everyone was speechless. You dare to be even more despicable? Are you crazy? Are you a demon? This is too much. Everyone started scolding. Moo spoke again. I really am a demon. An evil demon hunter was flying in the sky. It was shrouded in hot red flames, and its arms were spread open like a rock spreading its wings. Its legs were like a golden rooster standing on its own, looking out at the earth. I'm a demon hunter. Am I handsome? Riding the clouds? Why are you flying in the same way as Sun Wukong? Everyone's heads hurt from choking. Moo was immediately overjoyed and secretly proud. You animals, you were gloating at my misfortune just now, and you wanted me to show you a picture of me in a female outfit. If I don't take revenge now, I'm not a gentleman. He expressed that he was satisfied and that he was a straight man of steel, okay? Now that we've cut off the path of men's clothing, you have no choice but to dress up as women. What was he most angry about? There were already people making and selling figurines similar to the elf king Emir on Dobeo, and they were selling very well. However, this was not the worst. What was the worst? The most amazing thing was that some figurines even had functions. A palm-sized figurine could not only be placed on the dining table as a statue, but it could also be a multi-purpose seasoning bottle. As long as he turned on the switch, he could pour out garlic powder from his hands, spray chili from his feet, and even put 5-spice powder on his head. Shameless. What he thought was, what's wrong with me taking revenge? It's normal for me to take revenge. Come on. To hurt each other. When the onlooking netizens saw this scene, they suddenly laughed so hard that they choked. These two sides were trying to seduce each other and infuriate each other. When would revenge end? With the situation developing to this point, the two sides had completely intensified the conflict between them, and they had the urge to fight to the death. After Moo left without saying a word and was silent for more than 10 minutes, a post was instantly posted. The 5th closed beta activity, Fight the Landlord, has officially begun. The post was from the racer of Mount Harana. Closed beta activity? In the first closed beta, this big shot led everyone to fight bosses and wanted to poison the god of creation. In the second closed beta, he created a Thulhu evil god and directly created a god movement. Was he going to do something big again in the 5th beta? Fight the Landlord. Could it be that they were going to beat up Moo without saying anything and show him what they were made of? Confidential plan, live broadcast prohibited. This is to prevent the news from being leaked and being discovered by someone. Very quickly, the racer of Mount Harana asked the few streamers to turn off their live streaming. This is a gang war. It was the second day of the 5th beta testing. More than 300 strange-looking creatures had gathered in a huge field. They were moving stones and sitting in rows. Many of them were newbies. They were excited and joined the army that was causing trouble. Our target. It's the heavens and the myriad world. When we, the 4th calamity, go to war, not even a blade of grass will grow. A final chicken was standing on the barbecue stand, which was left behind by Moo's silence. Its wings were beating on the bones of the final chicken. Everyone, it's time for the commoner players to rebel and overthrow the despicable landlord. That fellow was too flirtatious. Does he think that we can't kill him just because he's hiding in the ancient tree world? Can we tolerate this? I can't endure this. Everyone was surprisingly in agreement, holding a breath in their hearts. The racer of Mount Harana coughed. Now, we're going to count the 10 sins of Moo's silence. First, giving him a woman actually created 2 races. He stole the forbidden fruit and brought disaster. He caused the elves to lose their divinity and become mortals. They had desires and destroyed the peace and tranquility. Not only did he break the peaceful life of single elves. It's also a critical blow to us single dogs. He should be burned to death. Elves of justice, destroy him. Pa pa pa. The crowd applauded, and they all felt that it made sense. Second, he's full of obscenities. As a profiteer, he monopolized the market by selling food all day long, and he cheated us, the players on the evolution sandbox, of a lot of money. Third, it cut off our path to becoming men. He's simply walking our own path, leaving us with no way out. Fourth. The racer of Mount Harana paused for a moment, as if he could not think of any charges, and then said, "The above are his 10 deadly sins. We will define him as a red-named player and pass through the world channel together. The fourth calamity will go to war and descend upon the world of ancient trees to capture the traitor. Does anyone have any objections?" A player said with his hands behind his back. His voice was cold. "No objections. He's a traitor and a mutant among us players. He was living such a wonderful life. He could create 2 races by giving him a woman? This little called himself Ilfin Stormrage? I want him to change his name to Illidan Stormrage and make him infertile. If that's the case, I'll let him go." Pa! One of the octopus players slammed his palm on a rock, and his arm cracked. He shouted like a bandit, "You're too kind. I'm going to turn him into a woman like us." Shua! Immediately, everyone looked at this player with surprise, pity, and a look of looking at a pervert. The player was dumbfounded. He was at a loss and didn't know why he was isolated. Everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot, and it deeply hurt his fragile heart. In fact, everyone had a tacit understanding of this matter. "You got into character so quickly, so how embarrassing would it be if we were to expose you? We're the peasants who rose up to resist and worked together to fight the big boss of the villains." He didn't say anything and called it the "fight the landlord" plan. But more strictly speaking, to enter that world to take revenge, one had to become an elf. It could be called cross-dressing to fight the landlord. However, no one mentioned this joke. Only you were the most insensible. Furthermore, who knew how many players would actually be able to enter and obtain the achievement reward in the short term? If you're confident, please state your numbers. The racer of Mount Harana said, "Let's form a party and enter the dungeon. Go to the new world and start." "I'm almost there. I'm about 60% confident. I'm also confident now that I've found a good path. I'm sure I'll succeed, but I don't know if I can catch up." Another plant spoke, but everyone ignored him. After all, this fellow had said the same thing back in the primordial world, and he was still saying the same thing now. No one knew how long it had been, probably after opening 10,000 worlds in the universe, before he really settled it. The racer of Mount Harana counted the number of people. Out of the 300+ people, there were more than 10. It was an unexpected number. It seemed like he had really worked hard. Chapter 253. Then, I'll go in and be the vanguard. The racer of Mount Harana stood on the sports field, basking in the sun as he launched a war mobilization. "My species is undergoing a reformation, and it'll be completed in a few days. I should be the first to enter. I'm experienced, and everyone can trust me. I'm loyal, and I'll go against the heavens and build walls together." During Thulhu's time, I, as a muscular player, led a group of people to guerrilla warfare everywhere to fight against the red players. I went in first to take down a stronghold and became a tavern hero hired by the elves. Yes. Tavern heroes. I think we should establish a system and accept employment like the Tree of War. We'll become elven heroes in whichever elf clan offers the most. We're not afraid of death and can be reborn in the hero altar. When the time comes, I'll wait for you to come in. Before the head warden arrives, we'll capture the number 1 wanted criminal who destroyed world peace and created a man the evil demon hunter and send him to prison. We'll execute him ourselves. The big boss's species recovered so quickly? Everyone was stunned, but they instantly understood that it was only natural. Every peerless genius was a rare talent. Both of them had their own specialties and amazing attainments in a certain field. If the alchemy emperor of the primordial thunderbolt hand was a mechanic expert who climbed the technology tree and a big shot in the farming industry, then the racer of Mount Harana was an expert in evolution. How many species had he evolved? The evil eye, the final chicken, the master of Thulhu. In fact, both of them were not very talented in cultivation. In the past hundreds of years, they were still at the 6th tier even when they died of old age. They were beaten up by all kinds of cultivation geniuses who rose up later on. The wretched racer of Mount Harana had probably been studying the theory of evolution crazily after seeing that he was a cultivation failure and had lived for hundreds of years. What was his true background now? How terrifying was the species theory of the theory of evolution? No one knew. I'm looking forward to the big boss species. Some people exclaimed, thinking that it might be the crystallization of hundreds of years of wisdom. Don't worry, it's my species, the strongest creature in history. He's about to beat up Ditchy, the racer of Mount Harana said. Everyone was shocked. Ditchy was a cheater. Did your species also have a cheater? Everyone was looking forward to it. Brothers, follow me. A large rooster stood on the high platform and looked down at the bunch of strange-looking creatures below. It began to make a declaration and said in a vivid manner, to prevent the world from being destroyed, to maintain world peace, to carry out the evil of love and reality. A cute and charming righteous character, the racer of Mount Harana. I have an embroidery needle. My cute little sister is begging. Suddenly, someone in the crowd below could not help but blurt out, the transformation of the warrior beauty. All the players were speechless. Oh my god! It seemed like he really did have a sense of déjà vu. However, he immediately reacted the next second. We have a traitor among us. Everyone glared at him. After the racer of Mount Harana went offline, he looked at himself in the mirror. Even if you're making a fuss, you still have to work. In the mirror, there was a young man in his 20s with an ordinary appearance, but his temperament was somewhat extraordinary. He stood up from the computer with dark circles under his eyes. He searched through the thick stack of handwriting and overturned many conclusions. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was his girlfriend. Are you going to the movies tonight? The latest My Mediterranean Can't Be So Bald, Emperor Ermine, and the epic hymns of the major wizard worlds. This phenomenal game had not only been discussed, but it had also been deeply integrated into every corner of the real world. Even those who didn't like games would appreciate the history of the game as an epic movie. It was a vast and vicissitude movie. Some people even adapted it into a novel and told the history in it. The twisted fantasy epic stories and the songs of praise of humans were very popular. After all, with the entire novel and the exquisite real-life insert art wallpapers of various events, it would be strange if it wasn't popular. Do you want to watch a movie? I have to take the postgraduate entrance examination tonight. Another day. The racer of Mount Harana did not reveal his online identity to his girlfriend and rejected the idea immediately. After all, he was back now. How could dating be more interesting than being a manifestation? Heavens! It's already formed. Now, I have to stay up all night to improve it. My species is definitely one of the strongest species in history, with reference to Ditchy, to surpass Ditchy? It was impossible. No one can surpass that kind of cheat, they can only imitate him. He touched his head and smiled. Let's see who can plagiarize better. When I meet him, I'll definitely beat him up. Beat him up until he calls me daddy. Just thinking about it made him excited. He was very confident about this. Although his cultivation talent was average, he could only try to make himself talented. As a super powerful extraordinary species, he had a high starting point and a chance to actualize the realm of origin. Just like a cute girl, he ate and waited for death. The biggest problem was an earth-shaking opportunity. Hence, he set his sights on the boss, Ditchy, who was like a cheat. Could there be anything more impressive than this wall? His species was imitating Ditchy. He suddenly imagined that one day, he would stand in front of Ditchy with his hands behind his back and say, "Your ultimate move is not bad, but it's mine now." While this place was really a buzz, Suji was studying seriously. After all, he didn't study the theory of evolution. He could just leave the work of those baldies to others, but he still had to learn all kinds of knowledge, improve the 9 revolutions mysterious art, cultivate the system of incense, and other knowledge. Speaking of the incense system, I might be able to try cultivating it in reality. After all, the souls of all living beings on Earth are also emitting emotions. Can their emotions be cultivated? If it could really be used as an additional source of energy, they would not have to wait for a mass extinction every time. Suji used his chi-type sorcery to shield his body. With the 9 revolutions mysterious art he practiced, he easily carried the electric scooter and flew into the air before landing in an alley in Tongcheng. Hualala! He rode his electric bike out slowly, crossed the streets and alleys, and came to a cinema. He had ordered tickets and entered the cinema. The seats were already full. It was the most popular movie recently, so it was impossible for it to be so bald. In the video, there were scenes from Ermin and various movies, which caused a burst of exclamations. Wizards are a group of people who pursue the truth. In the end, countless people in the audience were silent. In the Reign of Blood, the wizards sacrificed their lives. In order to make Ermin a god, some girls couldn't help but sob. This is a good place. It's densely populated, full of emotions, and I can feel the strong incense. Su Ji closed his eyes slightly and began to practice in the cinema. However, he soon realized that the progress was too slow. As an ordinary person, although the thoughts they brought were huge, they were very messy and not pure. It would be good if only 1/10 of them could be used, and the rest were useless impurities. Just like the current primordial world, the mortal world has lost its ancient god, and cultivators can only absorb the aura of ordinary people at the same slow speed. If I'm only at the first or second step, it's still fine. As a 6th step cultivator, I can barely absorb the aura of mortals. He shook his head and could only slow down his speed of finding a cultivation method in reality. If he had the time to absorb incense, he might as well develop some powerful people in the orchard sandbox world. It seemed that he still had to get addicted to the game of growing vegetables in the orchard. Chapter 254, The God of Creation Takes Turns. This year it's my turn. In fact, there were only 3 paths. The training of the sorcerer world. The ancient world's absorption of Joss flames. And the world of the ancient tree that was still in its embryonic form, absorbing light and cosmic rays. Light and cosmic rays were a type of energy to begin with. Otherwise, plants wouldn't be able to photosynthesize. Moreover, the elves inside were half plant and half animal sprites, so the cultivation mode of photosynthesis was very normal. My body is too big, and it grows exponentially with each realm. I'm going to break through the 7th rank to become Celestial Emperor and an epic wizard, which is obviously much bigger than the previous 6 realms combined. I need at least more than 10 Chaos Saints. Mass extinction energy. But now, only 3 saints have been born, and the mass extinction energy has been fed back 3 times. He still needed more than 10 mass extinctions before he could break through to level 7. A level 8 mythical creature after level 7 is even more terrifying. It would have to be as powerful as the energy feedback of over 10,000 saints. Medusa and I are the same in this regard. After all, her current body size is already the same as mine. The larger her body size, the more terrifying her life form will be, and the more energy she will need to break through. Perhaps ordinary saints of the same size as Medusa and I do not need so much power, and only need the power of 5,000 to 6,000 saints. However, the body of the Thulhu evil god is too heaven-defying, and it requires a terrifying amount of energy. Su Ji understood that he had cultivated the sorcerer system and the 9 revolutions mysterious art. He had cultivated both major systems at the same time, and he was at a heaven-defying level even within his level. He was not afraid of the Thulhu evil god at all, and the energy required was also terrifying. This was only temporary. When he cultivated a few more systems, he would probably need more energy to break through. I'm starting to understand what the previous Queen Mother meant. The smaller the body, the stronger it is, and the easier it is to undergo a qualitative change. The more he advanced, the less likely it would be for him to fight against those of higher levels. So what if he, a giant, became a level 7 epic? Her body was tens of thousands of times larger than Ermin's, and her energy was countless times more than Ermin's, but she would still be killed instantly. No matter how large a rank 7 was, it was still a rank 7. It was impossible for it to be a match for a level 8 mythical creature. A level 8 mythical creature required the compression and qualitative change of energy, even if the level 8 mythical creature was only the size of an ant. It was also enough to turn into a sharp sword and stab you to death in an instant. Then, if this super small level 8 god could suck on a level 7 giant creature, it would be enough for her to make a great breakthrough. Of course, if they were at the same level and had the same body size, the one with the bigger body size would have more life force and would have a higher combat strength. However, it was too difficult to break through with the bigger body size. This is the true intention of the Queen Mother. She had indeed gone the wrong way. If she were to sacrifice her body size and become the smallest ant, the energy requirement would not be high. With the energy needed to cultivate a god of my size, she could cultivate 10,000 small ant gods. As for the other races, the reason why they didn't do this was that they lacked god geniuses who could break through. A race might not be able to produce many, so they chose to have a large body and gathered on a single body to become the strongest in the same realm. They even continued to expand their body size to accommodate more energy. And our Zerg race's terrifying reproductive ability is destined to not lack geniuses. A batch of geniuses could make use of the advantage of their small size to pursue a rapid increase in realm. Then, you'll stand at the higher realm and beat the lower one to death. Su Ji came to a conclusion. Then, they absorb the massive energy from the other party's massive body. Even if their level is lower than theirs, the energy is still massive and can allow them to break through. With that, they continue to feed on war by killing. That's the bloody style of the Zerg. Su Ji's hair stood on end. Behind this sentence, there was a terrifying thought for war. No wonder the Zerg empresses in the later stages started to regret after their own system was formed. For example, if Ermin, who was at level 8, killed him, who was only at level 6, he might have a huge body energy that was tens of thousands of times larger than her body, which was enough for her to break through to the mid-level god realm. This was the advantage of a tiny body. The smaller the body, the easier it was to cause a qualitative change in energy, and the easier it was to break through. At that very moment, Su Ji could already feel that he had experienced a period of rapid development in the early stages, but it was still becoming slower. He would need countless years to accumulate energy. He was too big. The queen might be able to wait, but he was too young and did not have that much patience. The cultivation of the other two extraordinary systems is too slow. What about the power of stars? Su Ji suddenly raised his head slowly and rode his electric bike through the noisy streets. He looked up at the blue sky and said, "There is endless energy in the universe. I'll plant hundreds or even thousands of ancient life trees and keep absorbing the power of the stars. Then, you'll let me absorb it." His eyes gradually brightened. But there's no way to plant it on Earth. Earth itself is in the relatively quiet solar system. Most of the rays are blocked by the ozone layer, so it's very barren. There's no way to obtain it. And now, the ancient tree planet, Aqua Blue, is constantly flying in harsh environments such as meteorite belts. The radiation it receives, the various solar-like hot plasma and magnetic field energy balls, are naturally unimaginably huge. That's why that ancient tree world has a cultivation source. His eyebrows twitched. If he were to plant a bunch of ancient life trees to make the environment green instead of a bunch of solar power stations, wouldn't that be wonderful? It might even bring about a wave of mass extinction energy to him every day. Su Ji's breathing quickened. However, I have to find a planet with high radiation, a planet that can accommodate trees. This long-distance spaceship on planet Aqua Blue was for me to find a planet with life. Su Ji changed his mind and felt that his goals were starting to overlap. Although the ancient life tree could survive under high radiation, it did not mean that it could survive in the vacuum universe or in all sorts of inhabitable situations. The reason why it could survive was that Dichi had created an atmosphere, air, and water for his artificial planet, which was an artificial life planet. Perhaps he could wait for Emperor Chi's side to multiply and develop, and continue to push forward with the simple civilization. When existences at the 7th level of Epic and the Heavenly Emperor realm appeared, they would inevitably leave the planet and enter the era of wandering Earth that Su Ji had imagined. Only then did their world truly step onto the right track and begin to transform into an explorer. One by one, experts explored the barren planets that they passed by, collected resources, obtained all kinds of treasures, and were able to explore a life planet. He thought about it for a while. The environment I want is best if it's an energy body with high radiation and close to the sun. The temperature of the entire planet should be between 10 to 70 to 80 degrees, with water, an atmosphere, and air. As he was thinking, he rode his electric scooter to a remote corner of Tongcheng. He cast an air element shielding spell and took off with the electric scooter, returning to the orchard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he heard the Zerg subbrain's voice, "A pseudo-Zerg hero is evolving." A fake Zerg hero? One must know that the only pseudo-bug tribe heroes were the Phoenix and the Thulhu evil god. Su Ji was stunned. He felt that happiness had come too suddenly, so he quickly asked, "When did that happen?" "Yes," the mechanical voice said, "it was right after the Queen Mother carried the electric car out of the orchard and arrived in the city to watch a movie." Su Ji strode into the yard and parked the electric scooter he was carrying on his shoulder at the entrance of the utility room. He then began to approach the sandbox and asked the intelligent subbrain about the situation. The mechanical voice said, "I've failed countless times, but I'm close to success. Which bald man is giving me such a big surprise? Let me take a look. Su Ji picked up a stool and sat down. He looked at the small sandbox and saw a plant multiplying. This plant was very strange. Its trunk was green and bare, with only a few coin-like round leaves hanging from it. It's so ugly. Su Ji was stunned for a few seconds before he said, it's like a crooked tree with many copper coins growing on it. The most important thing was that the copper coins that were hanging on the wall made a melodious tinkling sound when the wind blew, and they emitted a metallic luster, as if they were made of some kind of ironwood. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana had already fumbled through multiple failures and continued to improve and improve. In the end, it was almost a complete product. He stood like a plant. When I was in the sorcerer world, I never stayed in the Church of Light. Instead, I wandered around the world and spent hundreds of years studying the structure of countless lives with a microscope. I even grafted countless plants and produced new plants. I also mixed two animals to get rid of reproductive isolation and used sorcery to give birth to new animals. The Magus world called this a magical beast. At that time, when the witches were making all kinds of gene fusion potions to improve the fusion of human genes with the stragglers, he had already reached a new height. I'm too strong, I can cause trouble. No one knew that I was the one who created the magical beasts that came later in the sorcerer world. I used the giant beast species and fused it with one of the 173 organization genes of the Thulhu evil god. His expression became strange. Those idiots thought that they had been living in magical beasts when they were alive. After they died, their organs were still instinctively living in symbiosis with the almighty beasts. He was very proud of himself. But he didn't tell them, in case they found out he was doing something. If he tricked them, they would beat him to death. He would become the next Mumu who didn't speak. At that time, I was constantly studying biological evolution, molecular cell structure, and conceptualizing what the strongest species in the world was. Do I have to start a new spore and continue evolving? Finally, I've spent hundreds of years researching and created an invincible species that has unlimited potential for evolution and can be done once and for all. It can create life, continuously integrating into the other's body cells, duplicating the other's genes and bloodline, cloning him, and then increasing the number, madly beating him up and knocking him down. It can create life, just like the ancient life tree now. The copper tree kept shaking and making clanking sounds. The racer of Mount Harana shook its head and said, I finally understand. Only a species that can create life is the species with infinite possibilities that I want to evolve. It's like another Ditchi. It can keep secretly copying the other's genes and create clones of the other. The racer of Mount Harana was smug. In fact, it's even using my strongest talent. It's like a biological factory. With my evolutionary knowledge, I can use it to create various forms of life to fight for myself. I would like to call my army, which can reproduce with infinite possibilities, Bug Clan Mother Nest. Ha 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 ha. I'm another creator. I don't have to look at the face of the giant eating an apple on the chair anymore. He pointed his middle finger at Su Ji, who was sitting on a chair and eating an apple. We'll take turns to be the god of creation. This year, it's my turn. He laughed wildly. I'm a genius. Su Ji was speechless. He was stunned by this guy on the spot. You're so coy. Su Ji heaved a sigh of relief after a long time. Chapter 255, The Alchemy Factory. From the beginning to the end, this person's mind was full of dirty thoughts. He had wanted to overthrow the giant before, and after knowing that the giant was the god of creation, he began to think about the man-made god plan. After creating the evil god of Thulhu, he went one step further and wanted to become the creator, right? This guy is indeed a professional in defying gods. Su Ji felt that he should take out his little notebook again and make a note of it, which he had not done in a long time. For half a day, he sat on the chair and watched as the racer of Mount Harana evolved, failed, and evolved again. It seemed to be an unprecedented biological structure that was incomparably complex and precise. Its evolution process was also somewhat based on the evolutionary root of the ancient tree of life. The racer of Mount Harana had spent hundreds of years to come up with what he believed to be the most powerful creature after he had mastered the evolutionary theory. I've succeeded. The racer of Mount Harana burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that tears began to fall from his eyes. I've spent hundreds of years researching liver cirrhosis in the Magus world. I've finally done it. Let's test the results. This strangely shaped tree was walking in a manner that did not recognize its family. The leaves of the copper coins hanging on it were constantly swaying. It was very proud. Its claws casually grabbed a final chicken, pulled out a feather, and then ate it with its mouth. Hwalala! The leaves swayed, and the trunk rose and fell like a steam engine. All of a sudden, the ancient life tree completely absorbed the final chicken's genes and kept brewing. A copper coin leaf slowly swelled up and turned into a round fruit that fell to the ground. Shua la! A small, bronze-colored tree leaf final chicken walked out. Ha ha ha, gene duplication! This plant laughed very happily. I'm simply a strengthened version of the ancient tree of life. The fruit is breeding life embryos. Although they don't look like their original form, their life structure has already been replicated by 70 to 80%. In fact, as long as I absorb the genes of this creature, its structure, various toxins, and special lethality will be greatly reduced to me. He laughed out loud, grabbed another final chicken, plucked its feathers, and roasted it. He even ate its poisonous head. Giggle giggle. The mouth of a large tree was slowly chewing. The taste is not bad. He felt his body. After absorbing the final chicken's gene, the final chicken, which was enough to kill a tier 4 creature, was only slightly uncomfortable to him now. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he was. This way, I'll be super durable. As long as I can steal Emir's genes, Emir won't be able to suffocate me. This is a self-resistance I added after I improved it. Su Ji took a bite of the apple and got the insectin nest mine to retrieve the creature's genetic chain. Name, Zerg Hatchery, Pseudo. 1 Duplication, Fusion, and Life Creation, no Intelligence. 2 Energy Absorption. 3 Stacking Resistance. 4 Control of Descendants. 5 Empty. One had to say, the mother nest was really all-rounded. It had the possibility of reproducing endless species, and could even reproduce a life structure similar to itself. However, it was not perfect and had an unnatural component of creating a mixture. As for the life duplication fusion talent, it was simply heaven-defying, comparable to the phoenix's rebirth from fire and the evil god of Thulhu. However, as a gene factory, the life he created didn't seem to possess intelligence and couldn't cultivate. As for energy absorption, Su Ji took a look. It was similar to the ancient life tree's method of absorbing energy, but it was more brutal. It could absorb the energy of dead lives. After all, the stronger the life, the more energy it would require to produce a life. Resistance stacking. Su Ji was taken aback. He looks somewhat similar to the ancient tree of life. As the main body, he doesn't have any combat power, but he's very resistant to attacks. He can copy the other party's life structure and then extract the corresponding resistance from it to make himself more resistant to attacks. This idiot obviously knew that his talent in cultivation and fighting was too poor, so he simply didn't participate. He just had to lie down and get beaten up. Controlling his descendants is also a matching talent. His descendants don't have intelligence, so they can only control themselves. Su Ji thought about it. This life factory could mass replicate and create life, and it did have endless potential. He was indeed qualified to be a pseudo-Zerg hero. It had even fallen into the hands of the racer of Mount Harana. With his knowledge of evolution, this creature was terrifyingly powerful. It was tailor-made for him, and when he was in the other world, he could use this life factory to continue researching evolution and create strange species. However, it was difficult to replicate the talents of heaven-defying life forms, such as the phoenix's rebirth from fire and the evil god of Thulhu. At this moment, the surrounding players also went over. Big brother, it's done. What kind of tree is this? The color of the copper coins on his body is so strange. Why is there a copper-colored final chicken on the ground? It looks exactly like you. Everyone, please be quiet. I'll explain. The racer of Mount Harana was very pleased with himself. He looked at his strange-looking friends around him and said, "This species of mine is called the Zerg hive." Everyone was stunned for a moment. The Zerg hatchery was the species that reproduced Zergs and exploded with soldiers in the movies and novels. Zerg base? This species has the potential to become a god of creation. The racer of Mount Harana continued. The god of creation? Everyone was instantly excited and dumbfounded. This big shot's goal was still very far. He was crazily causing trouble and didn't stay still for a second. It can also be called an alchemy factory. I'm using the copper color to fit the theme, and it can refine life. I've been studying this life alchemy in the Magus world. Now that I have this alchemy factory that combines life alchemy, I can become infinitely powerful as long as I spend energy. The racer of Mount Harana chuckled. You don't believe me? If you commit suicide and put your energy into my alchemy factory, I will be able to reproduce all kinds of species. The specialty of my species is to create species. Someone did not believe it. He controlled his octopus species and killed a few of them as life energy. He opened his mouth and tried to say, not much energy, but it should be enough for a slime, right? I want a slime. Wait a moment. The racer of Mount Harana immediately went to grab a slime and poked it through its skin. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. In the blink of an eye, a copper leaf on his tree moved and turned into a copper fruit. It fell down, and a bronze-colored slime multiplied. It jumped and jumped, looking cute and silly. Is this really possible? Some people thought that it was just a resemblance, so they went to test the slime's powerful ahog. In the end, it was really powerful. His copy-paste not only looked similar on the outside, but he also got the essence on the inside. Coins. You animal, so you're learning from Ditchy? The fruits of our hard work are going to be yours in the next second. Everyone was heartbroken. Ditchy had copied and plagiarized the cultivation techniques that the various celestial emperors had worked hard on in the ancient primordial world. This guy was on the evolutionary sandbox, copying and plagiarizing, a potential species that the major players had worked hard to study. A malignant tumor, a beast. Many people's minds went blank, and they had the same thought, if I can't beat Ditchy, I'll join him. The racer of Mount Harana was instantly displeased. He said in a muffled voice, I'm telling you. What was Ditchy? As long as I have enough energy and gold, I can replicate all 7th rank life forms except for the legendary gods. Even if Ditchy is in front of me, I can replicate him. His Danshan cultivation technique, the direction of his meridians, the characteristics of the ancestral sorcerer's golden body that he cultivated. I'll make a complete copy, then I'll make a group of copies of Daiki, and beat the real one to death with the pirated version. At this moment, no one knew that Ditchy had already become a god. The racer of Mount Harana spoke again, forgive me for being blunt. Although Ditchy is a genius in the replication style, he is too simple and has shallow knowledge. He has not experienced the pay-to-win civilization on Earth. I am going one step further. I will copy and paste the enemy's results, and then use money to become stronger. Everyone was speechless. This person was even more shameless than Ditchy. Chapter 256, Alchemist Koya. However, although there was unlimited potential, it was only in theory. The amount of energy required was simply a bottomless pit. How much energy would it take to completely duplicate the body of an expert? Furthermore, even if he could replicate the body, the consciousness, battle experience, and mantras in his mind, he could not replicate them. This was a limitation. There was another one that required a huge amount of energy, so much that it was simply illogical. If you wanted to create a rank 4 life form, you would probably need the energy of more than 10 rank 4 life forms. However, its flaws could not obscure its benefits. The potential of this species was terrifying to the extreme. Everyone, I'm going in. Wish me good luck. The racer of Mount Harana said, also, don't leak my information to the network outside the sandbox. I'll go in and cut him up first. Big Brother is awesome. Big Brother is awesome. Everyone cheered and silently gave their likes. However, there was one thing that everyone didn't say. You only became stronger because you cross-dressed and spent money. Sure enough, after a while, the system prompt that had not been heard for a long time sounded again. Notice, congratulations to player Racer of Mount Harana, the creature alchemy factory has great potential and is rewarded with an achievement. Brothers, I'm going in. The Racer of Mount Harana strode into the world passage with demonic steps. By now, all the plants had become serious. After all, walking was a necessary talent for serious plants. Hwalala. In the pitch-black world passage, the Racer of Mount Harana and the rest of the creatures gradually died in a dark corner that no one cared about. The ancient tree world. The Racer of Mount Harana looked at the brand new world of ancient trees. The fine, dense sunlight seeped through the leaves and sprinkled down from the sky, creating a beautiful scene. He took a deep breath and strode forward. The ancient tree of the night elves. Ymir is clearing the rebellions of the entire elven race. He's getting rid of the men of the human race and the demons, carrying out a plan to eliminate all men. The other 10 ancient trees of life were probably holding a grudge against each other and were afraid of Ymir and the ancient night elf tree. However, they had no choice but to assist them in saving the elf tribe. And now that I've appeared, there's bound to be an ancient elven tree. They can't help but want to play chess and make me the hero of their elven race. They'll use me to fight against Ymir and get rid of the men at the same time. He continued to analyze. The other ancient elven trees would definitely be happy to join them, even if they were wary of the appearance of the second elven hero. In that case, the only problem was which elf clan to rely on. According to logic, he wanted to rely on the feather elves the most. They had a pair of pure white wings on their backs and were the beginning of the angel race. They could have the ability of a rank 6 in advance and fly in the sky. However, the feather elves were the elves who were the most indifferent to this war among the 11 ancient elven trees. Because they were high up in the sky, the chaos of the war couldn't find them, and men couldn't find them either. The feather elf chief, Omega, wasn't worried at all that the flowers of his precious elves who had lived for hundreds of years would be taken away by stinky men. Excluding the feather elves, I can only choose the remaining elf tribes. After they learned spells, their attributes are closer to their own. Water elves, dream elves, wind elves, light elves, sand elves. He filtered through them, and each of them had their own spell specialty. I want to choose the sun elf. He chose the one he felt was the best. Sun elves were elves that were the closest to plants, and could even undergo photosynthesis, becoming close to the light element. And what did plants need? Sunlight. He lacked energy. With energy, he could become stronger. The cultivation property of photosynthesis deeply attracted him. He spent a few days traveling and getting close to the sun elf tribe. He also hunted animals along the way to obtain energy. When he got close to the sun elf tribe, he started to build his own rebirth altar. Only then did he feel at ease and entered the tribe. A strangely shaped tree walked over and looked at a beautiful sun elf with a hot figure. I want to see the ancient sun tree. What kind of creature is this? I've never seen such strange trees before. The elves around them were stunned as they looked at the deformed ancient tree. However, they all had very long lifespans, especially after training. There were countless female elves who had lived for 200 to 300 years. They had heard of the night elf tribe before the elf empire. The current elf god Ymir, the Song of Shadow, the Watchman. Before he became an elf, he was an ancient tree of a strange shape. He could walk on his feet, and his walking posture was very arrogant. Another elf hero. The surrounding elves' breathing quickened, and an elf immediately went to report to the ancient sun tree. A moment later, he saw a huge, ancient pillar that reached the sky. He clearly knew that this wasn't a heaven-reaching pillar, but an ancient tree of life. However, its branches and leaves were too tall, causing one to think that it was a terrifyingly huge wooden pillar when they looked up. You can also be reborn from the dead? I can sense your strange aura. The ancient sun tree said softly. I am from the same race as that traitor. I am here to capture him. The racer of Mount Harana then said, please allow me to become the hero of your elf race. I will help the sun elves rise to power and capture the demon hunters, the traitors of the elf race. What if I don't want to? A faint voice came. In that case, you can only choose to kill me. After I'm reincarnated, I'll choose to meet another ancient life tree. The air suddenly became silent, and the mottled sunlight shone down on the shade of the trees. I'm the first ancient elven tree you've seen. You're the first one. You will be proud of your choice. After a moment of silence, a voice said, come on. I'll agree to your request. I'll provide you with a huge amount of energy. Soon, the racer of Mount Harana was dead. He had placed the formation of the rebirth altar into the ancient tree of life, which was a fruit of life that contained a vast amount of energy. Voila! Within the internal space of the blurry fruit of life, a seed was slowly growing. A ray of light flashed. The seed died instantly, and in the next moment, the racer of Mount Harana's seed was reborn. It appeared in the hero altar in another fruit of life, as if he had not noticed it. This time, you're prepared. The ancient sun tree's voice was grave as it looked at the other fruit of life. After killing him, the seed left behind will rapidly rot. Her original intention was to replicate a hero that belonged to the sun elves. He was too envious of special elven heroes like Ymir, but he didn't want to be at a disadvantage like the ancient tree of night elves. He planned to kill the main body after duplicating it, but he didn't expect the other party to be on guard. Then, we can only let him become the true hero of our elven race. At that moment, the racer of Mount Harana was rapidly multiplying. He turned into an extremely beautiful sun elf, and there was even a huge golden ring of light behind him. The ring had 6 copper coins embedded in it, making him look like a holy and inviolable sun goddess. Is this my power after cross-dressing? He opened his eyes wide and instantly felt an extremely powerful force. In addition, the all-round characteristics of my species have become more powerful, especially the speed at which I can obtain energy. It's surprising. He felt that he had not lost out this time. However, even though I'm wary of the ancient life tree's attempt to clone me, it's also wary of me. It's shackled my elf life and can kill me at any time. He could feel that there was a brand in his mind. Unless he was more powerful than the ancient life tree, he would not be able to get rid of it. His life was being controlled. However, he didn't care. If this body of his died, at most, he would be reborn. In any case, he had obtained it for nothing. Furthermore, he wouldn't trigger the reverse scale of the ancient sun tree. What do you think your name should be? The ancient sun tree asked calmly. I'm Koya, I'm an alchemist. I'm an alchemist, and I can create alchemy factories. As long as I have enough energy, I can move the whole world. The world? The other sun elves behind him looked at this elven hero in shock. They gathered around and looked at the newly born hero of their race. They couldn't help but ask curiously, are you also very powerful? I'm not strong. In fact, I'm extremely weak, weaker than all of you. Kaya's voice caused the eyes of countless elves to dim. How they wished that this sun elf hero would be as powerful as the night elf hero, Ymir. Heroes were omnipotent, and they even had the innate ability to surpass dragons. But I can make you stronger. Koya smiled gently. Under the surprised gazes of the elven girls, she walked up to a huge rock and spread her arms. A golden halo surrounded her, and 6 ancient copper coins glowed with a golden light. Come on, let's go hunt. Give all your energy to an alchemist like me. Mount, weapon, armor. Anything you want, as long as you give me your energy, you can become stronger. You can even surpass the elven king Ymir. Pay to make you stronger. We can become stronger. The innocent and cute elven girls were very ignorant, but they were bathed in her holy light and would remember this moment for all eternity. Countless years later, the epic hero, Luna, rode on a lunar leopard, held the epic life weapon, Moonblade, and wore a full set of divine artifacts. She told her descendants, at that time, we seemed to see a great god with 6 golden copper coins on his back emitting endless halos. He opened his arms and hugged us, as if he was whispering the truth of the world. Krypton gold makes us strong. Chapter 257, Pay to Win, Elf Girl. It was impossible to have such a concept in this fantasy Western world of elves. However, a certain evil internet-addicted player, who was used to playing online games, was happily guiding these pure indigenous elves in the direction of a strange world view. Pay to win, what's that? Countless innocent and beautiful elves couldn't help but ask. He slowly explained in an alluring tone, spending money is the way to become stronger quickly. Spending money is the only supreme truth that we elves pursue. 3 days later. In a wooden hall, a beautiful elven girl was sitting among a pile of bottles and fiddling with them. There were all kinds of alchemy tools beside her, as if she was an alchemist from a magical world. I'm finally going to finish my research. As a hero of the elves, he had asked the elves to take out the fur of magical beasts and various bone armor prototypes from their warehouses and extract the magical beast bloodline and genes from them. It was to replicate, gather, and crossbreed. Finally, I've created the first creature, an elf mount tailored for the elves. It's time to start the alchemy factory and create a powerful life for the elves. As a big shot of the theory of evolution, carrying the life alchemy factory with him was equivalent to carrying a simplified version of the spore evolution sandbox. It would be a lie to say that it was not powerful. It was difficult to create a new species, but it was easy to fuse, improve, and crossbreed a new species. Voila! The ring behind her, the 6 copper coins hanging on it, suddenly swelled up and gradually turned into fruits that fell to the ground. Voila! Small black cheetahs slowly walked out. Their elegant and strong bodies, cold and sharp eyes, and strong bodies made people feel a bone-piercing sense of danger. Although it was only the embryonic form of this life form, it was not perfect and was only at level 2. However, in the future, this life form would become stronger and stronger, and its deduction would be completed. It looks like a leopard, so let's call it Moon Leopard. He thought for a moment, walked out of the door, and put up a notice. The Hunter Hall was officially open for business. All of the Sun Elves faltered upon hearing this. They didn't know what the Sun Elf hero, Koya, was doing, but they still approached the huge wooden room and walked in. Black leopards were lying on the ground and looking at them elegantly. He's so handsome. What kind of creature is this? He's so handsome, I've never seen him before. The elf girl's eyes lit up. To the elf tribe, who loved beauty, this cute and handsome little black panther had struck a nerve. This is a mount that will recognize its master and listen to you. Do you want it? If you want it, then pay up. A beautiful and slender elf hero was standing on the side, smiling at these beautiful elves who were ignorant of human affairs. A complete corpse of a first-grade magical beast can be exchanged for 10 sun coins, a second-grade one can be exchanged for 50 sun coins, a third-grade one can be exchanged for 300 sun coins, and a fourth-grade one can be exchanged for 2,000 sun coins. She carefully explained the value of the currency to everyone and asked them to bring corpses to exchange. The price of a rank 1 moon mount is 200 sun coins, and a rank 2 moon mount is 1,000 sun coins. 20 for one of the same rank. One could imagine how black-hearted this guy was. Let's start the server opening event now. As long as you start off with 600 sun dollars, you'll become a VIP 1 member. In the future, you'll get a 10% discount on all purchases. If you top up 1,000 sun dollars in one go, you'll become a VIP 2 member and enjoy a 15% discount. There are also many special items that require a high-class VIP. Countless elves were stunned. They looked at the mounts with burning eyes and immediately picked up their swords, walking out of the forest. A few days passed. The elves had always lived a primitive and poor life of cultivation. They had been cultivating by sensing the magic net every day, so how could they have experienced such a temptation? They had been addicted to the shopping craze of in-game purchases. They found that as long as they provided enough powerful corpses of life, they could obtain many things. Weapons, equipment, and mounts. As expected, only cool and handsome mounts are popular. As for the racer of Mount Harana, he watched them struggle silently and let out a charming smile. Did I evolve this species and become an alchemist to level up by killing monsters? It was to lie down and count the money. Wouldn't it be nice to get some kickbacks? Pay to win. It was addictive. I'm only responsible for tricking them into spending money, organizing events, and producing fashion. Mount. Selling equipment can top up my money. Tell him to honestly kill monsters and level up? It didn't exist. I'm not an idiot, I'll definitely find a way to trick you. What a crazy thing to do. He knew that this was the best way to win. Furthermore, their mounts were all species that had reproduced on their own. They had no intelligence and only had the instincts of wild beasts. Although he made them listen to their masters, they could instantly seize control when necessary. He's simply working for me. He was extremely happy. Not only could the magic beast corpses they brought back give him life, but he could also use the corpses to research and create various alchemy weapons and armor. After all, he had come from the wizard world and did not learn alchemy for nothing. And life alchemy had always been the highest level of alchemy. Mounts were bound and could not be traded. The creatures that he reproduced could only recognize one master. There was no way to stop the trade of equipment, but if it was used for a long time, it would be worn out. There was no need to worry about them trading with each other, since it would be worn out sooner or later. In a short month, he had opened up the Hunter Hall and produced the Moon Leopard, an elf mount. He sold it in large quantities and earned a huge sum of money. I'm so envious. I also want one. Sister, I want one. Can you buy one for me? All the elves looked at the eye-catching cheetah mounts. One by one, they changed from ordinary elf archers to moon knights and huntresses. Everyone was extremely envious, and they all ran to top up money to become stronger. However, these innocent and cute elves had not enjoyed themselves for long after they had topped up their money. It had only been less than a month. The new mount was out. It was a type of handsome giant bird, horned eagle. It had huge wings and was extremely fast. It was a type of flying mount. It can fly. Compared to the moon leopard, he's simply too powerful. I want to fly. Many elves looked at him with burning eyes. A group of cute elf girls held hands and chatted with each other. If they could fly, they would be able to enjoy the scenery in the sky. It was the dream of every living being on land, and they were no exception. To top up now, a grade 2 horned eagle only costs 1,000 sun dollars, and a grade 3 horned eagle costs 8,000 sun dollars. A tempting voice sounded, 20% off for VIP 3. VIP 3 only costs 10,000 sun dollars. Are you sure you don't want to charge VIP 3 as well? I'm still holding a promotion in the next half a month. I'll top up to buy a mount, and I'll get a 20% return on interest. The more I top up, the more I'll earn, and the more losses I'll suffer. He had a worried expression and a bitter smile. All the elves were stunned. How terrifying was this price? 10,000 sun dollars was equivalent to 1,000 level 1 magical beasts. They had basically killed all the first rank beasts, leaving behind only the second, third, and fourth rank beasts. The amount required was simply astronomical. However, they weren't afraid at all. They planned to ride the Moon Knights to the mountains further away. Damn it, why didn't you call out the horned eagles earlier? Yet. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have bought the moon leopard. Countless elves were heartbroken and felt tired. Moon leopard had not even enjoyed himself for a month, yet he had to update his mount so quickly. Looking at the new flying mount, they were itching to know what to do. Chapter 258, All Fallen. Another month passed. The major elves were still struggling, and only a small number of elves had horned eagle mounts and changed their profession to the stronger horned eagle archers. At this moment, in the Hunter's Hall, there were still many ownerless mounts for the ordinary elf archers to change their jobs. Inside the room, the racer of Mount Harina was still studying the potion. I've finally come up with a new bloodline potion. He was excited. In the previous sorcerer world, humans fused with slime genes and became beastmen behemoths. Humans fused with the final chicken genes and became harpies. In that case, could the elf race fuse with the genes of other creatures? He had discovered a secret. It was impossible to integrate the bloodline of ordinary species in the natural world. Just like in the sorcerer world, humans could not integrate the bloodline of ordinary giant beasts. They could only integrate the extraordinary bloodline of some species with potential. However, I was surprised to find out that the magical beasts here were born with extraordinary power. Their ancient ancestors seemed to be a species with extraordinary potential. He took out the corpse of a lightning rat. For example, this magical beast has extraordinary abilities and can release lightning. It's actually somewhat similar to the potential species of the previous dumbass the Holy Whip. The magical beasts in this world seemed to have hidden the bloodline of their ancestors. It was very thin and had mutated, but he could extract, temper, and fuse them together to become a new species with potential. This was the origin of the moon leopard and the horned eagle. He looked at the latest giant bear in front of him. It was very powerful and was the fusion of 5 types of magical beasts. However, the success rate of its creation was too low. He had failed hundreds of times and emptied all his savings from fraud, but he had only managed to breed one. Even if he was given the same amount of energy, he might not be able to make another one. A very powerful giant bear, but it can't be mass-produced. However, its strength doesn't lie in its strength, but in my genetic adjustment. Its bloodline compatibility rate is very high, and it can allow sprites to integrate into the bloodline of the giant bear. This was a bold idea of a mad scientist. A human fused with the final chicken gene and became a harpy. What would an elf become after fusing with the giant bear gene? He already had some guesses in his heart. This giant bear actually had the genes of the flesh and blood of the wizard ancestor's true body, which meant that it might have a combat form. Perhaps after the integration, I'll be like a certain dumbass demon and be able to transform into the true body of the wizard ancestor or a giant bear. Perhaps it's a druid, a clawed druid. His eyes gradually lit up, and he suddenly killed the giant bear. He drew all of its blood, and then destroyed the corpse to destroy all traces. He understood how terrifying the species he had reproduced and fused with was. It was a terrifying change to the elf race. He couldn't let it survive. If it was discovered by the ancient sun tree, it would be over. The ancient sun tree would definitely breed this giant bear in a frenzy and draw blood continuously. He didn't want to see it being popularized. The rarer something was, the more precious it was. He packed up the remaining blood and pasted a sign on the door: seasonal celebration, hidden class change potion, elf hero Claude Druid, price 300,000 sun dollars, currently only one class potion, limited to VIP 5. The moment this post was posted, it caused a sensation. Elf hero, class change potion. How is this possible? He could become an elf hero after using this potion? Are they as powerful as the Song of Shadow, Ymir, and the alchemist, Kea? Countless elves' eyes were burning with desire. This was a peerless treasure, and the entire elf world would be shaken if news of it spread. But it was a total of 300,000 sun dollars. Right now, not many elves could even afford a horned eagle mount that cost 8,000 yuan. It was as if the price was sky high, so what was the point of displaying it? It just made people drool. The racer of Mount Harana, on the other hand, did not think so. After all, there were still some rich people who could afford it. The entire elf tribe had been scammed by her to pay in-app purchases. There was only one person left, who was still sitting on the fence and watching the fire because he had not had any valuable chips to take out. He still placed the notice at the door and continued with his research and work. 3 days passed very peacefully. Finally, the ancient sun tree could not help but ask, is he really an elven hero? To her, this simply made her eyes burn with desire. Due to its plant life form, it had no combat power and needed to reproduce with the elven race to protect itself. However, ordinary elves were too weak. Why wouldn't it want an elven hero who was truly loyal to it? The racer of Mount Harana replied, of course he's an elf hero. Do you know the consequences of lying to me? I know. According to your explanation, any elf who uses this bloodline potion will become an elven hero? Yes, I am. The racer of Mount Harana replied calmly. He knew that it was impossible to deceive the ancient sun tree, and he did not leave behind any backup plans. After all, he was not a life that he had created. It was just the blood that he had reproduced. It had fused into an elf's body, and that elf was naturally not under his control. As for the giant bear bloodline, it was strong, but it was just an average level of strength. It couldn't be compared to Emir's batch. 300,000. I'm taking it. The sun elf ancient tree gritted its teeth. This was a huge blow to it, as it could reproduce 15 elves. Half a day later, a beautiful female elf designated by the ancient sun tree took a potion and turned into a clawed druid. She had the special ability to transform into a giant bear, and she was extremely powerful. The entire sun elf tribe was in an uproar. Oh my god! He really can become an elf hero. It has a special ability. That's too scary. If he becomes the hero of the elves, doesn't that mean he's close to the elven king, Ymir? The ancient sun tree was also extremely excited and immediately joined in the bidding. What else do you have? I'll satisfy you. The racer of Mount Harana was also very satisfied. The elf tribe was now extremely powerful. Moon Knight huntresses, horned eagle archers, and countless powerful and elegant mounts accompanied the female elves and the druids. After all, they had experienced becoming stronger, and the stronger they were, the more money they could make, and the more energy they could spend on themselves. Especially when there was a landlord in front of him. The racer of Mount Harana was very pleased with the result. Give me another 300,000 energy points. With enough energy points, you'll become stronger. I can create a chimera that's comparable to a dragon. It could even create an elf dragon that belonged to the sun elf tribe. I can even create mountain giants. It was very excited when it heard this. The ancient sun tree was speechless. And NBSP, but it immediately felt a headache. I've already been dug out by you, it said. All of our tribe's savings are gone now. It had saved the energy of dozens of elven fruits and was ready to breed elves, but it was instantly emptied out. 7 of them gave birth to an alchemist like it, and 15 of them bought an elven hero druid. That was its accumulation over hundreds of years. The racer of Mount Harana was speechless and dumbfounded. He thought that he could squeeze her dry a little more, but he had emptied her savings so quickly. He couldn't help but shake his head. You look pathetic when you're working hard to earn energy. However, the way you spend money on others is really charming. Chapter 259, Declaration of War. The racer of Mount Harana knew that his life alchemy factory was unable to create new life forms, and could only replicate and mix species. However, this was also enough to optimize and create more powerful indigenous species. It was a pity that the ancient Sun Life tree had been hollowed out and had become a member addicted to spending money. This is a terrifying magic power. I don't need to plot against it, and this ancient tree of life spirit will naturally fall under the Pomian dress, becoming a slave of money and listening to my orders. He expressed that he would never use violence to crush his opponent, but rather crush his opponent psychologically. As for the Sun Elves, they had been completely led astray. They were crazily spending money and had entered a period of exhaustion. But this amount of energy is enough for me to reach the 6th step. However, he revealed a smile and felt that he was very relaxed. He had broken through to the 6th step in just a few months. It was as if he was riding on a rocket. Compared to his previous cultivation, this kind of crooked way was simply the right way. However, at this time, the Sun Elf ancient tree, who had been hollowed out, took the initiative to find him and directly said, "It's time to enter the war. If we join the Yumian Night Elf army, our tribe will definitely shine. If we start a war against the humans and plunder them, we can obtain more energy." The Sun Elf ancient tree had already started to think of ways to earn money. It expressed that it was very envious of the Chimera, Elf Dragon, and Mountain Giant. It seemed that every ancient tree of the elves was keen on farming and developing the power that surrounded them. "All right," he said. The racer of Mount Harana did not refuse. He understood clearly that this was a battle for the survival of his race. He couldn't stop it and he didn't want to stop it. If one wanted to blame someone, they could only blame Mumu for not speaking and creating 2 new races, bringing a terrifying disaster and calamity to this land. That little with a cheap mouth, his expression gradually became strange. "If you want to become a man and be with the girl you like, I won't reject you. Everyone has the right to pursue their dreams. However, since you want to become a man and a heretic, you'll have to wait to be hunted down. This is the consequence you should bear. You'll choose to wander the world and spend your life wandering everywhere. However, in order to live a comfortable life and not be harassed by the elves, and to produce a large number of men, you began to bring disaster to the elves and the entire ancient tree world. Thus, the human race and the demon race were born. From this point of view, Mumu's silence was indeed the cause of the entire disaster and should be punished. However, since things had already come to this, was it wrong for humans and demons to fight for their own survival after they were born? They had come to this world as living beings and had their own dignity. They should write songs of praise for their race. At this point, this was already a battle between different races. There was no right or wrong. He could only blame the main culprit for all this, Mumu, for not speaking. Now that he was on the side of the elves, no matter what happened in the future, as the hero of the elves, he had to share the glory and disgrace of the elves. He let out a sigh of relief. After all, he had experienced the disaster of the sorcerer world and had a strong aversion to red-named players. After all, this is a real world. They are all living creatures and have their own happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. In fact, he had secretly communicated with people like Alchemy Emperor and Brainless Hounding the Mountain to jointly formulate a constitution for the trade. You can make a fuss, but you can't go too far. You have brought a huge disaster to a peaceful world. Don't blame us for treating you as a red name player and starting to kill you. Now that things had developed to this point, and since the ancient sun tree was going to start a war, it was time for him to reveal his identity. He went to the internet outside and started to speak. A screenshot showed a declaration of war post. "A certain bastard, damn keyboard warrior black merchant, the other world is not an alien place to you. You must abide by harmony, friendship, prosperity, and peace." A beautiful goddess of the sun, with a hazy golden ring on her head and 6 bronze coins fixed on her back, with her legs slightly open, one hand covering her smooth forehead in a graceful orchid gesture, and the other hand holding her waist, said. This was a classic move of the warrior beauty transformation. "I will destroy you on behalf of the sun." When the picture was posted, countless people felt their heads hurt. "You're declaring war, but what are you doing? Cross-dressing can make people coquettish, this person drives so fast. We've underestimated his shamelessness. Is his adaptability that strong?" She was suddenly immersed in the life of cross-dressing and could not extricate herself. "Men may wants to evolve into a dragon, maybe he wanted it long ago." Sneer. The cute girl begged, "Awo? Kaya? Pay to win? Shameless lousy game producer. Cheating pay to win experts. An embroidery needle, perverted big boss. I've learned something new." Countless people were discussing. Everyone felt that the tables had turned. When the others were bashful after cross-dressing, they could still tease them happily, but this person seemed to be enjoying it. He even posed in such an embarrassing position. If the netizens said that he was extremely beautiful and praised him with all kinds of ways, he might even enjoy it and enjoy it very much. Bastard! He simply couldn't open his mouth to speak. On the other side, while the group was in an uproar, Mumu secretly saw everything without saying a word. She suddenly panicked. He really sneaked in. How can he kill me? What should I do? He couldn't help but post. Boss of Mount Akina, I was wrong. Please let me go. Please forgive me, trembling. The racer of Mount Harana chuckled. Hee. It's Daiki's business to forgive you. My job is to send you to the sun. Sun Goddess Transformation.jpg. The sun girl instantly made a handsome pose and started to transform into a fairy. You're so coy. Mumu didn't say anything but her face instantly darkened. She felt like her head was about to collapse. This was a crazy blow to his morale. He had been high on the internet, but he didn't think that he would really come over to kill him. He quickly secretly went to find out about the Sun Elf tribe, and found out that they had secretly become extremely powerful. Moon Knights, Horned Eagle Archers, Elven Hero Druids. Even the alchemist had reached the 6th step, and his current realm was no less than his. It was obvious that they were secretly developing, and now they were openly starting a war. He knew it too late. But how could he, an evil demon hunter, yield? He was currently traveling the world. He looked at Gilna and said, I have to go out for a while. Half a day later, he was flying in the sky. I have to be a real devil for once and make people fall and give them power. I have to find a powerful human genius, comparable to Dao Changsheng and Ermin, and find a way to help him rise. Otherwise, we won't be able to defeat the current elf race. He walked around countless small towns and finally saw a young woodcutter. The young man was chopping wood up the mountain. After he was done, he was still swinging his axe at the trees, as if he was practicing his skills. The most exaggerated thing was that every time his axe landed, it landed on the same place without any difference. It was exquisite to the extreme. He might be a good disciple. Chapter 260, The Cyborg, Ajo. Yumiya Empire, Year 97. The Sun Elves had emerged as a new force, and a group of special troops had appeared. They entered the Elven capital, Silver Moon City, and brought a huge shock to the entire Emir Elven Empire. A flying horned hawk archer. An elven knight riding a special magical beast? On the streets of the capital, they saw two powerful elves in special attire entering the city and greeting the Elven capital. They couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Could they be elven heroes? And there were two of them? Countless elves stared with wide eyes. The Sun Elf race was about to rise. However, in the next second, something even more terrifying happened. As the two special elven heroes obtained their entry passes, an elite elven hero army slowly and orderly walked into the city. Moon Knights and Horned Eagle Archers appeared in large numbers in the crowd. The hero of all elves? For the elves who had never seen such a big scene, their minds were blank. However, gradually, an elf from the palace muttered in the crowd, they are all ordinary sun elves. The one who is at the forefront is the true sun elf hero, the druid Mijana. Is it really the same as Emperor Yumiya? All the elves were shocked, and their curiosity was piqued. It's said that it's different. Without the altar of heroes, one can't be resurrected after death. However, it's said that a true sun elf hero appeared in the sun elf tribe. He was able to resurrect from the altar of heroes. He was called an alchemist, and he was able to resurrect these powerful elves, as well as the druid Mijana. He was the one who created them. Alchemist? A hero who can create an elf hero. Heavens! Then she can turn me into a hero. The entire Silver Moon City was in an uproar. They felt as if their world had been shattered, and they looked at the Sun Elves with envy. The Sun Elves had looks of pride on their faces, and they walked forward with their heads held high. It's because of in-game purchases that we are powerful. What's in-game currency? The other pure elves asked. In the next few days, he gradually understood that they had come to join the war and carry out the siege of the human race. With the addition of such a powerful new force, the entire Elven Empire would become more than 3 times stronger. After all, the Elven race in the past had only been supported by Ymir. The rest were ordinary elves, so they did not have much of an advantage. On the other hand, the growth period of humans was too fast. Their reproduction speed and maturity speed far exceeded that of elves who only reached adulthood at the age of 80. There were only 3,000 to 4,000 elves in total, and they lived on less than 1% of the land. What about humans? Hiding in the mountains and hidden forests, there were already tens of thousands of them, and they were still increasing madly. After every great purge, they were like a centipede that had died but never fell down. In the Elf King's palace. The Sun Elf, the new hero of the elf race. Alchemist Koya. Elf Emperor Yumiya frowned slightly and said coldly, "They're already waiting outside for an audience. Then let her come to the palace and pay her respects to me." Shuala. A moment later, Alchemist Koya strode into the palace. He was now looking at the Elven Emperor with his own eyes. He looked up and felt a domineering pressure. This is the real Ymir. I can feel how terrifying she is, her powerful charisma, and her decisiveness to kill. This seemed more like the real Elven Emperor. In comparison, someone who had borrowed external help was the fake Elven Emperor. Clang! A pair of black boots with exquisite golden patterns fell to the ground. In the next second, the Elven Emperor Ymir suddenly appeared in front of her. She attacked with her long legs that were as exquisite as jade. She didn't say anything. She started off with a fight and tried to test the waters. She could clearly feel the terrifying killing intent of her opponent. "If I don't resist, I'll die." The racer of Mount Herena's hair stood on end, but he could not resist at all. In an instant, he was kicked to the ground. A foot stepped on his face, and a terrifying spicy smell wafted into his nose. "The taste is not bad." Kaya laid on the ground and sniffed. "Your feet should go well with the food." Ymir's face turned cold. Bang! Her legs turned into a shadow as she kicked him away. "You're not afraid of my pressure?" "I'm not afraid." Kaya laughed. However, her face was deathly pale, and it was obvious that she was in a bad mood. In order to get close to the legendary and most powerful Elven Emperor, she had secretly obtained her clothes and collected some skin scraps before coming here. "I'm not afraid of you because I already have your figurine." He took out a space ring made from the fruit of life, and a bronze Ymir slowly walked out and looked at her mechanically. This was a clone that he had accumulated all his energy to create, and it had also been fused with other creatures and improved. Just like Ditchy, copy and paste, and then push out the new. "How dare you duplicate me, Ymir?" Ymir suddenly made a move and charged at the clone. Both sides had terrifying pressure and the same ability. On the other hand, the combat power of the clone was not limited to the special abilities it possessed. In terms of pure combat power, it was even slightly stronger than the clone. The racer of Mount Herena had initially thought that they would at least be on par with each other. However, he had never expected that the clone Ymir would not be able to fight back at all. Thump thump thump! His pair of leg techniques were like a violent storm, and when combined with the wheel of poison, they were exquisite to an inconceivable degree. In less than 10 moves, the clone was defeated. This is a terrifying combat genius. He looked at his alchemy doll's defeat, and his mind was a little blank. She has walked her own path all these years. If the evil demon hunter from back then appeared in front of her, I'm afraid she would be beaten to death in an instant and then captured alive. She doesn't need my help at all. As expected, the cyborgs that he had created were perfectly replicated, but they did not have combat intelligence. "Elven Emperor, please spare my life. I'm willing to surrender." A moment later, the racer of Mount Herena surrendered, knowing when to back down. "Remember, there will only be one Emperor Yumiya in the future. You are not allowed to copy me," Ymir said coldly as he sat back on the elven throne. "Is there really only one?" the racer of Mount Herena said. Yumiya was stunned for a moment, and looked at him meaningfully. "It seems that you're not as treacherous as the last traitor. You've gained the trust of the ancient elven tree. I've already told you about it, so I can trust you too. The previous Ymir lost his honor and betrayed the elven race, which was our greatest humiliation. Now that she's dead, I'm the only elven king in this world, the elven god Ymir. I'll protect the glory of our elven race for all eternity." The racer of Mount Harana stared at the elven emperor, and it was as if he was looking at a powerful elven monarch, the true rise of the elven era. The era might not need my interference. It will go the way it should. On the other side, the evil demon hunter was still looking at the woodcutter. This young woodcutter had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. His face was so hideous that it seemed as if the earth could cover the sky. 2 tiger teeth extended out of his lips like fangs. He secretly observed for several days and found that he was curled up in a thatched house outside the mountain in the elf town. To the elves who loved beauty, he was extremely ugly. Not to mention, he was a traitor to the elves. The elves would throw an axe to him and let him go up the mountain to chop wood in exchange for food. The young man did not hold any grudges. He knew the pain that humans had brought to the elves. As long as he used firewood to exchange for food, those beautiful elves would give him food and allow him to live here. They were very kind. On this day, he went up the mountain again. Peng peng peng. After the deformed young man chopped the wood, he madly waved his machete and chopped at a huge black stone. His arms that were holding the axe were already twitching slightly, and his palms were starting to bleed from the impact. He had a hobby of cutting stones and would swing his axe thousands of times a day. Slash! Slash! Blood was seeping out of his arm, and the pain was tearing his body apart. However, the feeling of facing death like this was not bad. As long as he madly slashed, he could forget his race, status, gender, origin, and appearance. He didn't need to care about anything. It was just a simple swing, and the feeling was too good. After dark, he returned to his room and handed the firewood to the elf. He continued to curl up in his room, waiting silently for the arrival of the next day. For the past few days, Ifron had been constantly observing this young man with a strange lifestyle. He discovered that his body had an amazing atavism phenomenon, and there were signs of a wizard ancestor. This is the first time I've seen someone so reckless, torturing himself for fun, swinging his axe thousands of times a day, and his hand is bleeding like this. He was obviously not liked by others. He had a grudge, but he didn't hate them at all. He was so stupid that all the points in his mind were added to his physique. He's still alive after massacring himself like this. This was simply unbelievable. His demon true body was constructed by imitating the ancestral wizard's true body, but this young man seemed to be even more fitting of the ancestral wizard's bloodline. He seemed to have fused with the bloodlines of elves, demons, and humans, and some subtle changes had occurred. His physical talent is extremely strong, and he's also a madman. However, he seems a little stupid. They were species with the potential to evolve, but none of them could really fight. They still had to rely on the native geniuses. Thinking of this, he quickly descended from the sky and looked at the young man. The young man was chopping a huge rock. He was slightly surprised and looked up. "You're a human expert? Is it the legendary ancestor Arthur?" The ugly youth threw down the bloodied axe and was shocked. Arthur was the first human in the world, and the ancestor of the entire human race, and the only Type 6 expert who could fly. "You can think of it that way. What's your name?" Irvin asked enticingly. "I don't have a name. My parents were in love and were caught in the tree world prison. I lived in a town, and the elves called me an ugly human." "Acho." The ugly youth was a little embarrassed by the name, and he was a man of few words. "You want power, reputation, strength, anything you want?" Ylfin used a common demon tactic. "I don't want to." The young man shook his head. "The elven sisters are very good to me. Even though I'm the child of an enemy, they didn't drive me out of the town. Even when the patrol team came, they pretended not to know me." "You don't have anything you want?" Ylfin was stunned. This was the first time he had met a child who had no desires. It seemed that slashing at a stone was his pure and monotonous joy and pleasure. Was this person a masochist? As long as he slashed, he would feel satisfied and happy? "What I want?" The young man Ajo was startled. "I want to see my parents, but I can't cultivate any mystic arts." Ylfin was stunned and immediately sensed his body. He found that there was indeed something wrong with his body, and he could not walk the path of spell cultivation. It was because his constitution had returned to its ancestor, and he was closer to the terrifying constitution of a wizard ancestor. That was why he could not cultivate magic and sense the magic net. It was a pity that this beast-like ugly youth could not cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art. His intelligence was too low. Then let's stop the war so that elves and humans can live in harmony. I don't have any cultivation techniques, only simple physical cultivation techniques. He thought for a moment and decided to pass the 9 revolutions mysterious art to him. If you can't learn it, you can only cultivate the body cultivation and body forging technique, right? All right, he said. The young man was still silent. On the other side, deep underground, Ditchi, who was covered by the thick earth's crust, opened his eyes slightly. Interesting. The Life Alchemy Factory? It's very good, but it's mine now. I studied it countless times before I finally understood the principle behind it. Furthermore, I used my Dao arts to imitate this strange duplicated life and learned how it created life. I captured 3 humans, an elf, a demon race, and the bloodline of our ancestral wizard. After countless experiments, I finally managed to create an ugly young man with mixed bloodlines. It was a pity that it was extremely incomplete. Its combat strength was low, and its intelligence was on the lower side. However, every intelligent life form was unique. Acho! I hope you can surprise me.